Good morning from the National Croquet Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. We got the U.S. Open Golf Croquet Invitational Tournament, the first of many, we hope. Today we're doing semifinals in the morning, other matches this afternoon. And you have the pleasure of the mellifluous Tom Balding commenting on this game. Tom will say a few words while these guys are warming up.
Hope that you can hear me. All right, so like Russ said, this is Tom Balding, and we'll be commentating today for you on our two semifinal matches here at the first annual U.S. Open GC tournament in West Palm Beach, Florida at the National Croquet Center. In our first semifinal match, we have Robert Fletcher versus Kyle Maloof. Robert Fletcher obviously being the #1 player in the world, hailing from Australia, and Kyle is the teaching pro in Florida at the Mountain Lake Country Club and one of the American national team members on our Solomon and Mac, upcoming Macs, probably. That's a couple years away, but. And then the other semifinal is Robert's brother Malcom Fletcher and the #1 player in America, Matthew Essick, who, as you all know, was one of the recent Golf Croquet World Champions back in 2022. And will be leading up our team for the Openshaw Shield coming up in February, along with myself, Ben Rothman, Stephen Morgan, and Blake Fields. So we have two very good matches coming up, two Australians versus two Americans, so I'm a little biased to the down-home favorites. But just a couple of things about this tournament. This is the first time that it's ever been put on. And it's been a great event so far. It opened on January 6th with Pro-Am with a lot of the top players, and it helped get us all warmed up and introduce us to some great people who supported the event and made it all possible through their donations for us to get out here. And just a great time overall, a lot of fun. And since then, we've put our fun caps off and have buckled down for an actual tournament and been at each other's throats for the last few days. So here on screen we can see Robert just warming up a little bit. Obviously, if anyone's familiar with Robert Fletcher's gameplay, you know, very steady, very even. If you watch top players warm up in golf croquet, it's typical that they will not really focus too much on hitting at first. They're mostly concerned with getting the pace of the lawn. They'll go from corner 4 to hoop 1, hoop 2, hoop 3, and so on and so forth, just to see if there's any hills or any oddities that they need to be aware of that might come up in a game. Kyle over here doing a one-handed swing, so maybe he's unhappy with something in the way he's been swinging the mallet. So typically when you see a player doing something like that, it means that they've either been grabbing the mallet too much, trying to pull it or push it, and they're trying to just sort of reestablish letting the weight of the mallet do the work and trying to get that feel back in. I've had to do it myself a few times in the last year or so. So I can't physically see either of the lawns because there's a larger tent that's been erected right behind the Croquet Center, so I'll be only able to see what the screen can see. So some of the angles of certain shots may not be apparent to me. So whatever you guys are able to observe is what I'll be able to observe. So we'll try our best. And I believe that the other semifinal will be on lawn 2, which is actually over to the right side of the center. So they will not be next to each other. And I believe we're waiting on Matthew to finish his practice with Malcom before they get started. So this match may start first. And these will be best of 5s. So obviously we do have the U.S. has the Openshaw Shield coming up in about a month. It's not about a little over a month. We'll all be flying out mid-February to Tasmania. And the a large portion of the Australian team is here in the three Fletcher brothers, and I believe their fourth player is Ed Wilson, and they may also have selected Gary Phipps. I'd have to look again. As I said before, our team is Matthew, Essick, Ben Rothman, Stephen Morgan, myself, and Blake Fields. So, go team. We're going to hope to do the USA proud and bring home some medals. So as you can see in the background, there's a large row of flags there. You can't see off to the right-hand side is the U.S. flag, but then we have the New Zealand flag, Mexican, English, Egyptian, Canadian, and Australian. So there's a lot of different nations represented here. It's been a wonderful international event, and like I said, the first of its kind, and people have enjoyed it very much, and we're looking to make it a annual staple in the USCA tournament calendar. And I think that there will be a lot of increased interest after people go back to their respective countries and spread the word about how fun this was. And so hopefully it'll grow and continue to have world-class competition here in Florida. Nice smooth hoop shot from Kyle just to warm up. So when warming up, in most tournaments, hoop shooting is either prohibited entirely, or in the case of this event, you are allowed to practice running hoops, but you must run them gently. And they usually define gently as if you did not touch the hoop on your way through it, the ball would only travel about 7 yards. Obviously hard to do, especially for most of us in golf croquet who are used to hitting things a little harder. But it's just to make sure that the hoops stay firm and that they don't become loose or wobbly in the ground too early into the day, because they will by the end of the day. And it looks like I'm being joined here by Robert and Malcolm's third brother, Greg Fletcher. Greg, good morning.
Good morning, Tom. Great to be here.
All right. So we're going to be your color commentators for the day. So I'll root for the Americans, you root for your siblings.
Yep. All right. That sounds good. Let's do it.
And Greg and I were unfortunate, did not make it to this round. We both had some heartbreaking 3-game losses yesterday. Him to Kyle and myself to Malcom, but they were good matches.
They were, and both of us had ending with the last game at 7-6. So yeah, pretty tough.
Yeah, went out
pretty
swinging.
tough matches. Yeah, went out with a bang. So they're doing in this case, a 10-minute warm-up. Is there anything that yourself, Tom, that you're working on when you're preparing for a match like this? Like you've got a 5-minute warm-up and a 10-minute warm-up. Do you make a difference between those two practices, or you always got like a set routine?
A lot of people they'll sort of run all of the hoops on the court, so they'll do the whole rotation to try to get the pace. Typically, if I do just the first 6 hoops, and unless I see anything particularly weird that might challenge me.
Close to the mic.
Unless I see anything particularly weird that might challenge me, I think that's fine. I don't need to go from hoop 3 to hoop 4 and then back from hoop 9 to hoop 10. If the court is pretty true, I like to focus a little bit more on hitting and just making sure that my swing for my 7 to 10 yarders is feeling good, because typically, I'm going to rely on that a lot to take control of hoops early in the game.
So you're basically trying to play yourself in with your swing, and you would forego any touch shots. Like your most important thing for you, from what I gather, is like you want to feel good with your swing, and you'd rather do that than play around the hoops.
Yeah, I'll normally do like a few sets from maybe the side boundary or lag up to hoop 5 from the south boundary, just because I'll find myself in those positions and I just want to get that sort of medium pace, but
Yeah, I'm pretty similar. I think right now I've been starting off by running, trying to get in front of hoop 1 and judge the pace there. And then I play 2 more shots going up to hoop 2, and I feel like I've got some sense of the pace. And then after that, I'm basically just playing, clearances. I'm just trying to hit the ball at various paces and get into the groove.
I actually differ in that from, so I remember watching that video Reg Bamford did years ago when he's talking about the mental game, and there's a part in there where he talks about how he won't practice anything more than a 5-yarder when he's warming up because he won't miss a 5-yarder,
Yep.
but he might miss a 10-yarder,
Yep.
and he doesn't want that in his head. I actually sort of have the opposite approach. I like to practice 20-yarders because if I miss it, it's like, okay, it's a 20-yarder. I can let myself off the hook for that. But if I can start hitting
That's
those, it's
fair.
like when I step up to that in the game, it's like, okay, I've hit these. It's in my range.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I think also, I don't know about you, but I tend to find that just the way I understand my swing, I feel like I'd be hiding from, the game I'm going to be playing later on by not shooting at something bigger because I want to know what it feels like. I want to know, okay, I've already been looking at these 20-yarders. I want to know what it feels like to, get contact on the ball. So I'm the same. I like to hit long and short.
Especially if I know, we'll often flip the coin first, and you'll know if you're going second or not.
Yeah.
And it's just like my opening shot of the game may have to be like a 20-something yarder.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
like, I better get this ready.
Yeah, so for those who aren't maybe aware, who haven't maybe played much competition tournaments, typically players will be playing with a split color. So you'll notice that Carl's playing with blue and red and Robert's playing with black and yellow. It's a small thing, but basically it means that because they haven't tossed yet, they don't know who's going to be playing which balls in what order. And that way you're not going to be, it's just a polite thing. It's not necessary, but whenever you play somebody who doesn't do that, it's probably their first tournament.
Yeah.
So Matthew's playing blue.
Has that match started?
You want to go to that one?
No, it's okay. I think they're about to start soon.
Let's do that. We're going to go to Matthew.
All right, let's go.
All right, so we're switching
we're
over
already set
here
up
to
over
the
here.
beginning of the other semifinal between Matthew Essick and Malcom Fletcher, and Matthew has opened with blue and come up significantly short of the hoop. So this will give a good opportunity for Malcom to sort of take away Matthew's first shot advantage and be able to fight this hoop out on a pretty equal playing field.
Looks like that's curling in.
Yeah, that actually curved in quite significantly. I think he aimed well left of blue, so maybe that was one of the reasons that blue came up short. He didn't judge that there'd be some roll off, and it kind of killed some of the momentum.
Malcolm's following it up. Looks good.
Yeah. Matthew with a nice center ball hit on yellow. And a lot of less experienced players might be asking, well, wait a minute, red goes next. Why wouldn't you clear red? It's because that he can only clear red to the corner area, and red is still very likely to be able to hit black with yellow in good position. Red's position is not great for running the hoop, and he's most likely to take this clearance anyway, so Matthew's just trying to keep control of the hoop, make sure that he doesn't give up any easy hoop shots. It looks like Malcom was
Well,
actually gearing up to jump, maybe?
Yeah, with the hands down, it looks like what he's thinking about.
Trying to set the tone early. And that's a great shot.
Nice.
All right. So we're off to a quick start here with a 1-0 lead from Malcom off of about a 5-yard jump shot at a slight angle.
Definitely aggressive option to start with.
Yes. Yeah, with blue not in position, he could have just elected to center ball black and try to control the hoop back away from Matthew.
Looks good.
Yeah, probably about 4 yards from the hoop. Maybe a little longer.
So Malcolm's a Solomon grip, so got a lot of strength, and people might have noticed that Matthew is played that touch shot with Irish. However, he is also a powerful shot as well, because for his power shots he swaps to Solomon because it's a dual gripper.
Yeah, so Matthew these days plays, if the lawns allow, majority of his shots as Irish. The only ones that you'll really see him do Solomon are jump shots, long clearances, maybe 10-yarders or so that he wants to get all the way down the court. But most of his hoop shots, his set shots, and even most of his softer clearances, he's exclusively playing with Irish these days.
I feel like it's catching a bit. There are more and more people I feel are playing with this split grip where they've got one for their clearances, one for their touch shots.
He's definitely made it more popular.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a fad or if it's like it's the future. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, there's several players now, good players who do it. Brian Lozano has a Solomon and a standard, although he's primarily standard. This tournament, I've only seen him use Solomon outside of his jump shots a handful of times. And then Darren Guffey, one of the other young pros in the United States, he is, like Matthew, Irish and Solomon, but he's much more split down the middle, 50-50. Trying to think of any others that I know.
Ewan Burridge does his touch shots with standard, and he does his pretty much everything else. Solomon, I noticed just for one tournament that Edmund Fordyce did Irish for his touch shots.
I did notice that,
Yeah.
yes.
But I haven't noticed him doing it this tournament, so I feel like that might have been just a one-time thing. But anyway, it's interesting to see. I've personally never thought about doing it myself. I don't know if you've ever given it a thought. Your swing is very... you've got all the things that you want. You've got power, touch. It wouldn't make sense to change it to anything. I think probably the one thing would be jump shots, but I mean that makes sense, right? Because you just want to get a little bit of extra like height on the mallet swing.
I do change to Solomon for jump shots. I've tried to do standard jump shots, and it's just very difficult on my wrist and to get the angle on the mallet that I want. So I have experimented with Irish for small set shots just because I'm a caster with standard, and it sometimes makes me overdo the power when I'm trying to move the ball just a tiny amount. And I've found some success with Irish, but I haven't really committed to it.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate option to... I think it's good to understand how the mallet swings. So to be good at all types of grips means that you're good at swinging the mallet. So myself personally, I would never do it, but I do, for myself, hold it slightly differently when I do touch shots, but it's still the same grip. So it's not exactly a different grip, but it's definitely a different technique. And I think that that's important for touch shots because right now the mallet that I'm using lets me, the weight's in the head. So you use a trimmer mallet, right?
Yes.
And it's got great peripheral weighting. So if you bring it back, it'll come forward on its own. And those type of mallets let you do a lot, especially with touch. And I'm finding right now I'm actually holding at the top of the mallet, which I never used to do before, where I have my thumb on the top. And it's a little bit different to how I swing it normally, and when I do that for touch shots. So it's not exactly a different grip, but it's a different way of swinging it. So my point is that really understanding how your mallet works could come from just trying another grip, and you understand, oh, that's how it feels. That's, you want to lock in, right? Like that's how it feels when you play that great shot for your touch, and if it means a different grip, then sure, go for it.
It looks like Malcom here is about to attempt the hoop. There's no point in setting up with black where it is, so this will be a fairly long hoop attempt after Matthew's clearance. But seeing as how no other ball is currently in front of the hoop, it's fairly low stakes.
Would you call this a free shot?
I would. I mean, obviously, if you miss the hoop entirely and go behind it and Matthew gets a wire, you're in a bad shape. But if you hit it reasonably well, I maybe would have hit it a little softer than that, just from that distance. If it's a free effort and there's a risk of me.
Yeah, that's one of those shots where afterwards you're like, yeah, I wish I hadn't hit it that hard.
Yeah, like, and normally I never say the words, let me hit it softer. That's normally not in my vocabulary. But like it's a truth I'm starting to come to. It's just like, you know, maybe I didn't need to like bang on that hoop when I knew there was like less than 50% chance I'd make it, you know. I could have stayed nearby.
But it looks so good when it goes through, Tom.
Yes, it looks awesome. It looks like, you know, you look like you really know what you're doing.
So Malcolm's just going to opt for a play in here and then clear with red.
And now, you mentioned your mallet, and I think it might be a good moment to talk about how unique you and your brother's mallets are. You guys have made them yourselves.
Yeah, so I'm a happy user of Robert's latest RF Pro mallet, which is one that Malcolm's actually using here. I got an earlier model, so mine's not painted, but Malcolm's has got a color on it. And long story short, it's a 3D printed mallet on the head. The ends are brass, and the idea is that it's like that's a really great shot. It's like the trimmer mallet that that Tom plays with, where it's got this great peripheral weighting, where a lot of the weight's in the head and at the ends, which until you pick it up and start swinging with one of those mallets, you don't really get like what that means, and it just basically helps you groove your swing. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm really grateful that Robert's like experimenting with these things, and yeah, it is an awesome mallet. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
All right, so Matthew with a big clearance here to protect the hoop. As you see, he switched to Solomon for this hard clearance.
Nice shot.
He's hit it well and actually cut it all the way back towards corner 4.
Also got his ball down to hoop 3, which is handy.
So that is a spectacular shot. Didn't get it off the lawn, but at this distance, it's hardly necessary. Malcom now staring down a very long clearance to save hoop 2. And some of these courts have a little hilling in the middle.
A little bit of character.
Court 2 and court 3, and I found that they had, especially down the middle, some seams. So Malcom does hit it very hard on these shots, so you would expect it not to affect it too much. But over distance, even small hills and curves can just wobble the path of the ball enough to force a miss. Oh,
great
that
shot.
didn't force any miss. That was center ball. And that was what Malcom was doing to me a lot yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
Like,
yeah, he's definitely in form right now. So that's a great shot for Malcom to get, because Matthew didn't just clear him down to hoop 4, but he also got his black ball down to hoop 3, which, considering the distance between 2 and 3, that's basically as good as you can get if you're going to be making hoop 2. But this time hasn't worked out.
and now with one good shot, it went from Matthew in complete control of the hoop to it's actually looking slightly in favor of Malcom if he can make one more good clearance. So when you're playing on these corner hoops, it is very advantageous if you are clearing into the lawn, so you like having position on the side boundary. So where Matthew was before was a very strong position that allowed him to clear Malcom to where he did. Malcom now is starting both his balls from the side boundary or the corner position, meaning that he now has the opportunity to do the same. So if you're coming in from the inside of the lawn, you're not clearing the opponent very far.
Now, given that Malcolm's got a good red, some players would still play in. Malcolm's a strong hitter, good shot. He's going to be going for blue. Are there any times that you would be thinking about just popping in another ball, see if you get a block on the hoop?
My tendency is always to hit. If red is already blocking blue from the hoop, and it weren't Matthew, who is one of the better jump shot players.
Okay, so jump shots is the key there. You're thinking okay, is my opponent good at jump shots?
Right.
If not, maybe if it was already blocking. Otherwise, I just want to hit.
And he only caught the right edge of that, but with the power he hit it at, he still gets it away. He might even have hoop 6 in the way
Yeah,
now.
you'd be looking at that.
So sometimes, again, with those curves of the lawn, even if the line it starts on wouldn't have been wired, it can sometimes trail around the furniture. And it happened several times in me and Malcolm's match yesterday that I remember for both of us.
Yep.
And it's just like, okay, you get a little luck on your side sometimes. So he must be able to see it. And you can see him there deciding which grip he's going to use. I wonder how close that hoop is, because he's taking a good deal of time lining this up. Yeah, so just missed it on the left.
My guess is that he did have some of the hoop in play there.
Yeah, I think he would. I think from his point of view, he might have just had to miss the hoop to catch an edge of that ball. All right, and Malcolm extends his lead to 2-0. So, Greg, there's a theory that several of the Americans have discussed, and I believe Kyle Maloof was the first one to put it forward. I might be wrong. That of all the hoops in a game of golf croquet, hoop 2 does not matter.
I have heard this one, yes.
And
What
the
do you?
reason-
Yeah.
The reasoning being is that at the end of hoop 2, there are very few scores that can actually exist, right? You're either tied 1-1 or someone's up 2-0, right? So if you are Matthew in this case and you're down 2-0, you get the first shot at hoop 3, which the other part of the theory states is one of the most important hoops in a game of golf croquet, because hoop 3, hoop 4, and hoop 5 and 6 are kind of a 4-hoop chain that are very easy to string together due to how close they are to one another. So the theory being that if you give up hoop 2 but get full control at hoop 3, you can go from 2-0 down to potentially either 3-3 or 4-2 up in a very short amount of time. Whereas if you score hoop 2 to make it 1-1, you've given up that advantage to the other player. So you scoring hoop 2 didn't matter all that much.
Yeah, I like the theory behind it. I'd say that I do think about it sometimes, where I might take a more aggressive shot at hoop 2 if I'm 1-love up, because I'm like, if they do get it, at least I get the first shot over, because there might be some plays where it's hard for me to get back in at hoop 2. So I'd say my opponent they've got a lot of control on like hoop 2, and I could get them out of it and then do a few more rotations to get back in front. Might just take a pot shot at it, because I'm not so concerned if they do get it, because I do get the first shot over at hoop 3. But I don't always adhere to that. I think that's because the distance between 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 is not so little that you're both the winner of the hoop of 4 and the winner of the hoop of 6, and the loser both have equal like distances at the shot, at 5 and 7. So I'm like, yeah, it's something I think about. I don't, adhere to it. I don't know what your thoughts are on it.
It's obviously in a real match, I'm trying to score every hoop. Mm-hmm. So there's no part of me that's just like, if I have an option to win hoop 2, I don't just give it up just because But I will sometimes be more aggressive, especially if I scored hoop 1.
Yep.
I actually find that if I look back over just in my mind about a lot of the games I've played, games where I started 2-0 up, I'm much more likely at hoop 5 to end up 2-2. So if I made hoop 1 and 2 and then they get 3 and 4, like now I have advantage at 5, but we're 2-2.
Yeah.
And a couple of good shots from them might get them up 3-2.
Yeah.
I find that games where I do get the first shot to 3 and maybe even there, and we're 1-1, right? So I scored hoop 1, they scored hoop 2. I'm much more likely to end up 3-1 at hoop 5.
Okay.
And it's a small difference, because again, they could still hit some good shots, and we'd be 3-3 in just a couple of hoops. But it's just so much more. It's just less stressful, I think, to come into hoop 5 with a 3-1 lead versus a 2-2, because that's a very pivotal hoop.
That is for sure.
Especially in a 13-point game where you're starting a 19-point game. Not so much, I've noticed, because for those of you who aren't aware, in this tournament we played 19-point games in the blocks. A 19-point game is first to 10, and after you go to hoop 13, which is the typical in-game tiebreaker, you do another rotation around the outside hoops and back down the middle row. But in 13-point games, 2-2 or 3-1, going up that middle row is very critical. In a 19-point game, less so. So at least in the shorter version of the game, I'm very keen on trying to get that 3-1 lead as we go into hoop 5.
Oh, Mouse just jawsed, but Matthew's right in front. So as you mentioned, Matthew's a good jumper, so I'd say his odds of this are pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a good point about 19-point games do nullify that a little bit. And even in the 13-point games, I'd say that we probably have similar, now that you've mentioned you play maybe sometimes a little bit more aggressively on hoop 2. It's pretty much the same way that I think about it. Definitely looking at opportunities to get my ball over to hoop 3 with the clearance if I can. So that's definitely something I'm looking at.
Oh. Now that was interesting.
Uncharacteristic miss.
I'm wondering if red was not like perfectly in the middle and sitting on one of the uprights, because that bounced back a long way when Matthew hit the hoop. But regardless, red is still in good position. Black has unfortunately rolled behind the hoop, but Matthew has potentially opened the hoop shot up for blue. That was what Malcom was looking at right there. So what would you do here with yellow, Greg?
Well, I'm going to assume that red's blocking blue from the hoop. I have kind of two things I'm thinking of. Try and block red on, so blue on red, or try and get a wide spot from black. Oop, just lost connection.
Yeah, we're flying. Oh, there we go. It's back.
So, yeah, I definitely... Ooh, looks like he's going for the block on... Yeah. So here basically you're saying, okay, I'm okay with black hitting yellow, but maybe I block blue on red. What about you, Tom?
If the hoop is not open, I would be going for the block here. I'm not worried with black's position of him clearing me, because he'll just be able to clear me to the back boundary. So I assume that if he is able to clear red, he won't stay near the hoop very often. I'll just come back and I'll start to sort of pick away at the percentages. If the hoop is open, and it might have been here, then I would definitely just be going for that block. I may even think about maybe trying to cut blue over a little bit if red would be in the way, depending on how difficult the lawn is to get that touch. Okay, so the hoop was open. But he's just missed it. And this will give Malcom a chance to run 3 down to hoop 4. He ran it well. It's going to go well past hoop 4. Ooh, it actually may have bounced off the hoop a little bit there. So again, for the players who maybe are just starting out in golf croquet, oftentimes we get the question, at least I do, when I go do exhibitions or teach at clubs, is, why do you hit it so hard when you make the hoop? Why don't you just... And the answer is that if you only run the hoop to, let's say, where black is right now, you then potentially have to make a very long clearance to save the hoop once the opponent sets up down there. Whereas if you run the hoop even all the way to the back line, if they fail to get a wire on you, and a wire being that they're using the hoop to block your side of them, then again you get to clear them from a shorter distance, and you get to clear them all the way back up the lawn so that their next shot is much more difficult. So in golf croquet, all of the competitive players become very accustomed to running hoops with a good amount of power, just trying to get down in the vicinity of the next hoop to defend it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Tom, you also have the ability to clear up to the longer half of the lawn. So you can, at this case, I think red could be blocked on black, but if it wasn't, red could clear black all the way up to north boundary. Whereas if you only do just run it, you can only clear black south of the hoop. So the distance between black and the next return shot is not as great. So there definitely are advantages to this, and I'd say that this was pioneered by the Egyptian players who will exclusively play every single shot, whether it be through hoop 5, which I think maybe you and I might play that differently. They would play that. They would be not disappointed. They would be quite happy to play that all the way to the north boundary, right? If
Yes,
you're playing
a great
hoop
deal
5.
of confidence in their clearing ability, and obviously no lack of power for most Egyptian players. So their style is very just hit the hoops hard. Wherever I land, I'm going to make that 7-10 yard clearance back down the court, and you're going to have to deal with it.
Looks like Malcolm's going for a jump clearance, which to me says the red's blocked on black.
Ooh,
Wow,
got
that was a lot of height.
A lot of height. So that cleared the hoop by at least a foot and a half.
I can't believe that he got that much height.
Yeah, these lawns.
I've been struggling to get jump shots in these lawns.
Me as well. These lawns are, obviously we're in South Florida, very damp down here a lot of the time, and these courts are sort of have a sandy base to them. They're quite soft, so the softer the lawn, the harder it is to get airtime, because the mechanics of a jump shot are obviously you're hitting down on the top of the ball and trying to compress it and force it to sort of spring back up out of the dimple you've created. But if the ground is soft, it just sort of squishes into the ground and it doesn't force it back up. Whereas on the lawns we played in the Worlds in Virginia, which were basically like this wooden tabletop right here, you could easily get insane airtime.
Oh yeah, they were great for
You
jump
touch
shots.
down on the ball and it starts flying.
I loved those lawns for jump shots. One of the things I do, you're probably the same when you get to a new venue, you have a bit of a hit around, and then you get a feel what the jump shots are like, and then you can start factoring in, am I going to practice these a lot because are they going to become a play? And at this particular tournament, I'd say, like 3-yarders.
So Matthew had accidentally hampered his own backswing with his partner, so he was doing a bit of a jump position Solomon shot there. And those, even though it's not that much of a difference, it can sometimes on hoop shots throw you off just enough. And it seems that he's just caught a little of the right wire there and bounced off a little to the left. I'm not sure if black is still fully blocking the hoop shot on red. But either way, yellow will be clearing blue here, so that red can either try to run the hoop or do the jump shot. And Malcolm has actually missed blue and hit his partner over to the side boundary.
Just flicking it on the right there. Now, it could be that even if black isn't... So there's two things here. If black is in the jaws, he may forego to do anything because Malcolm's far away, red can't do anything. If it's not in the jaws and it's an in-off, he could just make the hoop and clear black off because he doesn't want, even if he does score the hoop, he wants black to have a clear shot of 5.
So he's looking at this, so either the hoop is open or he is looking at this in-off potential. All right, that was just a clean hoop. So Matthew's on the board. It is now 3-1 to Malcolm, and Malcolm will have the first shot over to hoop 5. So this is that situation, sort of that I was talking about earlier. It's like I'm very much a fan of whatever the cost, getting 3-1 up, going to hoop 5.
Sure.
You know. But Matthew lays in a good ball. Now, if yellow was around on the south boundary or somewhere around hoop 4, there are some players who, if they get a really good first ball to hoop 5, instead of setting up with their second one, or even clearing the ball that Matthews laid in, they will try to do a long clearance on, in this case, blue, and basically say, I don't believe that, if I put you 20 yards away that you'll hit me. and you're going to waste a shot trying, and I'm going to score the hoop easily. It is fairly aggressive because your ball then doesn't get anywhere near hoop 5.
So basically, that's a great shot.
Great shot.
Yeah, basically, yeah, with that type of play that Tom mentioned, you're going to be going in a different direction to hoop 5. You would be clearing, in this case, it would have been blue, up to the north boundary, potentially. And the risk is that if they do that return shot, now they have like great control on the hoop. But I've done it a few times. I think it's definitely an option.
The more common is to clear the ball that they've set in front of the hoop, which, again, still fairly aggressive versus just setting up a second ball. But basically, you're signaling to the opponent that I think at this distance you'll hit. I don't want you to be rewarded for hitting. So we're going to, at best, neutralize this hoop, and I'm going to have the first setback.
One thing I find myself is that with hoop 5, I'm doing a little bit more of this. I'm happy to clear, but with lawns like this, which I'm pretty confident that when I play a touch shot, it's going to go, where I'm aiming it at, there's not too much curl on the lawn. I will try a little bit more blocking, whereas on some other venues where you can't rely on that block shot, it's just like, okay, you got to clear and like play the clearance game.
Like in Melbourne.
Yeah, like in Melbourne. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's very true.
Matthew once again bouncing off the hoop on the Irish swing. So very unusual for Matthew to have issues with that Irish swing hoop shot. He's normally very, very accurate with that. So it might just be a little bit cold.
Got a great controlled swing. He's very confident with his hoop shots, so that's quite uncharacteristic for him. One thing that we mentioned earlier on to hoop 2 was that it's not quite the same shot, but Malcom did have a pot shot at hoop 2. It was from further distance, and he hit it a lot harder, and red didn't stick around. One thing I think that Matthew does have going for him with his hoop shots, even if he doesn't make it, he's got it at a pace where he's sticking around anyway, so he might land in the jaws or even at the side. There's still a pretty powerful position to be in.
So it's interesting. He used to be exclusively Solomon. That's the grip he played with his whole life. And I spoke to him a few years ago about, what compelled him to experiment or to start to incorporate Irish. And he said it was because of him playing association. He found that he was not able to run the hoops gently with enough control to get a lot of rushes. And at the level that he was playing at, he knew that he couldn't continue to do that. So he either needed to reinvent his Solomon to give him more control at those softer paces, or he needed to do something else. And he had played a little bit of Irish just for fun, on and off, and he actually realized that he had fairly good control with it, so he started to develop it originally just to run his hoops gently. So the swing, quite literally has been geared for that sort of soft, medium pace hoop running.
It's been tailor-made for this.
Yeah. And he found that he just could do most shots with it at a softer, medium pace fairly accurately. It's a very straight swing. If you've ever stood directly in front or behind him, it has very little deviation. Ooh, they hit a little hoop hole. So if you at home can see right behind the hoops, they just panned away, but on the back side of the hoops is a small ridge where the old hoop holes were. So when they changed the hoops the other day, they shifted them back about a little less than a foot, about a foot. But those old hoop holes have formed a slight amount of bumps there, slight ridge line, that it looked like Matthew's ball hit that and it just did a little hop. And it does cause the ball to deviate quite often. So another thing that players have to account for or deal with as they play across the lawn and pass by the hoops. Okay, so he's calling a ref. It may mean that he is at an angle and might attempt to run the hoop, or he's actually looking at doing a clearance, but there may be a chance of a bevel. What do you think?
I think he's probably just been polite, like Malcom would trust, Matthew to play a shot like this and call it on himself if it was a fault. But due to the nature of it being a semi-final, just calling out a referee. It's one of those things you just don't want to think about when you're playing a shot like this. If you've got the hoop slightly in the way, the ball's close, you just want someone else to adjudicate it so you can just get on with your shot and play it.
Okay, so he's actually playing just to lay in a block there, and I do believe the balls have remained in contact, which is actually not good for Matthew, because when in golf croquet, if the two balls are in contact, it takes away the double tap fault for Malcom.
Yeah, so this is a dream for an AC player and a nightmare for a GC only player, because these type of shots are shots you play all day as an AC player, and
That's a good shot.
Malcolm played it well enough into the jaws.
Yeah, I think it runs. It did hit off the right wire, but it kind of rolled over a little bit.
It's one of those shots that I'd say it's about as good as you'd want to get it, because you don't want black going too far. It was going on an angle, but you don't want black going too far up to the next hoop either. Here, this is kind of like, okay, I'm in the jaws, or close enough to it. I've still got red in front.
So it must run well enough. Matthew is aiming at it and not red. So if black could see yellow, Matthew would obviously be clearing red here, and then black would take care of yellow, because this will give red. And so Matthew did hit that just before we lost.
Did he clear both?
Did he? It did jump off at an angle.
No,
He did clear both. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm presuming it's red.
Wow.
Hit with blue at that pace.
Yeah, so I saw just before the feed cut that he had popped yellow out, but blue had jumped off at a pretty extreme angle and went straight into red. Now, it's very unlikely Matthew was attempting to do that. Because
But you'll take it when you get a shot
but you
like
take
that.
it when you get it. A little luck never hurt anybody. So, and luck is a pretty big factor in golf croquet, especially in 13-point games, just because, like we said earlier, one or two hoops, getting ahead, 5-3, 5-2 can make a huge difference.
Yeah, well, you were just saying that just being 3-1 up is enough for you to say, yeah, I feel like I'm in a commanding position here.
Right.
If you get unlucky in those first four hoops, that can change quite a lot. So it doesn't take much. So, given that both of them, both yellow and red, do have shots, but Matthew's not anywhere near, are there any points in time where you would just take a shot and consider it free, or you're always setting up? Because, Matthew is a good shot. He could just clear. Would you just go for the position here?
With yellow, I would be setting, just because if I've been in situations where I'm set, but neither of my balls has a great shot, and I take that pot shot with the first one, clang off, and all of a sudden he clears my second one.
Do you want to talk a little bit about why it's important to make hoop 5 from a closer distance, maybe, than compared with some of these other hoops like 4 and 2?
Yeah, so as you can see, the layout of a court in golf croquet, the corner hoops facing each other are much further apart than hoop 5 and hoop 6. So if you are taking shots like from where red is, especially on difficult hoops, it's going to be difficult to run it with control and stay down near hoop 6. Okay, so he's run the hoop there, but he caught a little wire, and he has only rolled through by 2 feet. So there's two things. Hoop 5 and hoop 6 are much closer to each other than the corner hoops, and the peg is there in the middle. So if you're taking wild shots at hoop 5 and you barely make it through, it's very easy for the opponent to get wired on you like it is now. And if you do run it cleanly and run it all the way down to the other boundary, unlike the corner hoops, you're now staring down the barrel of a 11 or 12-yard return clearance than a 7-yard return clearance.
So there's no point for the peg to be in golf croquet, but I think it does play an important role between 5 and 6. I don't think it would have been invented if golf croquet was the game that originally started before AC. The peg wouldn't have been there, but I think it's a nice little addition where it makes it. We've got something to wire in between from. Okay, so
Malcolm actually has played to a wired position, I believe. I think he got that
was
wire.
Deliberate or just?
I'm not sure. If he doesn't believe black can run, because black is at a fairly steep angle, it's pretty much the only place he could guarantee getting where Matthew couldn't hit him. So,
Is that a potential jaws threatening position? Say, okay, I don't know if I would play that, but it is there to play that. If black does jaws it, yellow can clear it.
if I'm Matthew and I get blue in a decent position, even if it's a little deep, it depends on where red goes, whether or not I'd even bother jawsing it. If red doesn't get any good position out of this where he could jump me, then I'll go in the jaws, I'll force yellow to hit me out, and I'll run the hoop with blue. But if red got a halfway decent set where you thought Malcom could do the jump, yellow's hitting blue every time. So.
This looks relatively straightforward, mostly because even though he had a hamper backswing, he had the hoop was perfectly in line with the ball. It's always a bit of a bummer if you make hoop 5 and it just goes off on the side slightly where you have the leg of the hoop in the way and you can't get up.
So you see Matthew was looking at jawsing there, but he has elected to hit red. And sort of like what I was saying, if he jawses with where red is, yellow is just going to clear blue and offer red that jump shot. And if there are any hoops that you do not want to be in the jaws of when someone jumps you, it is even numbered hoops.
Yes.
Because if you're on an odd numbered hoop, you're always facing the next hoop in order. On an even numbered hoop, you always have to turn to the right or to the left, meaning that your ball will have absolutely no way to get over to the hoop that's next in order. So it's very, very damaging to your position, especially if it's the ball immediately preceding you that jumps you. So Malcom just attempting to keep his wire on Matthew.
And he's returning that with
A little Cold War going on here.
a little bit of Cold War, yeah.
And this is another thing that, for those watching at home who maybe are trying to increase their skills in golf croquet, we see it a lot at the club level. Even if opponents are right around the hoop, players just try to get as close in front of the hoop as they can. Let me just tap blue, a foot in front of the hoop. And then yellow immediately just hits them far away. So keep in mind of what your opponents are capable of, and keep in mind what positions that you're going to allow them to play. So keeping wired there is the only way to assure that you remain relevant to the hoop. Oh
wow.
my God.
Wow, that was
What
a
a
great
shot.
So Malcom treated that as a free shot, I guess, because he feels like yellow is guarding the hoop. That was a great shot. But so Tom, when you've got a situation where someone puts a ball in front, right? Let's say yellow had gone maybe 2.5 yards in front. You're not just clearing yellow, right? You're clearing and sticking around.
Right, so I'm, depending on the distance between me and that ball, will determine, what pace I feel comfortable hitting it at. I hit at I hit more naturally at a harder pace, sometimes to my detriment. But if I have about a 2.5 yarder, I'm going to try to take a lot of the pace off and just focus on hitting it dead in the middle. I may only push that ball, 12, 13 yards away, 15 yards, but my goal is to stay within 5 or 6 yards of the front of the hoop with a good hit, because that's worth more than getting them all the way to the corner or something like that. Because if I'm out of position as well because I hit half ball, they're just going to come straight back.
I think you're the type of player that do you ever, I know that sometimes I might go a few more rotations on a hoop where I'll do that clearance, where I'm okay to go a little bit further. They come back, I clear them again, because I'm doing a little bit of target practice, like I'm just trying to get in the groove, see what they're going to do. Do you ever think about doing that?
I do sometimes. I've had situations where, and there's a ball next to me, and I have the option of, okay, I could take like a slightly longer hoop shot, or I could do a stop shot clearance on them. And I often find that I regret not taking the clearance, even though I would say I'm good at running hoops. There's no guarantee on any decent lawn with good, difficult hoops that you're going to make a 5-yarder. And with the other ball in position, it adds just that much more pressure. So I often like to turn, take that easy stop shot, try to increase my position, and also just establish that I can, hit a ball with control in the middle, and it gears my swing up for that hoop shot that's coming up.
That's a great clearance by Matthew on yellow. Blue right in front.
So this is a similar scoring position that I found myself in against your brother the other evening. He got 5-1 up on me in the third game. And a lot of players, see numbers like that and they think, oh, well, the game's over. There's no way I can make this back. And that's just simply not true. I've seen people have been down 6-0 and come back to win 7-6.
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah. So, for sure. And with a player such as Matthew, who's not only that's a great shot. Not only has he got great physical skills, he's also really tough mentally. So no matter the score line, he's always in for a shot.
Yeah, Matthew has probably had more World Finals appearances over the last 6 years or so than anyone else.
He's been on center stage a lot.
He was a silver medalist in 2 AC World Finals and a gold medalist in a GC World Finals. So very consistent performances from Matthew over the last few years. And one of the things that I think makes him so dangerous is he's one of those very athletic people who's grown up playing sports his whole life. He's used to competition. He's very comfortable. He thrives on it. And we've had several conversations about the fact that, in GC and AC, there are those moments like when you have to hit that 7-yard hoop shot or you have to hit that 14-yard hit in. It's like he lives for it. A lot of people, they sort of crumble under that pressure or it makes them stressed, and he is hoping to get in that position to show, what he's capable of. And I think that when you're on those big stages, that more than a lot of other things can sort of keep you cool and propel you to that next level.
Yeah, it's definitely the type of mindset you want to have, where you got to be able to live off those moments where you want to be in those moments rather than dreading them, and that's definitely something that for sure definitely aids Matthew with his final performances and getting into finals. My guess is that he had a block on, or most of blue was blocked by black.
Yeah, so unfortunate there. Leave this open hoop shot for Matthew, and we'll once again see Matthew take on this hoop. He's doing it Solomon. That's interesting. So my guess there is that because he's not had great success with his hoop shots with Irish, he might just be feeling like his Solomon swing might just be a little bit better at the moment. He does often talk about how one swing over the other, his 2 grips will be the better one in any given day because it's completely different mechanics for both. So, he may have just been trying to test out how he felt. And unfortunately, it did bounce off the left wire there pretty hard, and Malcom has been able to run the hoop, albeit not very long, for a 6-1 lead in Game 1. This is a best-of-5 series, so even if Malcom wins this game, it's by far not the end of the world. Even in a 2 out of 3, it's very... Matthew came back in the last 2 games of his best-of-3 match yesterday to win, so... When you're playing these longer matches, it's an endurance competition. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
For sure. And one of the reasons for those who aren't fully aware that we're going best of 5 to the pointy end of the tournament is that we want to eliminate those moments in games that might end up being... Some of it could be luck. You mentioned earlier on, golf croquet's definitely got an element of luck. You want to try and nullify that as much as possible. And also give people the opportunity to come back as well, because you might just get blasted in 2 games to nil, and then that would be all over in a best of 3. But in a best of 5, you've got the opportunity to come back.
Because it's interesting if you look at some of the matches from the Worlds, right? It's not when they went to best of 5s, I believe, starting in the quarters. It wasn't uncommon for someone, if it had been a best of 3, one player would have won, but then in the best of 5, the other player brings it back and wins the last 2 and wins the match. So these things, it does make a difference. Some people start a little bit quicker, going a little bit more hot than other players, and some finish a little bit stronger. And so it does change things, just like a 19-point game in isolation does. Me and Matthew played a 19-point game in Florida a little while back, and I was up 7-2 at one point, and in a 13-point game, I've won by a wide margin, and it ended up being 10-9. So it's a good sort of example of, all it takes is just one good run to even things out the longer that you play.
That's it. And during the Worlds, the first 2 rounds are best of 3. Hence, it's a bit of a bloodbath. And Reg Bamford, he terms it as Big Wednesday. It's the day you got to get through. Once you get to the best of 5, you've got that opportunity to claw your way back.
Matthew with another Solomon attempt, bouncing off the right wire that time. So it just looks like he's still searching for the comfortable swing to run these hoops. I'm surprised that he's no longer going with his Irish. He doesn't usually rely upon his Solomon for hoop shots, especially those sort of medium distance ones.
So Malcolm's just put his ball in here. This does a couple of things. One, it stops a ball position right in front from blocking the hoop. And also if Matthew jaws, in this case his jaws it pretty well, so this is a pretty tough shot to clear, even though yellow does probably have a little bit of blue south of hoop. Anyway, that was the reason that Malcom played the shot there. He's got another shot with red. I would definitely be taking a shot with red at blue. He must be pretty happy with that then, with the yellow.
Yeah, blue looks... So he must be wired on black. He may be wired on black. That's the only thing I can see of why I wouldn't take a shot with red. Because if black can hit yellow reliably, then you're going to likely... Well, Matthew's aiming at it. You may well end up in a position where you have no shot at blue.
No, got it.
So maybe Malcolm's thought process here is he knows that he'll get the first shot over to hoop 9. He has a very comfortable lead. He's putting red there so that blue doesn't have any weird option of not scoring, so that Matthew can try to get some promotion or some other advantage over at hoop 9. Other than that, if black wasn't wired from yellow, I don't know why you wouldn't attempt to leave blue there with red.
Yeah, it's easy in hindsight to think about it. Maybe Malcom felt that maybe Matthew might have played like a great shot where, there was very little of yellow. But I probably would have shot red at blue in that situation.
And it's important to, again, I get this question a lot when I teach less experienced players. When a ball's in the jaws, at what point can you no longer get it out from the side? Like, at what point is it too deep, to get it out? And typically what I tell them is if you are, let's say, perfectly on the side of the hoop, kind of where yellow was, if the center mass of the ball is still on the front side of the hoop, there's a chance. Because if you hit it perfectly perpendicular to the line of the hoop, it will bounce off the wire and the weight will be deflected back out. If the center mass of the ball is in the hoop or all the way through the hoop, it's always going to go through, or at least stay there.
So the way I think about it is, pretty much as Tom mentioned, you got to think about the center mass of the ball. One other thing is also how well the hoops are in and whether the ball is touching a leg. So if a ball is touching a leg, that's a big thing. You don't just have to hit the ball in order to get it out. You can hit the hoop hard enough and it can flick it out. Again, center of mass is important to be on if it's not all the way through. The other one is actually how not all tournaments have great hoops, as in they're not always firm in the ground. So there have been plenty of times where I've just whacked a hoop extremely hard and just hope for the best, and then you get a fluke shot and then it flips out.
Yeah, a lot of the hoop. If there was a slow motion camera, there'd be a lot of movement on that hoop.
Oh, yeah.
And it's whipping the ball out. So it looks like Malcom will be attempting the hoop shot here to finish game one. From about. And hits the right wire there, and again, hits it with a lot of pace. So red has bounced off quite firmly, and he's rolled back over towards hoop 8.
Nearly got blue onto, or yellow onto blue there.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, Matthew's basically saying, look, I'm not so worried about clearing yellow so far. I just want to keep control of hoop 9.
Yeah, and I don't actually know. It looks like he's aiming at blue. From this perspective on camera, it almost looks like blue may have a very angled shot. At the very least, I think it's jawsable, but it doesn't look like blue is right in front of the hoop. It's hard to tell.
In this situation, I probably would hit blue anyway, because I'm thinking, well, blue can just pop itself in front. I'm happy to play a shot where I get it down.
Yeah.
Now, do you think Matthew will take a shot at the hoop? Will he
I
consider
think
this a free go?
He might. He's looking. Yeah, he looks like he's gearing up as Solomon. I think in Matthew's mind, he might be thinking, I just need one good hoop shot to get my feel back in, get the confidence up. And this is a fairly free attempt with black where it is. And that was
they got a lot of spin on that.
That did have a lot of spin. So he hit that actually pretty in the middle to where it bounced back straight and rolled back into mostly the opening of the hoop. I don't know if it runs or if it's kind of stuck on one of the wires there. But
judging by Malcom just putting in, I'm going to guess that, because if it was easily runnable, I'm definitely going to take 2 shots of this with red or blue.
Especially with the angle that yellow
angle
has.
that yellow's on.
Yeah.
But judging the way that they're going back and forth looking at blue, my guess is that it's probably he could just run it or put it in jaws.
That's interesting.
I thought he was going to block yellow from blue, but he didn't.
So he might be looking to jaws blue. He seems to have blocked red. So red is not set, at least not well. I think that red would be makeable, but not easily makeable. It's just hard from this angle to tell exactly what they do have.
I think this is yellow in, blue in jaws, red clears, black, yellow tries to jump.
If blue can see yellow through the hoop, would you clear yellow here if red doesn't? If he's blocked red on the hoop, was that maybe the play? He knew that yellow was coming in and he was hoping he could clear.
It could have been, but I'm not sure from this angle. I can only speculate there. It's interesting because that doesn't look great with blue, but it could just be the angle.
Yeah. It still looks like it's on the right wire. Malcom obviously playing for the jump shot, and also his clearance, should Matthew hit this and score, has sent red down next to hoop 10.
Yeah, so that's a pretty powerful position to be in. If you can, this is earlier in the game, Matthew played a similar shot where he cleared at 2 and his ball went all the way down to hoop 3, which, gives you a lot of control, especially if you're not the person making the hoop. That was close.
Close clearance, so it looks like yellow will have a jump shot opportunity here to win game 1. It's about a 2-yarder. Not quite. And that's clean.
All right, so that looks like that's game 1, 7-2.
All
It
right,
went
so-
through so cleanly. I was like wondering, like, did he
right,
just completely miss?
there was no reaction. I was like, I think that's clean. Like, he didn't look disappointed. So we're
Okay.
switching over now to Malcolm and Greg's brother Robert versus Kyle, and Kyle is actually up in game one, 4-3.
Yeah, Kyle's in great form. I played against Kyle yesterday, and I don't know if this is necessarily true, but my understanding was that Kyle is. Would you say that he hits the ball a little bit softer than maybe yourself and me, but he definitely has a lot of power, and in our game, he was bringing that out. And I'd say that his stronger game was the bigger game when he was doing big clearances, longer hoop shots, and he was nailing quite a lot of them. Ooh.
All right, so Robert with a great clearance and an unlucky result. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but you don't want to send a ball that you have in good position all the way to the back boundary. So, but yes, Kyle has in the last couple of years really started to perfect his more powerful swing. I remember when he first started, he was playing mostly, I think AC. At least that's where I encountered him, and he always had sort of a big swing, but it was a very sort of gentle, very soft-paced swing, and he's really started to feel comfortable sort of opening up that power, and it is quite dangerous because, as you can see by his casting and his pre-shot routine, he's very methodical.
Very methodical player.
Not quick, not slow, I should say, but he's not like rushing through things. He takes his time. I've actually noticed that Robert, this tournament, especially on like that long clearance, it doesn't look like he's doing too much of a pre-shot. Like, he seems to be playing a little faster than I'm used to seeing Robert playing.
Yeah, so I'd say that definitely with golf croquet, Robert is a lot faster than in AC. He has a cadence as he swings.
And
Ooh.
another unlucky result.
So they're both
right back to
done
them.
that. Yes, I'd say that Robert's playing a little bit faster. I don't know. It's kind of like, I think for me, it's kind of a vibe thing, like how I'm feeling. I think that might be, you're a very quick player yourself, Tom. But I think that everybody has kind of a range where like how they feel, like how do I get like into that? When you lock in, you're like, okay, I want to keep this going. It could just simply be that where he's feeling like, okay, it feels great now. I just want to come in, play my shot, not think about it too much.
And it looks like blue there has not gotten a runnable position. It might be just jawsable, but it's off to the side. And again, this area in front or in back of the hoop, and I can't actually, it looks like the ridge may have played a factor there in blue coming up short. Robert did play a very sort of tight set. And he's now looking if he can get a good clearance on that red ball.
So one thing that Robert definitely, Tom mentioned that Robert's been playing at a slightly faster pace potentially than in other tournaments, but Robert is a very tactical player, so he likes to think about positions and turns ahead. And most of the time, if he's in between shots, if he's not playing a shot, he's just thinking about, what's his best play, which everyone does, but I think that he always wants to leave every time knowing that he's played the shot that he's like most happy with, which everyone does, but he takes a little bit longer on that. I maybe not as tactical as Robert. Maybe I should spend a little bit more time between shots.
Same. You have those moments where, and I had one yesterday where I was just like, I did a shot. I thought it was the right idea, and as soon as I touched the ball, I was like, oh, wait a minute. It's like, I should have thought that went through.
It's like when we mentioned earlier on, like sometimes you play a hard shot at a long hoop, and you're like, well, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but when it goes through, it feels really awesome.
And hindsight is always 2020, and I'm sure even Robert and even the best tactical players in the world walk away thinking I should have done something differently. It's very easy to say that when it failed, and obviously there's a line between aggressive and reckless, and aggressive is not wrong always, but you'd like to at least hope that most situations you walk away from, you whether you execute it or not, you thought it through the best you could.
There's definitely, I think there's a lot to be said for considering play. Like one thing I definitely think that I could learn from Robert is play that he adjusts for different opponents. So Robert's very, his game is very dynamic, and he considers a lot the lawn and his opponent. So, yeah, it's definitely something that you can overthink as well. It can be very easy to be like, well, I think so-and-so is going to play this shot, or they're going to play this way. And in reality, you cannot control what your opponent's going to be doing. Can really only control what you're doing. So it definitely is a bit of a dangerous game to play. I wouldn't recommend it for people starting out. But at the end of the day, if you do understand your opponent, I think it does help you in the long run.
Yeah, I definitely do like to tell my students that don't play your opponent too much. Like a lot of, I try to tell a student, like, okay, this is a smart thing to do. And they go, oh, well, I don't need to do that because the person I'm playing can't hit that shot. And I go, yes, but the goal is that one day you would be playing someone who can hit that shot and you want to know what to do. So there is a time and a place for playing to the opponent. But I often find, I think that's one of the reasons that when I play lesser skilled opponents, I actually do worse than when I play like someone who I know is as good as me or better than me and will challenge me, because in that first scenario I'm probably being a little bit too loose. I'm just trusting that they'll fail a few things and giving them too many chances. And when I'm playing if I'm playing Robert or if I'm playing anyone here, then I know I can't get away with anything, and I have to play the smartest, most concise game that I can play and can't just leave a whole lot on the lawn.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of options that don't turn up in games where you're playing great players, where they're not going to be taking lower percentage shots that you might play against weaker players. And that can be tricky when you play against someone who maybe is a little bit lower down on the rankings. They're not playing the bigger game, and you're banking on them, like, not making a shot, and you're being like a little bit. I definitely think that's one of Robert's strengths, is that he's able to adjust for that.
So big clearance here from Kyle.
Great shot.
Hits it really well. Almost gets in the hoop off of it.
Yeah, so that's what I was seeing. That's what I was seeing yesterday when Kyle was playing me. A lot of those hard clearances, he was just nailing them.
He has a very even tempo in his swing. He doesn't really rush often. A lot of players, myself included, sometimes try to overhit it. Sometimes maybe accelerate too much. And Kyle rarely has that issue. So Robert just laying in a potential block here, but overrolls it. And Kyle will have a free go at this hoop to go 5-3 up. It's hard to tell on the camera angle, but just judging by the steps he took, maybe a 5-yarder. Croquet should really have like a top-down camera, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
That you can refer to.
Absolutely. There's actually, there is a video out there of, I believe, the only... Nice shot. Yeah, so he was running those all day yesterday against me. Great shot. So he's definitely in form. So yeah, with the top-down view, there is a drone video of Robert doing a triple peel at a tournament from last year. And it's fascinating actually to see the ball play in a triple peel from that point of view.
I don't think I've seen that video.
You've seen it or you haven't?
I don't.
Okay, so I'll link it to you later. It's Murray Tinker. He's the guy who he's at Caloundra, which is the club that Robin and Malcolm play at in Sunshine Coast. And there was an AC tournament earlier on last year, and in the final, they pulled out the drone to do some footage on that. It's pretty cool.
So another big clearance from Kyle here. Blue has gotten itself in good position.
Yeah, we're going to finish this game.
Great shot.
So Kyle looking very grooved in at the moment. We saw him in a warm-up a little bit before you came into the booth. He was actually swinging one-handed.
Swinging
Practicing
one-handed.
a couple of clearances, and I made mention of the fact that that's something that I've done as well when you're really just trying to reestablish the feeling of the head of the mallet, leading the swing. So he's using his bottom hand, which is standard grip player if you're right-handed, the hand that typically wants to sort of twist and take over if you're right-hand dominant. And he was just doing a very relaxed one-handed swing at like a 3 or a 4 yard ball and hitting it. So, and then he would do that and then go back to two-handed and just trying to replicate that feel. And I think that's one of the reasons that his swing at the moment looks very grooved in. He's very in tune with the feel of the mallet.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning when you were down last year to playing the Fletcher Sharp Invitation and the Australian Open. Unfortunately, during the doubles, you were missing your mallet for at least, I think, half a day.
Until the last game of the day, yeah.
And so you had to play with a mallet that, wasn't your own. And obviously you were overjoyed when your mallet did turn up because it got lost in the luggage transfer at the airport. But you did mention that you felt like you were locked in from that point. You thought about, at least at the time, you mentioned to me that there was some value in playing with a mallet that, maybe not playing, but practicing with something that feels odd. So when you get the mallet that you love, that I don't know, it feels like you're locked in a different way.
That's an amazing shot if black can't run the hoop. Blue laid in a block on black, so Kyle's response is to do a soft center ball clearance from 7 yards on blue and push it into the black ball.
Yeah, he did something similar at this hoop, actually, where his only option was to, basically play a shot like this. And he nailed it. That's what I love about these lawns. So the fact that you can, Tom mentioned that there is some variance in the lawns at certain distances, but in general, if you're playing a shot, it's mostly going to be going where you're aiming it at. And that's really critical for, fun little plays like that, where you could play blue in, hit black, get it out of position.
So Robert must have been slightly hampered on the hoop. Even if he could get a clean swing on it, when that ball's right there, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong, especially with how narrow of a target a hoop is. So he elected instead to take the easier angle on yellow and cut it halfway up the lawn. Yeah, I did have to play. It was actually one of Robert's prototype mallets that he had brought along with him. It had a loose weight behind the head, and it was significantly lighter than my mallet, and more of the weight was sort of up in the handle. So at first it was like, I don't even know how I'm going to play this. And I ended up kind of getting the feel of it by the end of the day. And then when I switched back to my mallet is so head heavy and peripherally weighted, as we said, that I felt like I wasn't even doing anything swinging it. It was just on its own. And it felt like that for a day and a half, and I kind of wish it would still feel like that because I wasn't pulling any of my shots.
Well, we just got red just enough.
Yeah. So Kyle here is about to maybe be able to retake control of this hoop with a couple more good shots. He's just hitting very consistently right now. And Kyle, again, is one of those, he's played sports his whole life. He was a tennis player, and he is also the director of tennis at the club that he teaches croquet at. So very athletic, very competition-minded, steady hand in mind.
Yeah. It's hard to tell from here, but I'm guessing that's runnable, but
Yeah,
probably angled. I don't know.
he looks like he's going to hit black, so it must be runnable, and he must be worried about blue clearing red. Or was he going for the hoop? He might have had a double there with how little
Probably
he hit that
a
on the
double.
side. Yeah, so
So there's definitely some value. Like if let's say black wasn't runnable, some players will still clear black anyway. But one advantage of having a shot at the hoop is that if you do hit it, and if you're swinging grey, you probably are. You are going to stick around. But when you do clear black, you're going to be going. There's some chance that even if you clear it well, you're going away. So I sometimes now like to take pot shots from, especially if I've got a ball in front and the next ball to play has to clear me. Like blue did play a good shot, but it's not guaranteed always to hit red.
right. And I think some of it does depend on, like, blue in this case, where it's clearing from. If he's in the corner and he's going to clear me all the way down the court, or can clear me from a short distance with
That's a good
control,
point.
maybe
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. But
Yeah.
if I'm not super worried about blue staying relevant, I mean, obviously Robert did hit a very good shot to stay relevant there, but yeah, it feels a lot more open
Yeah.
to just take that shot at the hoop. And then the other times that you might be inclined to just take a longer shot at the hoop that on the percentages on paper may not be the smartest idea is when your other ball has gotten so out of position that you're worried that you won't be able to defend the hoop anymore with it. So we've just been handed a copy of the live chat here. So,
Just if you want to, whatever.
oh, look at that. Blake Fields, our current world champion, is in the chat right now watching.
On your phone. it might be better.
Blake is obviously the current reigning world champion in golf croquet that he won a few months ago back in Hartfield, Virginia. And at the ripe old age of 18, the youngest world champion ever. So shout
Hey,
out
Blake.
to Blake. Blake and Robert was actually Blake's opponent in that match, and they had a very riveting match to Game 5, which I unfortunately didn't get to watch live. I was
No,
watching
you
from
you unfortunately didn't get to see it. It was
I was
great
being-
match. Blake was on form, so I'd say that his style is a little bit closer to Malcolm, where it's like more aggressive, and yeah, anything that he was looking at, he was either clearing or running. It was a great performance.
I was actually watching as much as I could from the pew of a church. I was attending a friend's wedding, but then someone behind me was like, "Are you watching croquet?" And I was like,
Oh man, I
"It's
love
Blake. He's in the finals. Leave me alone." And then the ceremony started around the start of Game 5. And by the time we came out, Blake was world champion.
that. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that.
We also have Paul Newbecker here giving you a shout out, Greg. Says it's nice to see you back stateside. And little plug for BFGs there. I'll just let that one lie. I won't speak on BFGs. I'm not
That's
the
for
official
those-
spokesperson.
For those who know,
Yeah, for those who know. Paul Newbecker actually assisted a lot with the streaming and recording of the World Championships. So shout out to Paul for all of the volunteer hours and work he put in on that to make sure that players from around the world got that excellent. And Kyle has just taken a longer shot at the hoop and bounced off. So one of the first sort of poor results we've seen from one of Kyle's
yeah, up
shots.
until this point, he's been. Even then, it was a good shot. He got most of, I would say, the inside of the leg, but at that pace, it's cleared off.
And Robert himself just catching a little bit extra of that left wire and bouncing off to the side. So depending on the angle that yellow has, and actually it's pretty steep, he's standing over towards the corner. So this may only jaws. He's definitely
I
looking
found
at it.
with these, I did get. I'm just going by the angle here is hard to tell, but at certain paces, some of these are runnable if you get the top spin. All right, so he's opting just for the jaws. I'm assuming that it wasn't completely unrunnable, but I did find that, and one of the other nice things about flat lawns like this with very finely cut grass, it is possible to get a little bit of top spin on the ball with certain paces, which can help that you might not only hit the leg, but you might also get it to crawl through the jaws.
Yeah. Now I don't think that blue. I don't know. I don't think at blue's angle that it's a very reliable jump. Nor do I think it can really get yellow out that well. So what we're likely to see, depending on the position of red, is blue sets up and then black will attempt to clear yellow. I think red is not super far away just based on how hard Kyle hits the ball. So it's probably hovering somewhere, maybe just the other side of hoop 5.
I still think Robert might be going for it. I don't know. It's hard to tell again from this angle. There are times when I'm looking at like how close it is to the leg. If the ball is in a position where on this angle, okay, so he didn't want that.
Unfortunately, he has hit it through. He had a couple of those in his match against Blake as well.
Yeah, if you hit the ball through there and your opponent gets the first shot up to the next hoop, that's not great. So I tend to find if the ball is not too close to the leg, you've got a little bit of rebound time where you can like just hit it, even if it's pretty straight on. As long as it's square into the leg, it will rebound off.
And Kyle with a long set. Unfortunately, he has ran about 2 yards past the hoop at a bit of an angle, so it may be difficult for Robert to get a set with a wire. But definitely not the first ball you want. I don't believe that is wired.
John, did Malcom score? Matthew.
And if you haven't gotten the wire with that black ball, and Kyle's been hitting as well as he has, there may be some incentive here to try to clear yellow with blue.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Robert didn't want it there. There are times where you do play in a ball and you say, okay, you've got to nail this shot. But yeah, as Tom's alluded to earlier on, like Kyle's playing really well. It's pretty easy for him to clear this, considering that yellow's in a runnable position. He doesn't really need red to stick around, so he's really going to try and get that black ball as far as he can away from here.
And I think Robert overran that. I think he was attempting to play in a really tight ball just in case if red does hit black well, that yellow would not have a runnable hoop, or from yellow's distance have to really think about whether or not it was worth the attempt.
That's a great shot. Yeah, the other thing is if you do have your opponent in the position that yellow is right now, and blue had played a normal shot. Sorry, you can use my phone for the commentary if you want. Yeah, if blue had come in close to yellow, then the closer it is to yellow, yellow can easily clear it and maintain position. So sometimes it's worth, in that positional shot Rob was making, trying to get as close as possible to the hoop, block it, and then if yellow clears it, yellow doesn't have position anymore. Kind of like that.
Kyle here with maybe a 5-yard hoop attempt, and he runs it. All right. So Kyle with a 1-0 lead, 7-3 against Robert Fletcher in the semifinal.
Strong start.
Very strong. He'll definitely be happy with getting off to that. It's nice to get that first game up. Then you just feel like, okay, I'm playing well, settling in. I have a little bit of leeway, So we're back to Matthew and Malcom. And
looks like he was trying to block take that block position, but judging by his head shake, he didn't get it. I don't... Red can still clear black anyway. Okay, he's just trying to clear blue.
So Matthew's up in this game 2-1. Both of Malcolm's balls are fairly deep from the hoop, so Matthew in decent position. It does look like Malcolm might have a double. Not sure how far black is to the side of that hoop. And I can't tell which one he might be aiming at.
My guess this is a hoop shot.
Okay, so that probably was a pretty
Double.
narrow double. He's just clipped the side of black there, so he probably was aiming at the hoop. That is one of the dangers of, I find, of trying to sort of play those tight hoop blocks when the opponent's, behind the hoop is if you don't get the block, you very often might be giving up a double target. If you're just if you're close but not quite close enough.
It's amazing how that turns like I guess, aiming of some people like really like straight on. Like some people they'll be like, okay, I wouldn't shoot at that hoop, but as soon as they see the double target, suddenly their confidence levels like go through the roof. It's amazing.
Oh, I'm that way. Like if I'm on the south boundary and you give me a double at 6, I'm shooting it. Just like,
also in-offs as well. I think that's something that we're all aiming for that, and if you can get an in-off opportunity. Oh wow!
great hoop shot. All right. So
this was the thing that Matthew was fighting not to be in earlier on today. Tom mentioned that if you can be 3-1 up going into hoop 5, that's a great position. So now it's leveled out.
And blue just rolls a little too far out. He was going for tight position there. Blue jawses, I don't think it runs. Although with enough spin, he when he hits it at that soft pace with Irish, he gets a lot of top spin. So I've seen Matthew go through some hoops, not by a good distance, but that you didn't think could be gotten through.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's a lot of value to having a range of shots. If you're only one pace shot where you can only run hoops at soft pace with top spin, or if you can only do it with power, you miss a lot of opportunities to run hoops, whether it be from angles or long distances.
So he clears that ball there, hits it on the opposite side that he probably wanted. So a lot of people might be wondering, well, wait a minute, red was nowhere near the hoop. Why would you clear it with black? It's because that he doesn't want red to be in a position where it may have a hoop shot or a jump shot if blue attempts to jaws, and any clearance he did with blue would only push red to the back boundary. So if yellow was in a good position, red would have a much shorter clearance and all the way down the court. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to push it to the side. He did push it sort of to the back boundary.
I'd say that what Matthew was trying there was, rather than, like some people would just play, okay, let's put 2 balls in and see what happens. He was trying to short circuit that and just immediately go to the point where play an aggressive shot if he can get it.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight me for this.
Exactly. I think having the ability to do that, because routine is very important. Having a set play is great. Knowing tactics, what is common is also important. But you've got to be able to switch it around to be like, okay, I'm comfortable with playing an aggressive line of play here, and if it doesn't work out, that's okay. I've got the next 2. That looks good. Okay.
Yeah, stopped just in time. So Matthew's laying in. So again, red's clearance on black can only really go to the south boundary, which isn't as far away as you might like it, but now there is an opportunity, if he can hit it correctly, that he might get the wire on blue, using blue. It's obviously very difficult to get it to that precise of a position at this distance, but it is something that you might as well sort of play for if you're going to leave your opponent. Ooh, and he might have actually done it. If you're going to leave your opponent an 11 or 12 yarder, especially an opponent of Matthew's caliber, any advantage you can get there, any hindrance is worth it.
Judging by the thumbs up he gave, that
Yeah.
was not acknowledgement that the blue is wiring.
So this
Yellow?
will be a hoop attempt then if you
reckon
cannot
it's a
see
hoop shot.
yellow. Oh my goodness. What an effort. So he actually, for a brief moment, hung up in the hoop there, and it just bounced off just enough that the spin carried it back around the hoop. But what a great hoop shot. Almost win. And that's another example of, he really shines in those moments where it's like most people would be terrified of attempting that hoop and probably would miss the hoop entirely. And no hesitation, no second thoughts. This is my only option. I'm shooting the hoop, and he puts a great swing on it under pressure, knowing that if he misses, he's about to give up not only hoop 5 but potentially control of 6.
Yeah, it's a way of thinking about it. If you can think about the game as like an opportunity to be in those moments, that it's fun to play those. It changes your point of view. Like if you're positive about like, it's like, okay, I got an opportunity to play an awesome shot. That's a different point of view of like, oh, man, like I've been put into this position. Now I have to take this shot. It's like, no, like I want to take this shot. I want to take like the fun shot.
Yeah, and that's definitely part of the game that I've had to get better at. I didn't grow up in organized competitive sports or anything like that, so wasn't a mindset that I was terribly familiar with, and it definitely held me back for the first few years, especially of playing. And it's just something now that I'm getting around to realizing, like, oh, this is the whole point, being here and having to do these things, and sometimes you make them and sometimes you don't.
Well, even though you say that, I'd say that I wouldn't pick that from you. Definitely think that you're if you ever did have that point of view, you don't have it now. Like you just play a shot, do your best, and more often than not, like you're pulling it off.
Yeah.
It's a nice ball in with black.
Yeah. So
Might have even got a block.
he's looking. So he's crouching down. So he may be able to see part of blue, or he may just be able to slip between black and red. That's quite dangerous, though. It's a good way to end up hitting your partner if you're not careful. And again, this is that situation we spoke of earlier where this boundary line clearance is a lot longer than if you were at one of the corner hoops. So running 5 with a little more control might have been more advantageous to Malcom.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness! All
You
right.
felt the combination.
Well, I'd rather be lucky than good sometimes. I don't know if how much of blue he could see, or if that was what he was playing for, because that's all he had. But what an amazing shot!
And is that a wire as well? Because
Potentially, it's either a wire or a double, the way it normally works out. So Matthew narrowly misses. So it may have been a double target. Definitely wasn't wired because he missed that on the left. And red, I think, is a little bit right of the center line of the hoop, and so is the blue ball. that will stretch Malcolm's lead in game 2 to 4 points to 2. Matthew will have the first set at hoop 7. And actually, if blue is marked in on the line, red may not be all the way off the court. For some reason, it just looks to me like it rolled just shy of blue. I can't tell.
Yeah,
Actually,
I think you're
blue
right.
might be
It's not
over the
quite,
line.
depending on where blue is. If blue is just off the line, then that would mean it's in court. But I'm assuming that red's in, so that means that Matthew has the opportunity to clear red. Another option is if you do get a great ball in with black. It's hard to tell from this angle right now. You might just also just do a block on red, like a cuddle.
So that took a little hill over the hoop hole ridge. But I do believe that Matthew's position with black is not bad. Oh, red is in on the lawn.
Okay.
So he's looking to clear this all the way down towards. Oh, might be
He's trying to
promote
nick
himself.
off down to. Is he trying to get Nick off down to
I think so.
hoop 8 as well?
Yeah,
Yep.
he is. And he looks like he got the angle right now. How much distance he gets is debatable. Oh, he got a lot of distance. I just saw blue in the bottom corner of the screen. Slinking in behind us, we have our tournament director, Jeff Sue. Hello, Jeff.
Well, Tom, you may be needed for a game in a bit.
All right.
Ewan is desperate to play something.
So, if those of you who couldn't hear Jeff, I may be called away to action here in a little while to head down on the court and play some consolation matches. So, if that happens, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Greg and whoever else they're able to get up here.
If you do have to go out, it's been a pleasure, Tom.
Paul asks, do you think these conditions or the conditions on the new lawns at the Worlds make for better croquet? I think that's going to be a personal thing for a lot of players. The new lawns at the Worlds were incredibly difficult, very firm, so jump shots were a lot, as we said earlier, were a lot more easy to come by, or at least easy to execute. The hoops were incredibly difficult in that firm ground. Quadways in clay-based ground like that are just almost impossible at times if they're set right. The courts were not flat, so you'd get a lot of, you'd hit a center ball clearance and your ball would hop, and it was hard to get stop shots and things that would stay around the hoop. So these lawns definitely have the advantage of being a lot smoother, a lot truer. Hoops are definitely easier. Jump shots are definitely harder to come by. So I think it really is just a preference of style. But I would say more difficult the conditions, the better. And the new lawns in Virginia at the Worlds were far more difficult.
Yeah, so it is a personal preference, as Tom pointed out. For me, the biggest point is the hoops. Like, if you've got tough hoops, which is okay, it's kind of a threshold thing. Like, usually the flatter the lawns, the nicer they are. Usually, I tend to find the easier the hoops because they tend to be they're not clay-based lawns; they're sand-based lawns. But you do get these beautiful flat lawns where you can play great shots, whether it be touch and anything you aim at, you're probably going to hit. Yeah, I don't know. Like right now, I think that if you could have lawns like this, a little bit faster, a little bit more difficult, but there is a threshold at a certain point that it becomes too much, in my opinion, where you're penalizing too many good shots. And so that's why at the start I mentioned that I think the deciding factor for me is like how tough can you make the hoops. And if you could have like really tough hoops on these types of lawns, like the type of hoops that Tom mentioned earlier on at Virginia, then I think that's a match made in heaven. But I think it's almost impossible with these types of it's the conditions that the lawns are made with, like the materials. So it's kind of like a threshold of in between.
So Matthew with a great hoop shot there. It looks like he's tuned in that Solomon swing a little and ran that hoop with a good amount of confidence. So
that brings it to 4-all.
Yes, that brings it to 4-all, I believe. The scoreboard, I don't think, was updated after hoop 7. But The biggest thing that I would say is in favor of these lawns over the ones at the Worlds was the speed. As difficult as the hoops were over there, and the lawns themselves, they were very slow, especially the newer ones. So it really, you felt like you had to really overhit the ball to get a long clearance or to get across the court, over certain patches. And there were moments where the ball would almost seem to just die, prematurely. These lawns, obviously, running very smooth. They're not lightning fast, but they're quite a good pace. So that, I would say, is the biggest advantage these lawns have. It does make certain things easier, but it also makes certain things require more precision and difficulty. Like if you're doing a medium pace clearance and you don't hit it in the middle, your ball's going to roll a lot further than it would at those lawns in Virginia. So it demands a little more precision from you on those shots.
Also, probably another thing, just to add a little more flavor to the conversation about what's the ideal lawns. For me, another threshold is, apart from having like really tough hoops, is how much is my ball going to bounce once I do a clearance. All right, so it looks like Tom is off to play.
Thank you for having me on the chat, everybody. And
Pleasure, Tom.
I leave you in good hands.
Yeah, so Tom was talking about the advantages of, Malcolm's just gone for a long shot there. The advantages of having tough conditions means that it penalizes players who play low percentage shots that shouldn't really turn off, which means that, okay, let's say that, I'm joined by Jeff Sue, our tournament manager. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, Greg. Thought I'd just step in for a few minutes.
Yeah, so we were talking about what are the ideal lawns to play on, and I think we were sort of deciding in between, like, how can you manage to have really great true lawns like this and also tough hoops. I think this tournament has been a great testament to everybody organizing it. We've got tough hoops, really great true lawns. I really love it when I can play a shot, whether it be soft or hard, and it goes straight, compared to maybe, shall we say, tougher conditions that we have in Virginia. Do you have any thoughts on that, Jeff?
Yeah, and it's also a challenge because I think that there's a different view in GC versus AC as to what's desirable at top level. I think in GC it's more a notion that really true lawns are good just for the accuracy of the placement shots and the blocking shots and all that. Although, contrary-wise, I think there's an interesting case to be made for the ability to read lawns, and of which I must say your brother Robert is extraordinarily adept at reading lawns and placing blocks on lawns that seem impossible to have that kind of control on. But that said, I think there's a general preference for really true lawns in GC versus AC, where some more character, I think, is considered part of the challenge. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair point. The difference between AC and GC, and that's what Jeff's referring to there, is in AC there are fewer there's fewer turns. So if you leave it all on like one left shot, right, to hit that ball down like B-ball, grey ball, and you make that shot and you finish off your break, that's fine, all well and good, and I've played plenty of tournaments like that, and that's fine, where people aren't making that many mistakes. But if you add a little bit of variance in the lawns, really tough hoops, a little bit of interaction can, I think, really elevate the game at AC. Whereas in GC, it's kind of like, yeah, maybe we favor more truer lawns, but there is a line of thinking. Oh, that was a great attempt. There is a line of thinking that Jeff mentioned, that there are some people who predominantly prefer, even for GC, like really tough conditions you might call, like Virginia, where it's like that's their preference. They want to play on those types of lawns.
Well, certainly I think in Virginia everybody was happy with, well, actually that's not true, but many players were very happy with the difficulty of the hoops, that they were set really.
Oh yeah, the hoop,
really
like,
testing.
yeah, absolutely. And whilst we're talking about this, that was an amazing event. Truly one of a kind with the 24 lawns there. Jeff played massive role in that, like managing that event, having to coordinate not only players, but also we had scorers. For each game, we have referees everywhere. Somehow, I don't know how they managed to do it, but people were setting 24 or 23, I guess, courts, because one of them wasn't in use, before play each day. And yeah, to give people an idea of how tough that was, the ground was extremely tough, like extremely hard, to the point that, yeah, there was one lawn far out on the 16 where it took, I think, an hour in order to get a hoop set. So that was the conditions that were the organizers and hoop setters were facing each day. So it was truly a phenomenal effort.
Yeah, it certainly, both in terms of the difficulty of setting hoops and also just managing a large event, it's, from my perspective, a lot simpler here. For one thing, I don't actually need my binoculars as I did up in Virginia.
Yeah, so Jeff, I did often see him because one, I guess, benefit of having the lawns split was you could have the tent in between these 16 and 8 lawns as they were split out. But even then, Jeff had to pull out his binoculars and check to see if somebody was getting close to finishing the game. Unfortunately, I have to say that I was one of the late finishers of the event. It might have pushed some games along as we got to the pointy end of the blocks.
Might have happened. I don't hold it against you, however. You certainly benefited yourself by winning those last
I was
games.
definitely having a lot of fun, so that's my excuse.
Okay, so this is a very important stage of this second game. I actually wasn't even sure about that clearing shot that Matthew did, but
So
I'm afraid I'm not doing my job as a commentator very well, since I didn't actually see which ball actually scored hoop 10. Matthew played this clearing shot from a long way away. I'm just not sure if he didn't push yellow through the 10th hoop.
yeah, I was wondering that, and then yeah, we were discussing the world. So, ooh, that's a great shot.
Well, it's been now given as 5-all.
So we're going with that. We've got a 50 odds of that being right. So it looks like Matthew's getting his swing cadence in form earlier on. Yeah, I would say that he wouldn't be entirely happy with the first game, but it looks like everything is back in order again. He's got his swing back.
Well, and of course, that's one of the big differences between playing best of 3 and best of 5 is losing the first game doesn't really put as much pressure on you in this case. You have more time to find your swing and to develop longer sort of match tactics.
So this is a pretty commanding position to be in if Matthew can run this hoop, because black is not that far away from hoop 12. One of the benefits of this also is that he doesn't have to necessarily run. It doesn't necessarily have to run 11 with too much control, because he does have another ball down at hoop 12. One of those things can be you have an option to, like, you know, what do I do? Do I go 6-5 up and just get through hoop 11, or do I just slam it all the way down and ensure that I make the hoop? And then maybe I get lucky and I get a little bit of wick and I land a hoop 12.
Well, with Solomon grip coming up, I expect it's going to be more the former than the latter.
Got a lot of Solomon grip players here. You're a Solomon gripper yourself, Jeff?
That is true, as are you. Yeah, it's an interesting, I think in GC maybe you see a little more Solomon than in AC just because of the need for power.
Yeah, you will see players swap to it, maybe even those who don't do the 2 grips that Matthew does, where he does the Solomon and Irish. players will also swap to it if they're, let's say, an Irish or a standard when they do a jump shot. We tend often to see
yeah.
players do that.
Certainly for the longer jump shots. Danny Honeycutt has been has a particular style of Solomon grip jump shot with very straight arms that he's very effective at from up to 6 or 7 yards or even further. And I do see a lot of players who've taken on that style.
Yeah, I actually got some footage of Danny doing a great jump shot, hoop one, against Edmund Fordyce in the block play. And yeah, he looked pretty comfortable doing it. Okay, 2 rejections.
Yeah, both balls ending up in a somewhat worse position than they started, so a bit of a reset here. Blue does still have good position for clearing red, so if black gets a nice position here, then without blocking blue shot on red, which he's done, that's pretty strong. Oh, but yellow's closer than I realized. So from his having checked the firmness of the hoop, I take it Malcom is about to attempt the hoop here from about 11 yards.
Yeah, so as Jeff mentioned, Malcolm was testing the hoop there, which indicates he's going to have a crack at it. It's one of those things that definitely I'd say the Egyptian players are more common to like ask for the hoop to be tapped in. I don't do it as much. What's the rationale behind that, Jeff?
That's a very interesting question, and certainly it's true that a firm hoop is more predictable as to how it will respond to a ball that takes some wire. It doesn't make it any easier to run. Firming up the hoop can only make it more difficult to actually get through, but it can make a good shot more predictable as to what distance it goes through, and I assume that's the reason it's just sort of standard practice for the Egyptian players and for a lot of other players now who've learned to play more in that style.
Also because, as Jeff mentioned, the consistency, it's more of like you want to know that it's always reacting the same way that you expect, especially if you're expecting your ball to go on the other, to the south boundary or the north boundary. As the Egyptians tend to play, they tend to favor the stronger hoop stroke, so they really want to get it down as far as possible.
So hoping for jaws on that one, not happy that it's trickled through because that is going to leave a very awkward shot for blue and black also. It may be quite possible for Malcom to set up with both balls hidden from both black and blue. Of course, you're always happy to get that 6th point first, so.
Yeah, as Jeff mentioned, like it's sometimes worth taking that risk where you're like, okay, if I get the jaws, this is a really powerful position. However, if I do go through, you still want to be that player that made like hoop 11, right? Because you do get that first shot up to 13 if you do happen to lose hoop 12.
That's fantastic position at hoop 12.
My guess is which I don't think he does, Matthew, if he did see some of blue, he would try to knock it down, but at this point I think he's just going to have a shot at red with black.
I'm guessing he can see the hoop. He's at a little bit of an angle. So it may be a double. And another interesting question, I don't know how much Matthew might have considered it, but especially assuming that blue doesn't have any kind of shot on red, that means he can expect to be playing up to hoop 13 with black. And from the position he's in, it's not bad in that you're approaching on a line that's more likely to give you a straight shot as long as you don't run into the hoop, but it is a long way.
Yeah, that's one of the things you have to take into account. if you have a surety that you are likely not to make hoop, like there might be a certain, shall we say, percentage that you think you've got, is it better to set yourself up for the next hoop, given that he can get blue, partway out the court as he has here? That's not too bad. But as Jeff pointed out, black is very far away from hoop 13, and taking on a shot like that puts him in that position, right? So maybe was it better for him to forego it? I'd say that given that Matthew's quite adept at touch shots, that he'll still be able to make do with it, but still, you play enough games to go into hoop 13, you're trying to want to maximize that first shot up.
And the wind is a little different today than it has been. That looks like it's judged really well.
Yeah, that looks
but
really
the wind
good.
is coming a bit from, it looks like it tailed off at the end there, so some angle in that hoop.
I wonder if yellow can even see it through the hoop there. Judging by the way Malcolm's laying it up, he can.
So I assume that is his shooting pre-shot routine.
Yeah, so I'm pretty certain that he's going to be lining up to hit that one. Wow, great shot.
Even hitting it on the side you'd prefer.
Yeah, so as Jeff mentioned, that if you're clearing, at this point you're just grateful that you hit it on the right side, because yellow has a better shot at the hoop and black's a bit further away. However, if they were closer up, let's say, Jeff, that we had yellow within 2-3 yards, maybe 4, and it was a similar angle, which side do you think? What's the advantage of aiming at a particular side for a clean shot like that with both balls going to the boundary?
Yeah, well, sometimes usually it's a matter of controlling the hoop. So either leaving yourself in position for a potential shot at the hoop, or much more often, I think, particularly at corner hoops, leaving yourself in position to clear the opponent to protect your partner ball's position.
Yeah, so as Jeff mentioned, you're giving yourself more opportunities. You don't just have a clearance, you also have an opportunity at the hoop, and you minimize your opponent's ability to have a pot shot at the hoop as well. And they're clearing in from an angle. In this case, black clears anything that black's going to clear is going to be on the shorter boundary.
So if red gets good position, that'll be an interesting choice for black. I think that's certainly deep enough that you can think about just playing black in here. However, I would say he's going at the hoop.
It looks like a hoop shot. It's one of those things that I'd say that there are two schools of thought. One is that you take every opportunity you have, so you don't come away saying, I wish I'd taken that shot when I had it. And the other one is, do I just play hoop 13 like I would hoop 3, where I'm trying to play myself in, I clear. And yeah, there are definitely players out there who will tell you every single time that they will, no, I need to take every shot that I've got, I just don't want to regret that. And there are others that won't do that. For example, that's a pretty aggressive shot, so I don't think Matthew would have taken that if it was hoop 3. So it's two schools of thought. I kind of vary between the two depending on how I feel. What about you, Jeff? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, so certainly in terms of the regret not taking it, it is that yellow has the straighter shot, that the way Malcom is playing, running this is probably better than a 50-50 or around a 50-50 to make it. And so if you just try to put your ball in and hope for a block on yellow, it's pretty hard to get that block.
And it
doesn't look very happy with that. Maybe he didn't even think he was going to be hitting blue on that shot. What do you think?
I think he was going for it, and as you mentioned, maybe you just forego that and be like, okay, I'm going to take a shot at the hoop. Blue's not guaranteed to get it either, because it's not like a gimme. And the disadvantage of playing a shot like that is that you then lose control if you don't hit it, completely square on the ball, meaning that now he has a shot with red, albeit that, say, blue is runnable. It's not a great, like Matthew would have wanted at a better position or shot on blue, so it's not too bad. But that is the risk where you're like, okay, now I'm down where I've only got one shot on the hoop, whereas before he had potentially two.
Yeah, looks like he caught just
That's
outside
right.
center of the right wire there. So still ended up in a position where Matthew can't just put a ball in because it'll get cleared. So Matthew may be going a bit deep here with black.
Yeah, it's gone deep. All things considered, whilst blue does have a shot at the hoop, considering the pace that red was hit at, you'd be pretty happy with it sitting on that side rather than on the west side of hoop 13. Meaning that, as Jeff alluded to earlier on, you can easily clear anything that's straight in front of hoop 13. Now at this point, do you go deep, or do you go in front and discourage your opponent from running the hoop? I know there are some people who will always take the shot, and doesn't matter where you put the ball. And it's more about like, how can I get yellow in the best position for me? And there are other people that, if you put a ball in, they're always going to be clearing. And in this case, I think Matthew's going to be clearing.
And then there's also the aspect of just how is each player thinking at the moment when both players have just missed some attempts at that hoop. Matthew's attempt missed the hoop entirely. So maybe you've got him questioning his swing a little bit, and that's where putting yellow in a great position, which Malcom did, that gives him a tougher choice.
So there was a hoop attempt. I did wonder when he was lining up, that he was going for it, because most of his gentler shots at hoops have been with the Irish grip. So he is, Matthew is part of the Solomon Grip cohort, Jeff, but he also plays Irish as well.
Yeah, and Matthew started playing Solomon Grip because when he started playing when he was 4 or 5 years old, and that's pretty typical for a very young child playing the game. And at some point, not the great clearing shot there, off the right side of the ball, so that leaves Matthew quite a long shot just to keep, well, not as long as I thought. I thought it had gone a little further than that. So actually now I expect Matthew to be taking on the hoop yet again. But at some point he started doing Irish grip, and he would switch back and forth more often than he does now. And at that stage, when you asked him, so how would you decide whether to play Irish or Solomon? And apparently he wasn't even really aware of it. It just sort of happened naturally. Now I think he's more considered as to when he chooses to play Solomon or Irish.
Yeah, it's not something that, well, at least this point in time with the state of the game and technique as we know it, it's not something we would necessarily encourage people to start off with. But considering the fact that there are players, for example, not just Matthew, there's Brian Lozano, I think Ewan Burridge as well, Darren Guffey, quite a few people do have the split grip, and it seems to work out quite well with them. But I don't think I'd ever start off by telling someone to do that. So it looks like this is a hoop shot.
And similar result to his last one. So that's going to be now a pretty tough hill for Matthew to climb, assuming Malcom scores this, what looks like a pretty straight, maybe 4 foot at the most, hoop shot.
All right, that looks pretty clean. Malcom leads 2-0, 7-2, 7-6. So, Jeff, you've got a lot of experience teaching people, and are you not also, which club are you at?
So now my wife Eileen and I are most of the year at the Bald Head Island Club in North Carolina. That's where we do most of our coaching. And we also are starting to do a little bit at another nearby club, the clubs at St. James, the croquet club there.
What are your, so for example, I mentioned that, players when they start, they may not be a great idea to start off with 2 grips. What would be as a coach, like what are you looking for when you see someone beginning to play? At a certain point, someone is going to pick at least one grip. So without getting to discussion about two grips, what's the deciding factor for you as a coach when you try to help someone, reach their full potential as they're beginning to choose, grips, and what are you looking at to help people make that right choice?
Yeah, well, of course, it depends on what kind of player in terms of what is their age, and are they just a very casual player, or are they someone who really is going to put more time into the game and has bigger goals. Obviously, there's just finding something that is physically comfortable for some people. I would say for most people, Irish grip is simply not possible to play, for a long term with any kind of power. So generally speaking, I would not steer people toward an Irish grip. Now, obviously, some people can do it extremely well. It's a great grip for those who have the kind of wrist flexibility that it requires. But typically, I will start people off in standard grip and just see how they go with it. Is it comfortable, and does it seem awkward to them? But I think most players need some experimentation before they settle on a grip. I've tried all three grips myself. When I started, I was a standard grip player. I then had a brief phase of Solomon, and then a brief phase of Irish before I finally settled back on Solomon again. So I think you need to just find what works for you. And so beyond that, it's always good to encourage people to look at just really classic swings, textbook swings. And of course, your brother Robert is an excellent example for anyone to imitate, both just in terms of how he approaches the ball, how he manages himself throughout a match on court, just the economy of motion and the efficiency of his swing. His mechanics are nearly perfect. His swing is very straight. Reg Bamford is also a similarly really classic standard grip player. So you can learn a lot just by watching. I think just internalizing what you see, the tempo of it, and the mechanics of it. So I'm not too set as far as what grip I recommend. That's the short answer.
Yeah, that's a good point about people at least trying experimenting, because you've got to be able to, eventually settle on something. But some players, it's surprising. I don't coach or teach as much as you, but I have done some throughout my life, and it's very interesting watching how players react when you put the mallet in their hands with a different type of grip, and suddenly they feel a new, lease of life, as it were, because they hadn't tried it before. They weren't even aware. So I think, definitely at the beginning, trying out a lot, but ultimately going with what's comfortable is important. But I would always have a guiding star of great players such as Reg Bamford or Robert or other people who you nearby at your club or anywhere else that you can watch. YouTube's great, where you can see their swing mechanics and try and emulate some part of that, so long it's not outside of what feels uncomfortable. But if you can emulate, that pendulum swing, like that easy free form, it's very helpful to watch some great players. And these days it's really great because we have so much footage out there now on YouTube. It's very easy to see different forms of different players' form and style. So these days, we're kind of spoiled with how much opportunity we can have in order to learn the game. Also in America, unlike Australia, where I'm from, you also have the opportunity where you have players such as Jeff, who can be the croquet pro and give you expert advice. But if you don't have that, I definitely recommend Jeff's other suggestion, which is watch the great players and try and figure out what's working for them. And you can look that up on YouTube easily.
And so I was just noticing, watching Kyle swing as well as Roberts, but both of them are standard grip players. And one small detail, but really I think an important one mechanically, is they both use their elbows in addition to their shoulders and wrists in a way that is very natural and adds power very easily to the stroke. And Reg Bamford is another one who has a similar use of the elbows. Tom Balding is another one, again, Tom is actually more of an elbow-driven swing than a shoulder-driven swing, I would say. Judith Hanekom, when she won the Women's World Championship, that's well videotaped. She's another elbow-driven swing, really elegant swing to watch. So I think that's one of the kinds of details you can pick up just by watching.
Yeah, so we also have a question here from Addison Matthews from Australia. Hey, Addison. I don't know if you're still listening. This was a little while ago, but he has a question regarding the conditions of play. So he says, he's asking, continuing the subject of conditions, do you incorporate climate, weather, or temperature in the equation of lawn conditions? So I guess that's more of a management, point of view. Like, how do you handle, for example, preparing, the best conditions? Like, coming into this tournament here, what are you aiming for as, what makes you happy when you, wake up in the morning earlier than we do, as you have to get here earlier than us? What are you looking at to make sure that the conditions of play are at a high standard?
Well, of course, lawn speed is always one of the main considerations, partly because it's difficult to achieve consistently, but just because it is such a positive for the game to have good, fast lawns, and also adds to the challenge of it, particularly when there's wind, as there has been throughout the week here. The faster the lawns, the more any wind and the more any slopes in the lawn become noticeable. So that's part of why they're more challenging, but also just requiring the more control over touch and helping to really find the better players there. And all the players tend to prefer good, fast lawns. It's physically less straining to play. You don't have to really try to flail away to do hard clearing shots and so on. So that's probably right at the top of the list in terms of conditions, is can we make it good and fast without putting the health of the turf at risk. And a good firm surface also is something that I think most players prefer to play on. It's also will hold the hoop settings better over the course of a week and just be more consistent in play. So those are two of the things I'm always looking for: good fast courts and a good firm surface.
Yeah, and it's definitely a tough gig to be involved in, because people have different expectations. And actually, as we have this shot across the lawn with the flags in the background, we've got, I think, eight different nations playing in this tournament?
I believe that's right.
And of course, as Addison mentioned, there are, different factors at play, climate, weather, the environment that you play in, which will mean that people have different expectations on the lawns from where they're from, right? What they consider. And, harkening back to earlier on in our conversation, some people prefer, different forms of play for certain, like GC or AC. So it's definitely a tough gig, but I think that this tournament is, fantastic. I've got to say that I've had a fantastic time, as have my brothers, and it's gone super smooth, in no small part thanks to Jeff, who has been organising this event prior and during this. So very grateful for all the effort and work that you've done, and I've had a great time. So on behalf of myself and my brothers, my thanks to you.
Thanks much, Greg. Well, since we're between games here, and I think I'm probably due to check back in at the manager's desk, so I'll leave it to you and see if I can drum up another commentator for you.
All right. It's been a pleasure sharing the booth with you. Catch you later. So it looks like we're taking a short break.
We'll start Essick and Maloof in just a minute.
All right. Well,
And then they're back now.
okay, I'm going to be back in a few moments.
Okay, we'll have our commentators back in a few minutes. And we're going to start Essick and Greg Fletcher again right now. As Jeff said, Matthew's got a hill to climb. Both matches are in game 3 now, and both of her hoop 2. Hoop 1, I mean. What a shot.
Okay, I'm back. So, for those who aren't aware, I'm Greg Fletcher, so I'll be... no, Malcolm didn't score. Yeah, so I'll be by myself at the moment, but hopefully we'll have someone else come join me in the commentary box. So I'll do my best to give some flavor to these games. That's a nice shot there. So, Matthew's in a pretty commanding position here. Malcolm's going to be doing his best to get back in here. However, as mentioned earlier on, Tom and I were talking about, I guess it's the Maloof theory, Carl Maloof theory, that if your one love is hoop 2 the least important hoop for you. So in this situation, I'd say not all players would subscribe to that line of thinking, but definitely not so bad being up one love and then 1-all on this hoop, because you do get the first shot over there. With yellow coming in there, that was a little bit risky because, as it turns out, he does have a clear shot down to hoop 3. But yeah, if you're an aspiring golf croquet player coming up behind hoops, trying to block your opponent, it's often a risky move to make, because if it doesn't go well, you probably will end up in the jaws or on the leg, and that gives you a really bad return shot to Malcolm's missed clearance. Yeah, so definitely a tip for people who just beginning to play golf croquet or want to elevate their skills and their tactics. I'd say altogether I would avoid coming back through the hoop. It tends to be the favorite ploy of a lot of players because who are beginning, because they hope to see something like what just happened here. However, I'd say that that's pretty unlikely at this level, that you're going to be stopping your opponent by just placing a ball in the jaws. And the risk is too great because, for example, if yellow had been in the jaws, Matthew's a very adept jumper. He could have just jumped straight over it, and then Malcolm doesn't have a shot across to the next hoop.
Did black score?
Nice shot. So Matthew's cleared yellow. This is another benefit of having a powerful shot, because he wanted to clear yellow and get blue onto the east boundary. The reason for that is that if he had cleared yellow, let's say putting it to the boundary, and stayed in position, maybe somewhere near where red is, yellow can easily clear blue. So in those types of shots, it's good to have a power shot where you can be accurate and middle the ball and go all the way to the boundary, because it means that you're still in position, in a clearing position for the return shot. As it turns out, looks like Malcolm is just coming in. He's basically saying, look, I'm going to give you that shot, because that's the other thing. Some players may not like being this far away for their clearance shot. It's not something they feel comfortable with. So they're actually hoping for, blue not getting all the way to the boundary and they're just hoping their opponent won't clear them away. But at this level, you really can't count on that. As it turns out, Matthew was aiming at red to clear, but didn't get it this time. However, it's you can't count at this level that your opponent's going to miss those. You should be getting your opponent in positions that, they have to play harder shots. Just giving people gimmies by taking on long hoop shots isn't great. So you should be putting your opponent in positions where they have these shots that they're good at, but you can't rely on it all the time. So it's important to, at this level, play the big game. Nice shot. And that's also another important thing. I mentioned that you've got to be able to clear the ball hard, but it's also very important to have range, to be able to clear a shot such as Matthew did there and still stick around at the hoop. That's something that Matthew's obviously worked really hard on, to have a variety of paces that he can clear balls. And because, it can be quite easy to lean in one direction rather than the other. I'd say that the best players have that range. They have the ability to clear hard and have the ability to clear a ball softly like that and stay sticking around. So it looks like Matthew opted for just clearing red rather than yellow, and then give Malcom a longer shot. I guess his point of thinking on that was that yellow is going to have a short shot from the boundary anyway, so he'd rather clear the ball that's closest to the hoop there. As it turns out, that ploy, that tactic, has worked out for him, because Malcolm's missed his hoop shot at hoop 3, and that gives Matthew the opportunity to place a ball in the jaws, which he doesn't get. So what Matthew was trying to do there was maximize his next shot down to hoop 4. Red's in a position where if he had placed it in front, Malcolm's hitting pretty well. It's not unlikely that Malcom can clear that ball away, especially considering that Matthew would probably want to put blue quite close in front of hoop 3, so people can always get an in off. So going for the jaws is a little bit risky, but you get a big payoff because your next shot down to the hoop is protected by the hoop leg. Yeah, so at this point, Matthew's going to be looking for a wide spot. He's got a little bit of room here because he does have blue here as well, so he could use that as a blocking ball. A really risky shot would be to try and hit blue in front, but given that he doesn't need to do that with the distance that yellow is all the way down here, he's opting for a block. And if he doesn't get it, as mentioned, blue can do things such as clear red, but most likely would try to block red on black. And that's probably why Malcolm's going to take a shot at this. So Matthew's opting for the clearance over blocking. Nice shot. So Matthew's a accurate shot, This means that he's more than likely to hit the ball where he wants to, far enough away from the target. He could have blocked it, but another advantage is that blue is closer to hoop 4 in that shot. And that's something that a player at Matthew's caliber is always trying to think of ways that he can get both his balls down to the next hoop. He's like sees the angles where he can play a shot, where he's happy to take a risk where he puts his opponent a little bit further away. If they do clear, they're not guaranteed, in this case because yellow's on the boundary, on making the hoop, so it's worth taking that. I wouldn't call it necessary risk, it's just he's trying to set himself up for the next hoop. And the more hoop, if you have both balls down at the next hoop, you increase your odds significantly. Nice shot. Wow. Okay, so it looks like he's not on the jaws, but I'm guessing that is runnable from there. Either way, that's a really commanding position to be in. Looks like it has come off the right leg, and there might be part of a double there. What Malcolm's going to be looking at is he's got 2 balls that are far away, which is the best shot for him to take. Because let's say that black can't make the hoop and can only jaws, then it's really important that his next shot is close in front of the hoop, giving him the opportunity to do a jump. The other thing is, if it is runnable, then is it worth taking a shot with yellow? Because yellow is more straight on, and if he hits black, it might go through the hoop, which would be kind of disastrous because, okay, so it's behind the, which would be kind of disastrous because anytime you put your opponent through the hoop, they get the first shot down in the next one, so that's not something you want. Given that yellow is behind the hoop and that Matthew looked at it, makes me think that he can't run the hoop. So red's coming in, but blue nullifies its position by being on the side there. People might wonder why Matthew went there. There's a few reasons. One of them is that blue can't really hit. Even in this scenario, it's not such a bad idea to put, like if black wasn't there, it's not such a bad idea to put blue where it is, because it means that yellow can only hit and red can only hit blue to the east boundary. If it was more straight on, you do have the hoop in play, so yellow may not be able to hit blue, but more likely than not it could, meaning that Malcom could clear it a long way away. Well, I'm joined by Brian Lozano. Hey, Brian.
How's it going, Greg?
Yeah, good. So we've got Malcolm versus Matthew. Currently, Matthew is 2-1 up in this game.
Wow.
And black ended up, after making, he ran hoop 3 and landed on the jaws, on the left leg of hoop 4. And so this is the rotation afterwards where he's played black into that position. And now Matthew's going to be clearing red.
Well, after watching Matthew play Zach yesterday, we're full aware that Matthew can turn this around. He was playing kind of from behind yesterday a lot, and he recovered really well.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier on, Tom and myself, about how Matthew's really solid, not only with his skills, but he's also got a really solid mental
Yes,
approach to
he
the
does.
game. Like he's always in with an opportunity to come back, no matter where he is.
And your brother Mal knows this. He knows this, so he doesn't want a game 4.
No, you want to close this out as soon as possible. Due to it being a best of 5, there are, the match goes on for hours, which means that people can get into form. You can get unlucky, a little bit, like things can swing your way.
Yep.
So there is a balance between trying to close something out as soon as possible and getting yourself, I could say, out of kilter, where some people might try to force that too quickly,
Right.
and they give the opponent the opportunity, because people might have a set gameplay where they're like, I feel comfortable playing, clearance, get myself close,
Right.
and then make the hoop. Some people might force that too early. We're like, okay, I want to run this hoop. If I could just close this game out. So do you have are there points in a match where you're like, okay, I'm going to play a little bit more aggressively, or do you have more of a set game plan when you play?
I'm not in the habit of really changing my game plan that much, honestly. I don't think it's a good idea, but I do use 2 grips to play. I would say I'm about 90 to 95% standard, and then when I need to clear hard or be more aggressive and show the opponent that I can put them the distance, I'll go to my Solomon. But again, depending on the condition of the lawns, like here, for example, the lawns are fast enough where I don't need my Solomon.
Yep. Yeah, so that's probably not Malcolm's just cleared black from there. That's probably for those who are just beginning the game, or maybe aren't playing at this tournament level, that might have been a surprising option. But basically, Malcolm's trying to maximize the distance on black. Given that red also has the same line towards hoop 5, it's not such a bad shot to take if you nail it, because you're probably going to end up in the position where you're within the vicinity of red. Red is within the vicinity of hoop 5. Just enough.
Oh, just clipped them.
Just enough. But given that blue's right in front, Malcolm's likely to clear this. Again, a lot of players who begin in the game might consider just putting a blocking ball in, but you can't do that at this level, especially for someone who's as good at jumping as Matthew is. That's something that he could do in his sleep. He'll even consider jump shots from this distance. So at this point, at this level of the tournament play, you've got to be clearing from that position. So why did Matthew take that shot, Brian? Can you explain?
Well, the
that for
opponent's got
audience?
2 balls in front, right? Red can easily promote yellow into an even better position. Black is way out of position, so I think Matthew just said, this is my chance to run this hoop, and if I don't, he still has black. Well, see, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why. I actually thought that yellow was blocking the hoop here
Oh, wow.
from our angle,
Okay,
and not
so
only did he
that's-
get the hoop, but
That's mirroring hoop 3 to 4 in this on the left leg. Yeah. So as Brian mentioned, that Matthew did have a clear shot at the hoop, albeit it's a long way away, and basically he's saying, look, if he put in a ball, he could block it, but he's going to go give himself the best opportunity to make the hoop. He has a great shot. Why not take it? There can be points in time, depending on the opponent you play, it may just be worth just putting in that ball, right? But you've got to really assess, like, how well you think you're playing. Also the lawns, that's something we discussed earlier on, Tom and I, talking about
and
the
the
conditions
hoops,
of play.
you think, Greg, if we were playing at, well, actually, were you at Macy's? You were at Macy's,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if we were playing at Macy's, do you think that Matthew would have gone for the hoop there?
That's a good question. I'd say that I'd lean more into Matthew considering, just putting a ball in there because, the hoops were really diabolical. I'd say as the tournament went on, people became more accustomed to them. Like people became, they got the right pace. They felt, more comfortable with it. Yeah, so Matthew was going for the in-off there. Yeah, but as Brian pointed out, that the more difficult the conditions, in this case, what we mean by more difficult is the hoops being really tightly set, so there's very little clearance between the ball and the hoop, but also more critically that the hoop is in solid ground. And so you're very unlikely to play a shot where you hit it on the leg and it's going to bobble through.
Right.
So in that case, as Brian was saying, maybe it would have been, if this was transported to Virginia at Macy White's place at Chesapeake Bay, he probably would have considered
Put a
putting
ball in, or maybe even, try to center ball
Yeah.
a clear. So basically here on these lawns, players are going for hoops a lot more.
Yes.
At a distance, it's not that scary to go for these hoops at a distance because you're more likely to get them.
Yeah, and that's another, like at what pace do you go at them? Because if you do hit it relatively softly, you can generate, with the right type of ball contact, a certain amount of topspin, which can mean that if you don't hit it completely centrally, you can have a few things. One, you end up near the hoop, which isn't too bad.
Yeah.
But you can also end up in the jaws or on the leg.
Right.
So having that range, being able to play the ball at a pace that you're comfortable, with it being like, relatively soft, shall we say, versus like probably what Malcolm's going to do right now is like really clobber this hoop because he doesn't need the control. But you risk, if you don't get it, bouncing off, a long way.
Yeah.
So Malcolm did opt for a softer shot there, and the advantage is that he's on the east side of the hoop, meaning that if he was, if he'd gone west, Black could easily clear it. So, you can't account for that, but that's one of the benefits of, you might get a little bit lucky and it bounces off to the side as it has if you hit it a little bit softer. Do you play for topspin, or do you have different paces for hoops that, you hit at? Or is it more like, I don't think about the way the ball's like rotating as it goes through the hoop?
For me, I think having a really nice follow through is important in my swing. I think it's important for any swing, but I'm really adamant about it, and I think I generate good forward swing on account of that. So it has helped me a lot here. If I'm not aiming completely straight at the hoop, it'll still fight its way through, so it's very helpful to always have that. I can think of a shot where I wouldn't need it. Maybe if you had a really tight angle and you just kind of want to punch it through, because these hoops are very, I would say, bullyable. I think yesterday, in fact, if you saw your brother Robert run hoop 11, I believe, was it in the third game against David Maloof? Crazy angle.
Right.
And he managed to just blast through that.
Right.
So you can do that here. And Macy's, that was not possible.
Nice shot. So
Good shot.
that was a really critical shot to play because Malcolm had blocked Black on the hoop there, and the closer you get the block to the hoop, the more that you're looking for your opponent to, if they do a clear on you, they might put you in the jaws and put you through, and the more that they might be considering doing a jump shot. So the fact that he's cleared that and taken position is a fantastic shot. It also means that Black, given that yellow is south of the two balls that Matthew has there, can easily clear it to the south boundary if he needs. He's falling short there. So given that Matthew is using his Irish grip, he's taking advantage of the fact that the lawns are quite fast. He can play a central clearance like that, maintain position, and yellow has gone all the way to the south boundary. Something which on not all courts that you can do. Virginia was one of those where, you might have to hit that a little bit harder to get it down. People might say, if it maybe not as experienced, that it's okay if I just get yellow down to hoop 4 or in between hoop 5 and hoop 4. But at this level, you can't count on that. You really would need to maximize those distances.
That's right.
So, didn't get what he wanted. I mean, red's a little bit closer to hoop 7. So, we were talking earlier on about, like players such as Matthew who have Irish, Solomon. There's Ewan Burridge goes in between Solomon, standards for his touch shots. Darren Guffey's got 2 different groups going. I've seen Edmund tried out one time at a tournament. So
Really?
yeah.
What's his other group?
Well, he did an Irish grip for positional shots at the Maloof tournament in Mountain View Lake.
Edmund did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, just
I
for his
didn't notice
positional shots. But I think that might have been for just maintaining like the right type of groove for like those conditions, which were pretty.
Those loans were very fast.
Yeah.
At Kyle's.
But given that I've only seen him play with the standard, I think it was like, it's one of those things that I kind of wanted to ask you about. Like, I did ask Edmund a little bit about it, and he said, like, it's just experimenting, really, like, trying to understand his, swing, and it was working for him, and he felt as if he was concentrating, for those shots in a different way. Mm-hmm. So he was like, well, why not keep on going? Yeah. So what can you tell us about, the way you approach that? Like, how did you come to going from, having one grip to 2? Like, what's your
I have used every grip out there, Greg. When I started playing croquet, it was backyard croquet, playing in public parks, and we played for like 5 years before we even knew that anything like this existed. It took us 5 years to Google croquet. Yeah. We had it was so, our first kind of decent mallet. My friend Rick from Croquet Mexico, I don't know where he bought them, but he got 2 mallets from New Zealand.
Yep.
And they were wood and very heavy, very head heavy. And I used Irish then, and I tried to play like an Egyptian.
Yep.
Irish grip all the way down, trying to swing very hard. And every day that I would play more than 5, 6, 7 games, my arms were, they would hurt all night. So I started like that, and actually my very first professional croquet experience was in Mission Hills Country Club in California. And Rick and I were playing in the second flight, and we played doubles. This was 8 a.m, first match, and I'm going for a jump shot with an Irish. And it was cold and a little bit kind of slippery, and the mallet slipped off my hands, and it fell on the tip of the handle, and it snapped in half. So I snapped my mallet, my very first proper croquet game, and Stephen Morgan, who I met there. I met all these croquet characters there the first time. Met Blake. He was 9 years old, Blake, and already hitting hard. He let me borrow a Norwich mallet. So anyways, I started playing with that, and then I eventually moved on to a Solomon, where I started swinging hard because I wanted to hit like players like Ed Wilson, like Felix Webby, and I tried to, I even ordered a mallet from Trimmer, And I said I wanted it just like Ed's.
Yep.
And it was 42 inches tall. I swung it once I got it, and I said, this is not for me. I never used it again. Thankfully, I found a really tall guy that could use that mallet,
that was
so I can
fortunate.
sell it. But eventually, when I started working in croquet and started playing croquet full time, playing in country clubs and teaching country club croquet, which is a more refined, kind of more elegant, slow-paced game, I kind of found my groove with the standard. It just made me play a more, elegant game.
Yeah,
And with that, I started developing power with it. I started casting with it, and that's kind of how my game has now really developed into a just kind of relaxed, elegant with a standard. But when I want to use power, especially on chords that are slow and I need to put opponents max distance, I go back to my Solomon. But yeah, it's been years going back
So
and forth.
years-long journey to refine that grip. And yeah, a shout out to Ed Wilson in Australia. He's going to be playing. With his 42-inch handle mallet. He's a tall guy, and he wields it. He's wielded his mallet with a lot of power. So
I remember I even messaged him. I've never met Ed Wilson. Messaged him like on Facebook or something. I was asking him about his mallet because Dave Trimmer wouldn't make me one. He wouldn't make me the round one, and I said, I heard that Ed Wilson just got one. And he finally made me one, and I swung it once. And if Dave Trimmer is hearing me, I never told him, but I swung it once, and I said, this is not for me.
Yeah. So, yeah. Look, I think what's important about all of that, that journey that you're on, that what people can take from that is you've got to really try things. You've got to understand your swing, and you gave yourself that opportunity by trying everything. By then, when you got into a groove where you mentioned that you were, a country club where you have fast lawns, you play a little bit more elegant, fine finesse game.
Yeah.
You found a groove, you found something that felt good, and then you build upon that where you're like, okay, I've still got my Solomon grip.
I'm not going to call out any of my members, but when I first started, working in country clubs, I did get some feedback. Let's just call it feedback from members when I started working there, and I was just hitting hard. Everything. My game was just hard hitting, even if I didn't need to. Now I understand, the value of hitting in the middle, sticking around, and stuff like that. But I got that kind of feedback from members where it's like, hey, well, you don't have to hit us that hard. So I did it at first just to, be nicer to my members and helping them develop their game a little bit more instead of me just blasting them all over the place. There's a time for that. But I've done that now so often, and every day that's my game.
Yeah, I think that's a really important trait to have, to be able to listen to people and take advice about something, to then use it as an opportunity to learn, right? Because you were in an environment where, it did favor you to not hit the ball as hard, and rather than, I don't know, like maybe some people might have been frustrated by that, but you use that as an opportunity to, expand your game, and you got a lot out of it, which is
it's helped me, develop the part of my game where it's, you don't have to clear the ball to the next court. You just have to clear it to the line, right? So if you can get in the habit of just clearing your opponent to where it needs to go, then that's all the power you need.
So here, Matthew's played a brilliant shot where he's blocked yellow on the hoop and wired it from red. But black can still see yellow, meaning that he can clear yellow. There is obviously some chance that he can hit blue as well, which is not what he's aiming for. But what would you do here, Brian? Because it's not as though yellow can make the hoop. It can't really clear blue very far. What's your play?
You have to go for yellow here. Very
Great
good
shot. Beautiful
Very
shot.
good shot. Yeah, I think you had to, right? Because if you just set up here, I mean, blue or yellow is all over blue, and red's right there. So that was a great shot.
Also, it looks like as if he's got a block with red through blue, which is great.
Even better for Matthew. But
And then, given that we're assuming that he is blocked on blue, what are you thinking here when you're Malcolm? Like, what's your line of
If red
play?
is blocking blue,
Yeah.
this is tough, man. I mean, you have got to think that blue is scoring for sure, 100%. So hit red into blue.
Yep. Okay.
You know, hope for the best.
Yeah, all sorts of amazingly wonderful things can happen if you hit the ball hard enough at this pace.
Oh, wow, he was
okay,
open.
it's clear.
This is an important hoop here for both.
So Matthew's going to take advantage of his soft clearance skills here. He's going to try and clear red far enough away that it can't run the hoop, but keep blue around in the vicinity of the hoop, because if you can do that, black's in a commanding position as well. You can't run the hoop with black, but he can. Both of them are north of the hoop. And Malcolm's south with, yeah, he's done it, nailed
That's
it.
where the your country club croquet comes handy. You know, just hitting nice mid pace in the middle. That's all you need.
At this point, due to the east position of black and blue, it doesn't matter too much where red goes so long as it's on the northeast side, because neither ball can clear it to the far side, neither blue nor black can clear red that far. Malcolm's trying to give himself the opportunity to have a pot shot at the hoop if Matthew does go in front. And if not, he can clear. And Matthew's seen that, so Matthew's like, all right, I'll just take a shot.
This looks like hoop. Oh.
Nope.
No, that's not good. No good.
What a moment of suspense. So Malcolm's coming in here. Look, he's going to try and get in right in front because red also is in position here. So he's basically saying, look,
No.
I want Matthew to clear yellow and then give me a clear shot with red. But if Matthew clears red, I don't know where black is, but I'm assuming it went south. Matthew's like, no, I don't like you. Doesn't like the fact that Malcolm had a potential hoop shot. He's also got the right east side of red, meaning that blue's still got a shot on the hoop and red's a little bit further away. At this point, I'm going to assume that yellow can run, but what are you thinking here? You're just putting a ball in, or you're going to nudge yellow up?
I think I'd put a ball in blocking blue. Play it tight. That looks good.
Yeah. So at this point, as Brian mentioned, the ball that you need to worry about the most is blue, because it's got the clearest shot. It's got a clear shot on the hoop. It doesn't really matter if Malcolm gets cleared away with yellow, so long as he gets that block with red, and Matthew's returned with another great clearance. And Malcolm's going to try and get yellow back into near where it was, but this time trying to get that block on red. It's gone too far. Nice shot. So I've seen you. You're really good at jump shots. I've seen in person and on some footage, seen you do them. What makes, because I've seen you do them from the boundary as well. So what's the deciding play for you, given that blue's on the boundary, he hasn't necessarily got control of the hoop. What's the point that you pull the trigger and say, okay, I'm going to do this boundary jump shot?
So you're asking when would I decide if it's a good idea to jump or just play the clear?
Yeah. So do you have it's more like feel, it's like how I'm feeling at the time, or do you have certain conditions that make you go, okay, I need to take this shot?
I think it's a combination. I mean, the jump, especially from the boundary, I mean, it's got to be last resort. I do enjoy taking them. I think I'm quite good at them, so I feel comfortable taking them, but I don't want to take them all the time.
Yep.
You know, it's a last resort. The hoops here, for me, have been difficult to jump.
Same.
For some reason, I don't know. I haven't figured it out what it is about these hoops and on these lawns that just make it that much more difficult to jump. But I do like jumping. It's
Yeah,
important.
yeah,
It's important.
it's an important part of the
I
game.
don't think you can win in a tournament without having to hit jumps. You know, whether it's to jump through a hoop or to jump and clear a ball.
That's true.
Or to
Yeah,
jump,
jump
through a
clearances.
hoop. Even maybe you're at a slight angle that you want to get the hoop with a little jump. You know, maybe it's not exactly a jump shot from the boundary, but it's going for hoop with, you know, hitting a little bit above the equator of the ball.
Okay.
So you can get a little bit more of that forward traction to get through a hoop at an angle. Oof,
So we've got
two
a,
misses
got a
here.
question here from Richard Allen. His question is country club croquet compared to what? So I presume he's referring to the statement you made earlier on about playing a country club means that you have a certain type of condition, one that favors finessing.
Right. So when I was talking about country club croquet, so I work, I'm a croquet pro at a country club. So I develop the croquet program for the members at clubs, right? And although some of the members like being competitive and playing tournaments, it's mostly social. So what I mean about country club croquet is, well, you're not really I mean, for me, you know, for me, at my level, I'm not going to be blasting members away. It doesn't help them. And, you know, you behave. You behave at a country club on and off the lawn. So I think the style of croquet played in country clubs is a style. I mean, I guess it's not common anywhere else in the world other than here. I believe in the States. But that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, I'm going to swap out in a moment with Guy. I will end with saying that, compared to what Richard Allen's asking, compared to what? So maybe in contrast to the country club lawns and environment, I started when I first played in a very small town of 200 people in the middle of nowhere called Lismore in Victoria, Australia. And for sure I can tell you it was definitely a long way away from a country club. However, the lawns were, it was basically an old converted bowling lawn, lawn bowls for those who are not familiar. And yeah, on those lawns you had to hit the ball harder to keep it straight. It was a fairly flat lawn. The one thing definitely that benefited those conditions were that whilst there was a little bit of variation with the grass, because the other thing is the type of grass you have in these lawns, this is a type of cooch. I'm not quite certain the name, but it's a very small leaf cooch, which means that you can get it down to very fine, low cut, which keeps a benefit of these weather conditions and climate, means that you can maintain the lawn because it's hardy, because of the environment, but you still get like that soft, that flat surface. Whereas where we grew up on, we had more of a harder, more bunchy, you might say, cooch, which is the grass.
Are you talking about the Victorian Croquet Center?
It's very similar to that.
Would you say that, I've never been there, but would you say that those are similar to what you experienced at Macy's?
Yeah, so if you played at Macy's, you're much better prepared to play in Melbourne at Canley. So what Brian's referring to is the centre in Melbourne at Canley, where we have 12 lawns.
They look fast and bumpy.
They are, at the moment, fast and bumpy. Yeah. They go in between, they have character, shall we say, between the seasons. And at the moment, they're much closer to, I'd say, Macy's 16 lawns. Which, by the way, shout out to Macy White and the crew at Chesapeake Bay. I did learn as I got there that they had put those lawns in just under or just over 12 months. And I think it's a fantastic achievement in order to get that many lawns ready. Not only do they have those 16 lawns, but they have another 8. So the fact that they're able to maintain the 8 and add in 16 new lawns and have it at the standard of a world championship is, true testament to, creating an environment that everyone could come play and enjoy. Anyway, so with that, I will leave you with Brian and Guy.
Sounds good. Thanks, Greg.
Guy, go ahead and introduce yourself again.
Welcome, Guy Scurfield, Dulwich Croquet Club.
Thank you very much, Brian. Delighted to be here. It's been a heck of a week. I have enjoyed myself tremendously. And I'm going to totally selfishly start with a big shout out to all the support I've had from home during this week. It's been fantastic to have a lot of support. And I know there's a lot of you guys and girls watching today. So enjoy these great matches that are going on.
Is this your first time playing in the States?
Yeah, first time in the States. Can't believe it. It seems ridiculous that it's
I
taken me
know.
this long to get here.
Really?
Right?
That's crazy.
It's madness. What a place to come and do it.
Good.
So where are we at here? We've got Matthew's gone 5-2 up in game 3. And Malcom looks like he's heading for the hoop. Not quite. I think the other game looks pretty interesting too. Obviously we can't see that one at the moment, but Kyle going 5-1 up. So that game in matches ebbing and flowing big time. Such lovely clearances. I think the thing I've learned this week is a little bit, as Brian was just talking about, I need to have a little bit more control in my game. It's definitely lacking. I don't do subtlety very well.
Yeah, those mid-paced center ball clearances are so valuable, especially when you have, he's got to.
He wouldn't risk getting rid of black with blue being a bit further away. I mean, because
you got to count on Matthew to hit that hoop with,
now you've got to jump
Yep.
with red.
Well, I think he
Or
might
you
be able
think
to
you can
clip it.
Still
and-
clip it?
Yeah.
Again, I see. This is my problem. I don't have that. I'm way too scared. You were talking about when do you jump, when do you not. I'm looking at this going, I'm
You gotta
peeling
jump.
that all day
Oh,
long.
okay.
So I'd rather jump it and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, now that his yellow's so out of play, you might just have to go for the jump. You know, you got to think, am I going to have another chance at this hoop?
Yeah, quite.
The ball's not quite in the jaws, so it's not that dangerous
Looks
that you
like
peel
he's
him
going
through.
for it. He's going
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, good. That was not well executed.
So is this the start of the comeback?
Well,
That's,
it's got to be. He needs it.
He does, but yeah, looking at the scores, 7-2, 7-6, now 6-2. It's momentum is moving.
Yep.
No, it's, Matthew got.
That's how he did? Okay.
So Brian, obviously you're around here all the time and stuff. How's this week been for you? I mean, I'm a novice. I'm a newbie here.
No, it's been very good. It's been very exciting to have all of you guys here and having the Fletchers here and Edmund and Ewan. It's been really cool. It's been a long time coming to have an event.
It seems
this
bizarre
level here.
that there hasn't been a U.S. Open.
Right.
It just seems
Yeah.
mad that there hasn't been one so far. So
There's
it's
been
great.
an
I know you
AC
haven't yet.
US Open
Is that?
for many
Okay.
many years.
Oh, okay.
But there's never been a GC one, and it's been
And
an
what's the
idea for
difference
many
then?
years.
I hear of nationals. What's the difference? nationals? I mean, that must be a national tournament, right? I don't know.
Yeah, so there is the Golf Croquet USCA National Championship, and I guess technically the difference is that the Open is that for anybody from out of the country to come and participate.
Oh,
even
you
though,
only do
even though,
nationals is
even
only US?
not exactly actually. Edmund participated in the last U.S. Nationals.
Okay.
Josh Freeth from
Yeah,
New
yeah,
Zealand
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah. Okay, so they're taking players from outside. So
Yes.
I'm just kind of wondering what the difference
Yes.
is. But,
So also in the Nationals, currently in the USCA, there is a qualification system, you could say, where competing in the regionals around the country, you can, place in those and win and get your ticket to play the U.S. Nationals as well.
Gotcha. Okay,
And
that's good. That's
and
good.
the U.S. Open is just basically just strictly based on D grade. So you enter that, and if your D grade is high enough to be in the entry pool of 32, which for this time,
Yeah.
then you participate.
oh, I like
in
the
it.
qualification idea. That's really nice. You can presumably get some interesting results.
Right.
And some different people coming through.
Yeah. Okay, it's another fortuitous
Yes.
bounce there right in front of the hoop.
Now, where is Blue? Is he right in it, or is he? What's he going for? He's just going to clear it. I think so.
That
yeah.
looks like it's on the ground, so it looks like a clear. He's gonna clip it. Okay, just switch it up.
So I don't know if anyone's talked about what's going on in the background behind the guys, but the NCC relies an awful lot for money from weddings and the related, events. So
Corporate
tonight-
events and stuff like
and
that.
corporate events, and so,
Okay, now we switch it up again.
Yep, switch it around again.
Yeah, there's a wedding tonight.
There's a wedding. What do you call it? It's not the wedding itself. It's the day before wedding. I can't remember.
A
what they call it.
reception?
It's the rehearsal.
The
It's
rehearsal.
the wedding
The
rehearsal
rehearsal
today,
dinner.
and there's a whole
Yeah,
big thing going on.
and they've already
It's
told
big.
us that we gotta be
We
gone.
got to be gone
Yeah,
by
but-
6:30. Get out of here. We don't want to see you, which is fair enough. It looks like it's going to be a big party, though.
Yeah.
I've heard a couple of the pros might be hanging around to assist with croquet.
Okay.
So we will see how that goes tomorrow morning. Anyway, back and forth here. Mal back in control. I would say it's all open. He really needs, How do you feel at this point when you're 6-2 down? You're kind of going, are you just giving up and moving to the next game? Are you kind of relaxing and thinking more about the next one?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. You're not giving up. I've definitely come back from pretty big deficits. I'm sure you have too. It's common.
I've definitely been the other way around.
No, me too. It's a thing, in croquet. It's really never over.
You've got to fight down. You're right. You've got to sit down and get on with it. And never give up.
Yeah.
Because you never know. And sorry, folks, if people are putting questions up on the YouTube feed or whatever, neither Brian or I have access to that at this moment, so we're not seeing any questions at
Let's
the
see.
moment.
I'll get my phone out. Let's see if we can.
Brian's going to see if he can see what's going on.
Let's see.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
Tough miss.
That should be game over.
I think you'll have one more shot. Oh, he's going for the hoop.
I think,
Yeah, this is hoop. Possibly blue is already nicely blocked.
Oh, could be, yeah,
Yellow
you're
at the
right.
hoop, so he's just going to go ahead and take
So
the
we're
shot.
only seeing the same pictures that you are, folks. So we haven't got any form of overhead. So we're only seeing the side-on views that you guys are seeing.
Ooh, that looked pretty clean.
Nice.
There you
All
go.
right, game on.
Preston Stewart in the background was very happy about it. Both hands in the air.
Yeah, I would think that's
Very
big.
cool.
Having been beaten by Matthew yesterday 7-0, 7-1, it's good to see.
Yeah.
Good to see. There's a game on. This gets fun. We're heading to lunch soon. All right, we're over to the other game.
They've been
where
back and forth at hoop 8. for a while.
They were at hoop 5 for quite a long time, and now they've been at hoop 8 for a while. Kyle looking to take control. Trent really would like to get this third game back, get the momentum back to him.
Ryan, you see Ben's question?
No. Let me see.
Nicely done by Kyle. I mean, Kyle came through yesterday, a really tough match against another Fletcher. It looks like he's got a tough side of the draw there. So he came through against Greg yesterday. He won 7-5, 2-7, 7-6. And I spoke to him this morning. He said, yeah, that took an awful lot out of me. It was a tough, tough game. Do we have a question, Ryan?
So shout out to, was it 2019 world champion, Ben Rothman?
Yes.
Shout out to Ben Rothman. I'm the new pro at the Anglers Club in Key Largo, Florida, for the winter, it's a very special bubble down there. I've never been there before. It's basically a yacht club. You know, it's what
Nice.
it's a yacht club / supper club. I've only been there for a couple of weeks, and I'm learning that
Look
one
at
of the
that.
best
That's a lovely
things.
control.
That's
Lovely
a great
control
clearance in the middle.
way. Just so nice.
So it's basically one of the best things they do at that club is their kitchen is what I'm kind of learning. That's what they do best. But the centerpiece of the Key Largo Anglers Club are two very nice croquet lawns.
Yeah.
That's in the middle of everything. So you got the two croquet lawns, and on one side you have the clubhouse with the nice indoor-outdoor vibe, bar and restaurant, and on the other side you have the ocean and a marina with boats.
Sounds
So
beautiful.
it's pretty
Whereabouts is
cool.
this? I don't know
So
where we are. Are we
it's-
this side of Florida or the
No, it's on
east
this
or
side of
west?
Florida. It's on this side of Florida. It's about an hour and a half south of Miami.
Okay.
So from here, it's about 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
So
There seem to be
it's
so
quite
many
it's quite
clubs.
remote. There's not many things around there, but it's definitely a nice bubble to be stuck in.
Sounds lovely. So where do you think Kyle's thinking going here? It's really hard for him to hide. That's what I've got. Yellow, then blue's next, but blue's just behind the hoop. Looks like it's just behind, slightly angled. And the wind is beginning to get up. It's been today has probably been the best conditions we've had so far this week. It's beautiful, but the wind is getting, I can see those flags going. It's definitely getting up, so that's going to make things harder. And these lawns, I think, are just getting faster and faster all week.
Good shot.
There we go, take it out. No, Ben, I have not played barefoot this week. I like to. To be honest, at the beginning it was just too cold. So for those that don't know, I like to play my croquet barefoot. This is a fun game. It should be fun. Everyone should be enjoying themselves. And for me, that's being in touch with the grass. But I haven't got around to asking people here whether I can or can't, because honestly, in the morning it's been too damn cold.
That's funny. Not even like in the evenings when we're just playing for fun. You've not been playing barefoot.
I've been away. I've been off doing other things in the evenings.
okay.
So maybe tonight I will. We'll see. Maybe this afternoon.
Were you
My
barefoot at the beach
competitive-
yesterday?
Sorry?
Were you barefoot at the beach yesterday, or was it the
I
day
was
before?
barefoot at the beach
Okay, good.
yesterday. That
Okay.
was really nice. I went to clear my head. Oh, here we go. This is fun. So this is when you decide your only choice is a jump shot.
Yep.
Oh, it was a nice double,
With a hop, but no.
but not the angle. He's still got a shout at it with yellow, right? I mean, he can just, I would think he can just see the
I
edge
think
of
he
it,
can
but it's
clip it, yeah.
risky, which is why he chose to go for the jump.
Well.
Peter Hayden, I'm not entirely sure what your question means. Brian, do you know what that means?
No, I'm confused as well.
Perhaps
Maybe
you
we
can-
gotta ask Greg about that one.
Here we go. So, guys, this is a pretty tough one. It looks pretty tough. I should think he can see a third of the ball. Presuming blue runs. Or is he just, oh, he's looking, he's going, okay. Do I try and, I presume he's deciding here, Brian, do I try and spoil the rush that looks like it's been potentially set up? Nope, he's just going to get ready for the next. Enough's enough. No point in playing out of position.
Yep.
Just, you're 5-2 up. You want to keep going. So now Rob looks like he's going, right, how do I get this? Make sure I get this rush just right, I guess. Is that what he's playing for? I presume so.
that's what it looks like.
Give himself the option of the rush or not.
Have you heard of the croquet character this week that has been consistently setting up rushes to get to the next hoop?
Is that?
Yeah, Brian Cumming.
Ah, okay. I haven't seen Brian play.
That's been a
been
topic
his-
of conversation this week. So Brian Cumming is an AC player. A lot of people know him in England. He usually goes to play the Opens over there.
Yeah, I think he came to the AC Worlds last year in the UK.
Very likely, yeah.
I'm
So
pretty
he's
sure
an
he
AC
came to-
player.
He came to Dulwich. I seem to remember he was
he's
in
an
Dulwich.
AC player, and ever since I started playing croquet, because he goes to play tournaments in Mission Hills every year, and I would invite him to play golf croquet, and he would never accept. He's like, no, I'm an AC player. So this time when I saw him arriving the day before the tournament, I knew he was on the list and everything, but I told him, hey, are you aware that it's a golf croquet tournament and not AC? Because he never wants to play GC, but I'm glad that he came to play. He's a good player and seems to be enjoying himself every now and then.
Yeah,
But
you know what? Everyone has been having a good time here. From all, we've got 7 nationalities, 8 nationalities.
Yeah,
There we
I
go.
believe so.
There goes the rush.
looks pretty good.
That looks pretty tidy.
Yeah, that's good. He's gonna have a shot. Very good
He's
shot.
got a very nice shot.
Yeah.
And so Kyle has no choice but to go for that. And it's if we can change the score, it's now 5-3. Kyle. It would be great if we can change the score. There we go. Fantastic. So yeah, Kyle really needs to get this. He doesn't want Robert running this straight through down to 10. Wow, that wind is really getting up out there. Nicely done. Take it away. And so for those of you that haven't been keeping an eye on croquet scores, we've got a bowl competition going on, of which I guess that was the quarterfinals this morning. I got knocked out by Edmund, 7-4, 7-6, but pleased to say I felt I played pretty well. So I think we've got some pretty tasty matches this afternoon. We've got Tame Hatata versus Ewan Burridge, and then Harry Dodge versus Edmund Forsyth, which I think will be a lot of fun, that match. I'm going to be really intrigued to see how that one goes. Sadly for myself and Brian, we're just up here commentating.
Yeah. We're
Making
done
sure we
for
know
the
where
week.
making sure we know where the bar is. That's going to be our friend later on. And then in the Shield, we've got Danny Honeycutt to play Greg Fletcher, and Tom Balding get a bye, so he'll be straight into the final, which will be tomorrow. And the plate is in full flow. There's a lot of games going on out there. We had a few dropouts, so they basically stuck everyone in one big block. And it's looking good there. There's some, I can't remember if they're going for the top. I think they're going to see how the games go, whether they have time for a semi-final. So it'll either be the top two straight through to the final, which is good to see my friend Rafa from Spain, 5-1. Doing well. Randy Cardo 5-0 at the top, and then Kent also doing really well, 5-1. I think he gave you. Did he give you a bit of a scare at night, or did you? He said when you went to play your playoff under the floodlights.
Who's that? Oh,
Kent. He said it was just like playing a completely different game because the floodlights just changed everything, and the hoops were different. I'm sure those weren't excuses. I wasn't unfortunately able to stay around and see the game. But what's it like playing under floodlights?
it's fun playing under the lights. I have
love it when I
heard
play.
that these particular lights that we have here for the lawns that they use on the lights, the shadows do kind of interfere.
Right.
When you get in there, but
His biggest concern, he was saying, these grey hoops. He just couldn't see them.
the
Couldn't
hoops,
see them
the
and
hoops are
couldn't
tougher
quite
to see.
where you're
That's
going.
absolutely right. But yeah, I wasn't too excited and happy to have to play a playoff.
We're still blaming Kyle for that, right?
Yeah, well, no. I dropped some games that maybe I shouldn't have, but
Yeah.
I was counting on Kyle winning his last game to keep me out of a playoff there. But once he did, I didn't give myself time to be upset about it. I just said, I got to go finish this game off really quick because I'm getting hungry and everybody wants to go have dinner. But I was just happy that several people stuck around to watch our game. So I did my best to keep it short, and I played really well. Kent's also a very methodical player. It's not very easy to play him, but I did well. And that's a good hoop
Straight
by
through.
Robert.
That's a lovely hoop. Look at that.
Run
Straight
it all
through.
the way down.
Very, very nice. Okay, this is game on.
Yeah.
Big time. But I guess you should never count Rob out. But Kyle is playing really well. I'm backing him to keep going in this. He's been playing really well all week. Except when he lost to Kent to push you into a playoff.
Yeah.
We won't keep mentioning that. Honest Kyle. And I'd also, actually, while we're doing this, while they're working out, I'm just going to put a shout out to my hosts, the Allisons, who have very kindly put me up while we've been here this week. The hospitality this week has been phenomenal. Lots of the overseas players have been put up by members and whatever. It's been absolutely phenomenal. The sort of behaviour and the sort of style I'd expect from Dulwich, quite honestly, which is what we do all the time. So second nature to us, but it's really nice to see it elsewhere. It's been so much fun being here, and we've been well looked after. All right, both of those a little short, I would say, from my armchair seat. We getting any more good questions, or are they just railing at us for not saying the right things?
A couple of good questions here. How about a question from Jane Behariel? Hello to Jane. I believe she's watching us from Canada. How well did Brian's tactic of the rush out of the hoop, did it work? You know what? It did. There is one match in particular that was being talked about a lot because the opponent told us about it. Ewan Burge was quite frustrated playing with Brian because Brian would be setting up these rushes that are just so unusual in golf croquet. And Brian Cumming being an AC player, I guess he just wanted there to be some AC in his GC here at the US Open, and he was successful. I mean, he would get the rushes, put it right in front of the hoop, and score. And then everybody's, we all knew about it, so we kind of put an end to that. But it was really funny. Jane, they did work for a while.
And for me, that just epitomizes the fact that, we may have these three different versions of croquet in the US, but they're all important to each other.
Right.
The skills you learn in one are super important in the other. And if you can master more than one, you're going to be a better player. Definitely.
Right. I'm not an AC player by any means, but when I practice, when I'm alone on the court, I'm usually running a break. That's how I practice. And
straight through.
another
Nice.
good hoop.
Robert
Robert's feeling
decided he
good.
had no choice there.
He's
Two in
feeling
front.
good.
That had to be done. So that was very nice. Okay, 5-all. Oh, we're being videoed as well. Like the commentators, we've got people running around with cameras up here taking pictures of us. This is all a bit strange. All right, 5-all. Where do you see this going? Are you feeling that Kyle's letting this slip a little bit because he was up?
You know, Kyle is not the kind of player that you know gives up.
No.
He's you know, he's a very solid player, good mental game. He's been not only playing croquet for a while, but he was a tennis player for a very long time. And, you know, in competitive.
He's still a tennis pro, right? He and his wife
I believe
still
he does
tennis
teach
pros?
tennis
Yeah, I
still.
think they're still both doing that.
He still teaches tennis.
Gabby
And
was here the other day and said she had to go back and do all the work he's not here for.
yeah,
So,
yeah. But in a couple days, David or Kyle will go back to work, and his wife will come and play the women's
Oh, she's coming up for
open.
that. Gabby's coming up for that.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Yeah, so Gabby will play her.
Oh, well, fair enough then. Fair enough. All right, so we saw that was a miss by Rob coming past. Kyle gets to roll in. Try and get control. For me, that sixth, I don't know, it's a psychological thing. I always want that sixth. You just want to get that sixth. Yeah. You just feel good if you get the six.
Oof, good ball.
And nearly got a sneaky in off there.
Yeah.
Are you going for that? I mean, I'm not good enough to know I can go for that. Are you from that angle? Do you think Robert's got that in mind? I can get the in off from that distance?
Man, I don't know if he was going for that exactly, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, he knows that it's a possibility, and
right.
maybe he is aiming a little bit off center to give himself a chance. These hoops are forgiving enough that you could get that lucky.
I've been listening to you saying how forgiving these hoops are. I've not found them that forgiving, I'd like to say. And the lawn, we were talking about jumping earlier, the lawns here are quite soft.
They are.
Which does make, for those of us that are used to slightly more solid ground, it makes the jumping just a little, it's a different thing.
Yeah.
My jumps have been okay, but the distance jumping is just just that bit harder. You don't get that bounce.
Right.
Here we go. What's he going for here? Going for the clearance again, I guess? Or is he going for the hoop? Because his other ball, blue, must be way down the lawn. It's only off camera a bit, I think. So he's trying to look out the window. They put a marquee in the way, so I can't see it. Definitely going for the hoop. Good try. Right, can Carl maximize this? Get that 6th point on the board.
Although you would like to run this hoop with control and get the ball in front of 12,
Yes.
at this point you just want 6.
You
right?
just want the
you
6,
want
right?
6, yeah.
Even that's good to hear because I thought, oh no.
He's going to be that careful.
He's
So he's got
gonna
enough.
be-
I think he had an opportunity here to
Where's
make sure that
blue?
yellow's wired
I really hope
from
so.
blue. Well, actually,
look
no,
like it.
no. I think
That
it's
does not
open.
look like it.
I'm actually a little surprised at that move there.
Oh, that's an uncharacteristic miss.
Thanks, Ben. Ben Rothman pointed out that Robert had blue legally closer to hoop 12. So
Ben, why aren't you here
admittedly-
doing the commentary?
Exactly, Ben, get over here.
Thank you, Ben.
That's very nice. And now Kyle has a legal ball closer to 12. This is an important shot for Robert. Nice shot.
What a great shot. Just lovely. Really nice.
Very, very nice.
So I'm just looking. We've got the numbers by the names. So I'm presuming that must be world rankings, right?
That's the world
Oh,
rankings,
just
correct.
as well. My name's not up there. I don't think there'd be a number big enough. I don't think they could fit that on. Oh, that's maybe rattled Carl a little bit. He's drifted past the hoop. He's not going to be happy with that. He is not going to be happy with that at all. I feel his pain. I have done that a few times this week. The lawns do have that. They're just getting quicker, and that wind is just pushing things around. So where to next, Brian? Have you got what's your next big tournament? You got some more lined up?
Next big tournament, what could that be?
Or
I
fun,
think,
whether it be serious or fun. We'll accept either. I think at this point.
I don't think I have anything for the next few months, but I'm excited for the Spanish Open.
You're gonna go to the Spanish?
I'm hoping to,
When
but
is
I
that? I
think there
haven't
might
seen
be a conflicting date there. I think the Spanish Open and the Nationals here in the States will be the same week, so that's a little unfortunate. I'm gonna have to miss
I didn't know they
one.
were doing the Spanish Open again. Excellent.
Yeah,
Been to a couple of those.
I believe it's gonna be in Madrid, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the second or third week of May.
Dulwich had a lot of fun in Madrid for the team championships, the European team championships.
That does seem like a cool league.
And we were
or
there for the
event.
finals in October. We won it the first year, and we were there for the finals in October. Great event, really well put on, fantastic fun.
A little,
I hope you noticed
little
that.
hoop hole.
He's just fallen nicely into a hoop hole. I hope you noticed that. No. What's he thinking? Do you think he's got a double here? Is he going to go for that, or is he just going to come in? If it was me, I'd be going for it. But see, much calmer player. And I can already hear Alison saying there's no such thing as a double guy. You either go for the hoop or you go for the ball. I know that, Alison, but yeah, I still.
There's doubles out there. There's doubles out there, definitely.
Alison's very clear. There's no such thing.
You want to aim at one or the other. You don't just want to hit and just, because it's a double, whatever. But,
Ooh, ouch. Are you going to do this for the next 2 hours? Would you like any to come up here? Yeah, at some point, yeah. Well, I'm happy to do it for a bit, but not for another 2. Okay, taking the safe option. Getting black.
almost got lucky
I think
there.
he's just got away with that. I think Kyle is going to have a shot back. It looked for a minute as if he wasn't going to have a shot back.
There's an international croquet character right behind Kyle. Brian coming from Canada. He likes setting up rushes in golf croquet.
Who we just talked about, yeah. Apparently I'm making the commentary a little too intimate, and I'm being a bit soft with my voice, so I need to speak up. Thanks for the people from home. I'll do my best to try and be clearer. Do you think now, so this is interesting, you see, we were talking a minute ago, Kyle decided he didn't like the ball on side, he chose not to go for it, he had an almost certain hoop, and now looks like he's going to go 6-5 down. I mean, I know, I say a hoop's a hoop, and I know that's not always true, but it's not like, I don't think the blue was in a running position down to 6.
Yeah.
So, could have been costly, could be costly, we'll see. Ooh, that would have been harsh. That would have been very harsh. But if, Kyle had run smoothly through, anyway, whatever. What ifs, maybes, didn't happen. That doesn't look like it's wired from blue, I would say. Not. Yeah, certainly not the way Rob's coming in the other side. Okay, Kyle's got a phone in his hand right now. That looks pretty nice. Really well weighted shot. Yeah, Robbie's appreciating that one. So what do you do? What do you do, Brian? Is this another hit and hope you get the both?
I think Robert might gently push yellow into red.
Ah, you see, you keep saying these gentle shots. It looks...
Or maybe hit yellow into red, but yeah, that's what he's doing. Oh,
Oh,
wow, he was
he
open.
could get
See,
red.
again,
He could see red. We are so wrong. It's
We're
so
out here
hard.
getting
When
super
are we
creative.
going to get these overhead cameras so that we can, get this,
Come on, guys.
get these monkey wires and we can see everything going on top?
That would be
Then we
cool.
wouldn't be sounding quite so stupid.
Yeah.
Still, Carl's got a pretty tricky shot here. What's he going for? Hoop or ball?
I think he's going for the ball.
Going for the black?
I think he's going for black.
Okay.
Oh, good shot.
Oh,
Good.
nearly rolled off. That's a lovely shot under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. That's great. Good to see. Good to see. Well done, Kyle. There we go. England flag flying in the background. That's what you want to see too. Still Harry and Ewan live in the tournament, so keep an eye on their scores. They'll be kicking off at about 1 o'clock, I think, for their bowl semi-final. Ooh. Okay.
There will be a hoop 13.
It feels like there's going to, and he's got his red down there, I think. Kyle's red's to the side there. Do you think he can get it in a, is this somewhere you're thinking with that being there? Are you thinking about getting to a position where you can rush it back up? Promote it back
I think
up?
it's possible for him to maybe just to jaws it or get closer to
Oh,
the
you-
hoop.
oh,
you
you
know,
think he's just gonna-
Yep. So
Wow.
that he can, set up that
I
that
know,
rush
but-
a lot easier.
I know, but look, we're,
Yeah,
I
he
don't
can
like
hit.
that.
Yeah, it's very risky.
And
Very
Blue's
risky.
got a shot at both now, surely. What do I know, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I think you had to get it in the jaws if you were going to do that.
True.
I think there's a big gap being left there.
I agree.
Oh, I take it all back, Kyle.
Yeah.
It was a genius move.
Go. Still
Now
a chance.
looking
He's
to
still got to
see-
miss
he's
one
got-
more.
He's got a chance with, he's clearly got a chance with
He's got to
blacks.
survive one more shot. Is he going for a block? Yeah, I think he's going for a
Yeah,
block
he's
here.
going for a block. We're not
Yeah.
going to mess around here. Just get both balls back down the field. There was somebody a while. Oh, that looks. Where are we going? Let's pan back.
Looks pretty
That's
good.
pretty good. That
pretty
looks
good.
pretty good. So are you a believer? I'd be interested in your one on this, Brian. Somebody once told me if you're going to lose 7-6, you might as well lose 7-5. So i.e. use such a disadvantage if you don't get the first approach to 13 that you might as well, you've got to mess around and set up to get the flick up to 13. Do you think that's true? Or do you think that actually you get to, if you get to 6 all, you're good to go?
That's a very tricky question. I guess it really depends how you're playing, how your opponent's playing.
Both playing pretty well. I'm going to go with both playing pretty well.
Then I want to be safe and I want to be first ball at 13. I want to
Right.
take that shot.
Has that gone through far enough?
I think it might have. Robert's going to look at it.
Didn't look like it went through very far. Yeah, Rob's gone to have a look at that and see if it hasn't approached 13. So here goes Rob. So Rob first approach to 13. Game 3. I would say this is pretty important. This is going to, no one, both of them really want this one. They'll be going for a lunch break after this, and
I think there's a shot there.
I think there is. So he came the non-traditional route to it, I would say. Or he's trying to hide from yellow. That's the place he can hide from yellow. That could be that he's hiding from yellow. Because yellow
Maybe
is
it
pretty-
doesn't
oh,
have a
that's
shot.
a great shot.
That's a good shot there.
That's a great, great shot. I wish I could do that every time.
Also right side of the hoop.
Yeah, interesting.
That's good.
Okay. What are you thinking, Kyle? What are you thinking? Where can you get to? Okay, so he's coming soft. So that means he either couldn't see blue or he doesn't think blue has a shot.
Little cut to corner 2. Cut to corner 2 or center ball and stay in front?
I think stay in front.
Cut to corner 2. All right, just put max distance. Or maybe put behind yellow. Looks like he's
Sorry, what's the alternative? I didn't understand what you were saying. What are you saying instead of...
center ball red, stay in front,
Yep.
or send red to corner 2.
Ah,
He also
okay.
looked at wiring it behind yellow over here,
Okay.
so I don't know if he's looking for that. Oh,
Oh,
max distance. Oh,
let's
maybe
push yellow further back
okay.
too.
Let's hit them both. None of the options
None of
that
the
we thought
options
of
that we
was
thought
it.
of
Okay,
experts
all
all
right.
here.
Yeah.
And we've been,
Well, what's
we've
that
been
little
joined- we've been
number
joined by
next to
Danny,
Robert
who was
Fletcher's
also nodding
name?
in the background. Danny Honeycutt's just rocked up here, and none of the three of us can come up with the right option.
Well, what's that number
I
next to
could be
Robert
wrong
Fletcher's?
here.
He was definitely going for corner 2.
He was definitely going for corner
But
2?
as
All right.
precise as he is, he probably had the chance of hitting yellow also.
Ah, okay.
He is that good.
Oh, Kyle.
is that enough?
Will
Is
that be
that
enough?
enough?
I don't think so.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
This is a big hoop.
Ooh, no,
Momentum
I think
change
it was
going in-
enough.
Momentum change going into lunch.
If he goes bounce off and gives the in off for
Yep,
Greg,
that'll be horrible. He's got to be in your head, hasn't it?
and also
I thought that sort of feeling was only in my head. I didn't think someone like Robbie here is going to thinking that. He's thinking, I'm just putting this in, right?
he's gonna block yellow. I think it's too risky to go for the hoop or the jaws.
Wiser heads with Danny prevail. Well, that's short.
I think he's got a double target.
Looks like he's just going for black, I think. Just going
I mean,
for black. not
clear
messing around.
and oh no,
Oh,
no, he's
what?
gonna clear
Oh.
with red.
Again, we are so wrong, but we can't see where the
Oh.
other oh, red's over on the far boundary, isn't it? Yeah,
It's right over
we're,
here.
We're all pointing out to the left, which doesn't help you guys. But I don't think he hasn't overrun it, so it's all right.
I think blue has to hit yellow.
which is tricky because he could also
Gotta cut it.
Could
Cut it a little.
So you
Could hit
extends the
black.
game.
Could do all sorts of things could happen here, folks. We don't know. I think what's clear is we have no idea.
I am sure that blue is hitting yellow.
Okay.
Great
Oh,
shot.
lovely shot. Control
Very nice
taken
cut.
away.
Alrighty.
Danny, you're coming to take over, right? Because clearly we don't know what we're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Robert taught me a couple of these lessons yesterday.
Okay. You learned them the hard way. I get you. I get you. He didn't quite get the control he wanted there.
Yeah.
But there is really no, with yellow one side, red the other, there's no really anywhere black can hide, is there? So
Ben is asking if the hoops are new today and if there are any rabbit runs to fall into. I played on lawn 1 and the hoops were in new
Yeah, they're
hoop
all
positions, so I assume that they
They
are
are
all in new hoop positions. So
they've been in new positions the last 2 days.
the last 2 days. Yesterday new positions, today
He
new
is trying
positions.
to hide from yellow because blue controls red.
Okay.
Right next to each other at the peg. See there?
It's amazing. It's like Danny can see things I can't see here. It's very frustrating.
Danny, what are you looking
Are
at?
you- yeah. I mean, there is a marquee in our way. We literally cannot see the lawn from here.
If he can hit him, he is shooting that black. Because he knows what's going to happen to red.
Right.
If he can't see, he might as well just set up.
He's going for this. That's a definite
Yes.
going for it pose.
That
Good shot.
That's a great shot.
Good
Really
shot.
nicely done.
quite high.
So right after this event concludes,
I see what you're saying, Danny. I see what you're saying. Now I've seen those two. I missed that earlier.
right after this event concludes, the Women's Open will be taking place here, and Jane Behariel from Canada, I assume, so it looks like you'll be coming down to play that, and she's asking about the conditions of the lawns. How would you describe the conditions this week?
I think the lawn's been excellent. There's a bit of a slope, sort of heading down to, I don't know which way, we're swinging south, I guess. So there's a bit of a southward slope, especially as you get further south. But otherwise, I think they've been pretty good. It's been pretty fair. You know where you're going.
Yeah.
A little hilly around the hoops.
A little hilly around
Little
the
hilly
hoops.
around the hoops, yes.
I don't do subtle play, Danny, so I wouldn't know. I'm always coming at the hoop from about 7 yards away, so I don't do subtle, closer stuff. So I've not found that. Is that because they keep putting sand down and stuff under the
Yeah.
hoop? Is that what's causing that?
So-
I'm surprised they do that here. I thought they would sort that out. I'm pretty surprised that that's the case here, but seemingly it is. You're not the first person I've heard say that. But I've just not been close enough to the hoop to find out. Though I will, and Ewan's out playing, so he's not going to hear this. But I did see Ewan yesterday manage to not run a hoop from 1 inch in front of it, which was a bit devastating. That's a great shot.
Quality shot, hitting it on the left. Like he hit yellow on the right a while ago.
Yep. Oh, he's gonna give it. He's gonna give it to him.
Now yellow,
All right, come on, Danny. What's yellow doing? Now tell us.
yellow has to hit blue.
Okay.
He has to hit blue.
Not hit red.
Do
not
we
hit
do
the
we
hoop.
do we think red is runnable?
Yes.
I think it is. If not, he can really stop black to the back line. But it looked runnable.
I don't know about anyone else. I'm feeling the pressure here.
He's going for black, it looks like.
Oh.
I didn't like it.
No.
Okay. Does that mean he thinks that blue is so close to red it's limited in what it can do?
It would have to be an excellent jump shot because
Yeah.
it's very close. He potentially will just play the left side of red.
Left side of red, you think? Okay,
If he can remove red
Yeah,
from the
of course.
vicinity, he will do that.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard for us to see exactly where it is, but that looks like.
I
what
think
he's
there's
going
room. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was more enough
send
room.
it away.
Yeah, the way he
So
was swinging.
simple, really.
Yeah.
That's why I really thought that
Kyle would go
Kyle should have shot at blue
Yeah.
all along.
for. Right.
Hey, Dan, sit down between those two.
But I'm actually waiting to replace one of them. Okay. So am I like?
After this game.
We're gonna
Yeah.
take a break after this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're at lunch.
Okay.
We'll do it. I'll go ahead and sit between them.
Come and sit between us, Danny. Get in there and be there. We have
Okay.
no idea how long. As soon as you
All
sit
right.
down, get hoop 13 will be finished, but that's fine. So Danny Honeycutt has joined us. We're very lucky to have him here because he appears to be the only one knowing what's going on. Oh,
And for the win,
what happened there?
he could not see black.
Yeah, but you didn't get past the hoop. I mean,
He's best he can hope for is those.
okay, the
Stuff.
jaws and stuff. All right,
How
game
many-
over.
How many stuffs have you seen Robert do
All right, well, there
in
we
10
go.
years?
7-6, 7-2, 3-7. This is going to be, it's all set up for a great afternoon's play. 2-1 on both matches.
Fletcher's up in both.
Both
Pressure's up.
Fletchers are up in both. That's true.
All right, I think we
Got a
go
little
for
break.
lunch. See you later, folks.
See you guys soon.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you very much.
Great job, guys.
Hello. Russ, are you there? Russ. Russ. Hey, Russ, are you there? Hey, Russ. I'm gonna shut down my feed if you got it on something else.
introduce yourself and say welcome back.
Hello, this is Danny Honeycutt. So proud to be here watching the U.S. Open. And here's a great match going into its fourth game. Malcom up, 2 games to 1. Matthew survived the first hoop. At this point, he was able to clear. And Malcom zips one through. And so we got a 1-0 score. And now Matthew is looking at where yellow went out. He's trying to set up 5 to 7 feet back so that Malcolm's ball, when it comes around and hits again, the yellow ball, it will not be able to see blue. But that's somewhat difficult. I've noticed that from this morning, the courts are much faster than when the week started. So it's a little bit harder to hold position exactly where you want to approaching a hoop. But Matthew's made an excellent shot, it looks like. Yellow may be able to see most of blue. The camera angle, sometimes it's hard to tell, but it looks like he has at least half a ball, which you can count on yellow shooting. So Malcom is doing his best to just have a nice setup. He's not going to waste a shot on blue if he thinks yellow can see blue. And it looks like a good pace. And it's also held a good line. So Malcom will be aiming for the right side of blue since red is so close to it. Now, some of us, mere humans, we're not aiming at one side of the ball or the other, but we have probably 10 or 12 players out here. The precision is so far beyond what it was 10 years ago, and he's literally aiming for the right side of blue. So it clears blue, so red has a chance of scoring the hoop. And he actually missed on the left. And so that wasn't Malcolm's best shot. So blue is still, if blue can make a good stroke on this hoop shot, he'll take it, but there's also a chance, if he doesn't have a good hoop shot, well, it looks like red is out of the way. It may be a good stroke. And it was. And so we're tied up 1-1 in a must-win game for Matthew. Of course, Malcom is going to be probably 4 or 5 feet in front of the hoop is what he's aiming for. Trying to get closer than that. If you're a little off, short or long, he's not a threat to score.
Under 2 hours, but we're gonna stop. I'm not doing any more after that. So I'll set up the camera. You can use it tonight or anytime tomorrow you want to. It'll be sitting.
And Matthew will set up a touch long and wide. So Matthew, he's close enough to be a threat. He's also in line so that Malcom would have to make a tremendous shot to cut him with any kind of distance. So Matthew is just trying to approach the hoop in a good threatening position. So he's a little wider than I would have expected, with Matthew over behind hoop 2. Now, if blue has a good hoop shot, oh, Malcolm he's an opportunist, so he's considering promoting red. Excuse me, he's playing red. So he's trying to block black from scoring, but just as important, it blocks blue from scoring without a jump shot. So Matthew he will try to cut the edge just to get red out of there. It's a nuisance to him at this point. I think that was a critical mistake. Hit it on the button, knocking red through. So there's a very good chance, probably a 65 to 70% chance, that Malcolm gets 2 hoops in a row. When you're promoted through a hoop like that by your opponent, of course, you're the first one down to the next hoop, which gives an advantage. But as good as these shooters are, it's a long shot clearing can immediately take the advantage away. You know, maybe a lot of us, and when I think back when croquet really started cranking up in the United States, there was more a finesse game. You didn't have the long clearings very often. But the strategy has changed because the ability of these players, and it seems like they're getting younger and younger every year, and we're talking early 20s to mid 30s, and they are just such a phenomenal talent. They can turn the hoop around very quickly. And you notice that Malcolm, with his red ball, is trying to protect yellow. And we'll see if it's protected, Matthew will shoot the hoop. He could see yellow. He just missed yellow. Now, what I suspect is yellow is not going to take on this hoop. The hoop is in control by Malcolm, and he doesn't want to do something that takes that control away. And he's not desperate, especially with a 2-1 lead, so he's going to take care of blue, but he's going to probably move up towards the hoop with yellow. I was incorrect on that. He just made a good stroke, just hitting it center ball, so he stays in front of the hoop, even though it looks, you know, a decent distance. Now, Matthew has the potential of just approaching a setup shot. So Matthew's saying, okay, you got 2 balls in position. I'm going to force you to score with the most difficult shot. Therefore, he's clearing yellow, and he did it with control. The way he kind of hopped there, he looked like he was maybe trying to bump red with yellow also. Now, because blue's not in position, Malcolm has a free shot at the hoop that he'll take. It's really no use to set up. And so he's taking on the hoop. And there you go. We have a 3-1 game. And yellow is in tremendous position. Therefore, Matthew should stay back a little bit. If he sets up right in front of the hoop, it's just too easy for Malcolm to clear it and stay in position to score. At least now, he's not going to hit it with a lot of speed, but he's going to clear it to the boundary. Are you hearing feedback when I talk?
Not in the system, no.
Okay, because I hear it here. I mean,
Okay.
I can deal with it, but,
Let me cut off the other mic. That might do something.
ah. So Matthew, he got in really good position. And red, that's a good position because black can play yellow. If blue is still there, when it's black's turn, Matthew will be clearing the yellow ball from the area, probably to the end of the court. Because Malcom stayed back, it looks like Matthew is considering setting up closer than red. I take that back. He was clearing red and forcing Malcom to clear blue if blue is a reasonable hoop shot. Evidently, with the angle of the camera, blue has a lot more angle on this hoop shot than I can see. It still looks like a hoop shot that Matthew is going to take on. Yeah, he was trying to sink the blue ball into the hoop considerably. It hit the hoop and came back. Earlier I mentioned that the courts are very much faster than they were Monday. And it looks like they maybe turned off the watering. They dried it out. Of course, the players love that. But you do get some surprise bounces, like that ball bouncing back off the hoop. That's why Matthew wanted to sink that ball into the hoop so that he couldn't so easily be cleared. Now Malcom is in full control of the hoop. He's got two balls sitting in striking distance, clearing distance, and he can work some angles. So it looks like maybe he's clearing yellow. That's a good shot. That allows Malcom to do a reasonable setup with the yellow ball. And it looks like without much difficulty, if Malcom sets up, red can move in so that black is blocked from yellow. With the distance back from the hoop, I don't think that's in Malcom's plans. So Malcom's going to clear blue in case Matthew clears yellow with the black ball. That's not quite the shot he wanted. He really wanted to center ball that, so his red ball stayed a lot closer. So now black, he has to clear yellow at this point because yellow definitely has a hoop shot that he'll take. And he will take it. We have a chance of this game going 4-1 favor Malcom, and he's not going to try to finesse this. He's going to take it through the hoop and hope to land somewhere close to hoop 6 So he's getting the advantage at each hoop at this point. He caught the hoop, but he hit it at a pace, if it went through clean, it would probably go no longer than 10 feet past the hoop. But he probably likes his position now because he's in really good clearing position for anything Matthew puts in front of the hoop. So this hoop may depend on how good a setup red makes at this point. Because I think Malcom has an easy clearing shot with yellow, and he would clear blue. So that's almost a straight-on hoop shot. So Matthew has to hit blue. Excuse me, I spoke wrong. I thought he would be trying to hit red, but that's okay. So Malcom, I think will only shoot the hoop or he'll clear blue. And he'll either try to cut it to the corner that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, or try to cut it straight behind the hoop. And there you go. I don't think that blue can see red. So it was somewhat a gamble for Matthew to set up deep and to the right the way he did, because it allowed that shot to happen. And now Malcom is in total control of this hoop. If that is wired from yellow, if blue is wired from yellow, Malcom will fire away at this hoop. Because now blue and black are in control. They got two balls in scoring position. One of them can't be hit, I don't think. I don't think yellow can hit blue. So it's time for Malcom to fire away. And also with that 4-1 lead, he really wants to put the hammer down and make it 5-1. And that's a major break for Matthew. And of course, he'll take this hoop on and get it to a more reasonable 4-2 score. If he makes this, I think his chances of winning this game doubled compared to what it was if Matthew would have scored that hoop. And when you see balls set up deep like this, some may say, oh, why didn't he set up a little bit closer? It's much respect for your opponent. Matthew's black ball has an 8 to 9 yard shot at red. If you set it right in front of the hoop, it's 7. He's just assuming that Matthew is going to make a good shot. Therefore, he set up deep. And he's saying, okay, if you want to take yellow out, you're going to have to hit a longer shot. He doesn't need to hit it hard. That was almost a superior shot. If it looks like he'll be clearing blue, and then you'll see red clearing black, and let's see where the balls end up. So it's still, Matthew is controlling this hoop. Look at the positions. Red has no choice but to clear black when he has the chance. Or he may decide, well, Matthew, evidently red has a runnable hoop shot. I think a very difficult hoop shot. And Matthew's just trying to take that opportunity away from Malcom. Even though Malcom had a much more difficult hoop shot than black had, Malcom still got that lead, and if Matthew's controlling the hoop, then you'll see the more difficult hoop shot take place. Black, I assume, will take on this hoop shot and get the score. I miscalculated that. I didn't see that coming. I thought he had a free hoop shot, but if you really look at it, it was a very smart shot. Matthew is planning on clearing red, and then black will have a much easier shot than he just faced. I know when I play these guys, when the opportunity to score is there, I don't always take the smart shot. It's just the shot that I feel like gives me the best chance to win the hoop. These guys are so precise that they don't have to take the same shots as some of us. And see right here, you're going to see a clearing shot now. If we don't, I'll be totally surprised. Yes, he's lining up to take red out. And this is actually a very pivotal point of the game. It's a hoop that Matthew really heavy desire to win. You see a Solomon grip, not the Irish grip. Okay, he wasn't trying to score the hoop. It just turned out that way because he was trying to cover as much distance with red. Because right now, red, I would say, is most likely to clear the black ball. If he doesn't, it's a big sigh of relief for Matthew. It's been interesting seeing the Fletcher boys play over the years. Oh, that worked out pretty good for Matthew. That could have been a lot worse. Now, let's see where, red will be coming back there to the halfway marker. And so I don't think there's any way that Matthew will set up. I could be wrong, but I think he would love to get in the jaws or really get this ball through the hoop down court. Really big shot for the match. There it is. So 4-3, he's looking good because if you're looking at 5-2, you really have a tough road if you're down 5-2. So Matthew is absolutely in this match, and though it may not be 50% chance to win, it's close. Getting back to the Fletcher boys over the last 10 years, it's been interesting because starting off, Malcom was the loose cannon. He would walk up there, relax, stroke the ball, Okay. And just so phenomenal at making the big shots and playing loose. And Robert and Greg were very mechanical in their stroke. They didn't seem as loose, but of course, Robert has always been so good, and it worked for him, and he's so precise, always has been. And now it's evolved where I believe that Malcom has changed places with Greg. Malcom, you see him, he's not rigid. He's got a beautiful fluid swing, but he's not as such a great. He's okay.
So they're just getting started.
Okay, and Greg has. Greg has become that player that is a little more limber, a little more loose. He stalks the ball, he walks up, one practice swing, and wham. And Robert, even though it may look a little mechanical, he's a lot more loose. He's mentally loose. His swing is so precise. And there goes Malcom. He's giving himself a good chance to go up 5-3. What Matthew will look at first with that kind of distance, can he see the hoop and the red ball? If he can, he'll aim right between the two. That is such a good shot. From that distance, I tell you, I would have taken a stroke. And Matthew just came in there perfect. Red may still be able to see the hoop, but it puts a lot of pressure on Red's shot if he's shooting at the hoop. I can't really tell if he's shooting at the ball or the hoop. We'll find out. Okay. I'm assuming he took that shot, which was a lot more difficult shot than blue, but he's got confidence that yellow will be able to hit the blue ball. Because most of the time when you have a significant more difficult shot than your opponent does, then you would not take that shot if you have a choice. He took it on because he's confident that yellow is going to hit blue. If he doesn't hit blue, we have a tie game. Matthew has some angle with the blue shot, but I think he'll make it. He must have more angle than I can see. He absolutely does. It's not an easy hoop shot, evidently. So he's taking Red out. Nice controlled clearing. When you see Matthew on shots that he wants a nice pace, nice smooth stroke, you'll see him go to the Irish grip. That's as far as his typical hoop shots and his controlled clearings. He's just so smooth, and it's a very controlled stroke. If he has a long shot and he really wants to put some juice behind the ball, you'll see him go to the Solomon grip. And now I see this ball, just another setup. That's not a setup. That's a clearing shot. I thought he could have set up, but I don't fault him for trying to clear that. Because Matthew is still 1 point behind Still an advantage for Malcom, but he's looking at this hoop shot as this is a free shot, meaning yellow's not going to score if he misses. And it could really give Matthew some confidence going forward. Now, you saw Matthew go to the Solomon grip. I was surprised in that because he's just so smooth and so accurate with his Irish grip. And it's not like he needed to hit that very hard. Now going forward, we'll see if Malcom has a hoop shot. He's taking a stance as if he may be shooting this hoop. That's going for the hoop. So now Matthew's looking for a string of average to above average shots. He really can't have any mishits the rest of the way. He's got to score four points, and Malcolm's got to score 2 points.
Maloof scored group 1. That's what
And so Malcolm's taking a look at what kind of hoop shot that this is. And then he'll need to decide which ball he's going to clear with. Because of the short sideline, if he's going to try to clear, I think he takes a shot with red, but he may be just setting up. And so this hoop, a lot will be decided on how good this setup is that Matthew has with black. It's looking good, and he was actually going for the block to protect blue from yellow. Now, these guys, they're not going to get that block that often. But if he's going to set up deep anyhow, why not go for the block each time? And then sometimes when it takes place, it really makes a difference in a hoop. Now we have about a 7.5 yarder, maybe 8 yards, for blue to hit red. And I think the match more than likely depends on this shot being made. Now, and Matthew knows that, so it adds pressure to that, but as we've seen in the past, sometimes the pressure turns a player on, makes him better. And typically it does, but there's also sometimes when you just don't have it. So we'll see which stroke takes place here. And like I said earlier, Matthew, going forward, he doesn't have a chance to have some under-average shots. And because the score being 5-3, that's a lot of pressure. There. He wanted center ball, so his blue ball stays around. Now, Malcom wants to take advantage of having both his balls around the hoop. Therefore, it's no way, I'll be totally surprised, but I don't think there's any way that he'll shoot for the hoop. He just wants a nice, smooth clearing on the black ball. And that's exactly what he did. And he almost rolled into the hoop. A couple things can happen on that shot when they're really accurate. one thing, you might follow the ball. The red ball may follow and go in the hoop. Well, you also might hit the black ball into the hoop. So it's a two-edged sword, but it's more likely that black would miss the hoop. I can't tell if red bounced back in hoop running position. It may not be in hoop running position. Okay. If Matthew does not shoot at red, it's not in hoop shooting position. That looked like a really good stroke. It looked like the ball started bending slightly to the left. It wasn't going to be a center ball shot, but it looked like it had it in the path of the blue ball, slight curve. And you can see now Malcom is beside the hoop, so he's definitely clearing that. And that, what you can start paying attention to is it's not, the only thing that's important is not where the ball you cleared goes, but where the striker ball goes. So he made sure that he went straight behind the hoop with the red ball after it hit black. So Matthew has a choice here. He can set up and try to force yellow to hit him, or just not give yellow a chance to score the hoop and clear him out. He would have loved to hit that on the left side, but on most courts, especially when they dry out, if you go at a soft pace, you could be in trouble because you give the court a chance to take the shot away from you. So Matthew gave it a decent pace just to keep the line. Matthew can set this up or he can clear out yellow. Yellow has to be moved sometime. And so I think that Malcom will clear blue, because if black clears yellow, blue has a chance of scoring the hoop. And there it goes. And now I think you will, let's see. Yeah, Matthew has to move yellow from the vicinity. And that's actually, I think it's a good shot, whether he meant to do it or not. Black is going to have not a super difficult clearing. So you see how close black stayed to the hoop. It gives him a real chance of clearing that hoop out. And now, if blue can set up really nicely, then he will start taking control of the hoop. He doesn't have control of the hoop at this point. It's more in favor of Malcom, but not necessarily in favor of scoring for Malcom. He might as well take a shot at that because he needed to set up deep anyhow. He didn't want to make it easy for red to take a shot at him. So as long as black clears yellow, depending on if Matthew wants to, he can take on the hoop at any time. So Malcom is going to play for a block on yellow so that black cannot clear yellow. If he sets up too close to yellow, Matthew will go for the combo. But he'll just take it straight on. Oh, by the way, the combo, the correct technical term is a combolicious. And here we go. That was a nice shot. Matthew seems, his body language is telling me he's starting to find his comfortable stroke. I don't think he's perfect yet, but he's getting more comfortable. And from Malcolm's point of view, he wants to end this match this game. He just doesn't want Matthew hanging around for another game. So that's playing to stay in control of the hoop. Because look where red's going to go. I mean blue. It's probably not close to the hoop unless he really center ball this. He's probably going to hit it at a nice, even, slower pace. He did. Oh, that was some good luck and bad luck. It's not really luck when you hit the ball center and you're playing for your ball, the striker ball, to stay behind the hoop. And that's exactly what he did. It just happened to run into yellow. It would be nice if yellow was open and black could clear it. It's also nice if yellow can't shoot the hoop at this point. If yellow has a hoop shot, then it's got to be moved, whether he sacrifices where blue goes or not. I can't tell if he can actually see yellow. Ooh. So even if Malcolm makes this hoop, you can't count Matthew out, but it is a major advantage for Malcolm to continue next couple hoops, win the game. And he got down court, long on the pace, but he wasn't too worried about that. He wanted to make that hoop. He really wanted to put Matthew's back against the wall, where now Matthew has to make a lot of average shots, but he will have to make quite a few well above average shots and probably a couple fantastic shots to have a chance at this game.
So now he's up 6-3.
And Matthew wasn't trying to sit up right in front of the hoop. If he does, he feels like Malcolm will just clear him out. And if Malcolm sets up really good now, Malcolm can only send Matthew's blue ball so far. So that's why he played it to the side. From my angle, that looks like a very good shot. Now, someone has to clear a blue ball out of the way, because I can see red traveling to the other end of the court. But he can also, Malcolm can just set up, knowing Matthew has somewhat a difficult shot. So it'll be interesting to see how this one works. because Malcom is looking at what is the best path to score this hoop. If he's hitting blue, he has to hit it on the left. I suspect that he was really trying to hit the left, and he was trying to win that hoop very soon. A little bit of a gamble, because now Matthew, with an expected center ball, is in total control of this hoop. I don't think he was trying to wire red from the hoop or the black ball with the peg, because he didn't continue looking at it. But he might have blocked red from hitting black or the hoop. I kind of think if Malcom can see the hoop, I think he'll shoot at it. I'm definitely wrong on that. So he's definitely going to take the thread away. And I don't see Matthew doing anything that causes him to lose control of the hoop. Well, he's kind of in a bind here also. Okay. See, he's making sure he doesn't give up control. He didn't gain any more control, but he didn't give up control, because Malcom has to hit black. And now I can see black going where if it gets cleared, he'll be sent to the sideline versus up court. And going deep and wide is the best way to get that. So I think you'll see blue take position. Looking forward, I can kind of see red taking possible position. Looks like Matthew's going to go for yellow just to take that thread away. He's hoping for center ball. That was a good shot. It at least gets Malcom's yellow. It at least gets Malcom's yellow ball to a difficult scoring position. Black may take the thread away. If he really felt like it, I think he could take the hoop on, because black's still in. Blue will still be, no matter how it's hit, will be able to hit red. So black may be going for the hoop. Tough luck. Now, both these players in tournaments, in very important tournaments, in finals and semifinals, there's days where you see them just drain those hoop shots every time. As the match gets further to the completion, you might not be quite as loose. That was a good shot. That was not far from going in. Now, let's see if Matthew is going for the hoop right now. Or is he going, he's probably said, enough's enough, let's go for it. Or he might be just trying to clear red. He absolutely was going for the hoop. There's at least 7 or 8 players in this tournament that they're not afraid to say, it's time to score. It doesn't matter if my opponent has an easier score. Matthew could have extended the hoop, but he had enough of that. And it was time to score. If he missed it, he wouldn't hang his head. He wouldn't second guess himself, and neither would Malcom. So we got to see red moved from the hoop. He's probably not going to hit it that hard, just nice pace. I can't tell if the hoop is open or not. But sometimes Matthew gets in that groove and he makes a big shot, and then he just continues. So it wouldn't shock me if the hoop's open that he goes for it, because blue can still take it. He just wanted to get red out of there. So that's actually a skill that is very difficult for some people to have. When you make a big shot, you just fall in that trap that the next big shot you're going to make, instead of coming back to playing good strategy, technique, golf croquet. So Matthew has 2 choices. Hit yellow with blue, or possibly hit yellow with black, which may be further away. Now, Malcom is saying, okay, my best chance of winning this hoop is to get Matthew to the sideline, give him a shot at yellow, and he'll just have to hit the 14, 15-yarder. Bingo. And then what's important at this point is, where does red land? It's not going to be in the way. And so Matthew is down to this shot. He hits, we extend the game, we extend the match. He misses, the match is over, most likely.
Somebody wanted to know what Malcom is playing.
Malcom is playing with the new Invictus that the Fletchers are making, that Robert's making. Robert has the same mallet, it's just a different color. I think all 3 of the Fletchers are playing with the Invictus mallet. Okay, I definitely would not bet against Malcom making this shot. But as all you croquet players out there know, every shot deserves your undivided attention. And if not, that shot can be missed. And there's the match. So we have one Fletcher in the finals tomorrow morning, and advantage Robert Fletcher in the other semifinals. And we'll see if Kyle Maloof has something to say about that. Okay, I think it's the score is 2-1. Is that correct? Yes, 2-1 favor Robert. I think that Kyle scored the first hoop. And now, let's see if Kyle can hang in there and come up with some great shots. That's not one of his great shots. Kyle has been an unbelievable player this tournament. He has been so under control. He's controlled hoops. It seems like every time you clear him out, he goes to a sideline that's close by so he can return the favor. He's been so smooth at controlling the hoop and has gone through streaks where he just couldn't miss. Okay, immediately when I see a shot like that, I'm thinking that when it's Blue's turn, that Blue's got a reasonable chance of scoring the hoop. It's called the in-off, and I think that is, Robert is going to have the shot at that.
Thank you. That was a big help. I couldn't get away.
No worries.
And as precise as Robert is, I can see him aiming for the right edge of the ball. That would be his right. If he does, he has a really good chance of going into the hoop or scoring the hoop. Yes, Robert he doesn't miss the center ball that much. So I feel very confident that he was going for the in-off off the side of the opponent's ball to score. And look at Blue. Blue is, so Kyle has a chance. He has to hit this yellow ball, because if he doesn't and yellow scores, Blue is in the next hoop without any chance of not scoring hoop 6. So this is the absolute biggest shot of this game and probably the match. And so there's definitely an uphill battle for Kyle. Only the croquet gods can help him on the next 2 hoops, meaning yellow. You know what? I misjudged that, or I misspoke. Didn't realize that Kyle was yellow. And even if Kyle gets a shot at this hoop, I don't think he'll hit to score it, because then Blue would score the next hoop. And he can't be trading hoops right now. He's behind. If he's ahead, he doesn't mind trading hoops. Robert has no problem trading hoops at this point. But no matter where the balls are on the court, you just can't count Robert out of winning the hoop. I haven't seen the previous games of this match, but if things go as typical, then I suspect Robert has been very good, very precise. And now Robert may be playing the fact. I can see Kyle clearing black. Let's see if he goes for the hoop. No, he's trying to. He is planning on hitting black with red. Yeah, I did not think that Kyle would score that hoop. Would not even try. Now Robert's trying to block, and he almost got the block. So this is absolutely a big moment in this match. Because if he does not clear black, black is going to jump, and fairly easy for Robert to jump that, to score. So Kyle definitely has to make good contact, and he did. Now, the fact that Robert can see a half the ball, or even a little bit less than a half, I have to assume, if I'm playing Robert, I just assume he'll make a great shot. And so that when if he hits this yellow ball, it's not time to get down, not get discouraged. Robert makes it a habit to hit these kind of shots. Well, that's why he's number one in the world. And Kyle says, whew. I was glad to survive that, because Kyle knows how good Robert is too. So now it looks like Kyle will run this hoop. He's got red at that hoop, at the next hoop, number 6. And now yellow's going to be down there. And so he'll have a major advantage to tie this game up after 6 hoops. Okay, he left himself an open shot towards the hoop. I kind of think that yellow misjudged how hard to hit that ball, because it didn't appear that it caught a lot of hoop. Well, we know what red has to do. Red has to clear blue, because yellow does not have a chance to clear blue. That was such a good shot by Robert. He would have loved for the red ball to hit the hoop, at least stop the distance. And now it would have been really nice to have yellow closer to the hoop, but he can start working to control this hoop now. Because right now, Robert is just so phenomenal at positioning. I don't know of anyone else in the tournament that, at least in this tournament, is at the same level Robert is on positioning. And I suspect that it's going to be difficult for red to hit black, so it looks like yellow has to hit black now. See, Robert never stops putting that kind of pressure on his opponent. Kyle had a chance of rolling into the hoop, and also black had a chance of rolling into the hoop. If either one of those happens, you just take it. It's not what you're really trying to do. It looks like, let's see what red may set up wide of the hoop. You got to, I'm assuming that if red is in position to score the hoop after this stroke, that black will hit it. Therefore, I think Kyle will set up wide of the hoop. And it looks like he's trying for a promotion. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, because both balls are in position to clear blue and black. It looks like Robert is going to take red out just to get the ball away from the hoop and not be such a nuisance. But he took himself out of the hoop, but look at the distance that red went, and where black went. And that promotion that Kyle made to put yellow up there, that guarantees that, no, it doesn't, excuse me. It doesn't guarantee anything. Because now that shot actually gave Robert a chance to control the hoop. Are you going to join? And now we have the one and only, a very special player, Ewan Burridge, is going to join the broadcast.
Hello, everybody. I've just been playing on the court next door and it looked like a tough game.
Did you turn on the mic? Okay, good.
Looks like a tough game at the moment.
Yes.
Robert took the last one at 13, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
The previous game.
Eat the microphone.
Okay. And what's the score? 3-2.
3-2. It was 3-1.
Has anything exciting happened in this game?
It's just been some good clearing shots. There's also been Roberts. He's actually not a machine all the time.
No, I saw him missing a couple from
he
10,
missed a
15
couple.
yards.
And as Ewan can probably attest, that when you're playing Robert, you just assume he's going to make a good shot. And it
Yeah.
actually makes you do certain things because you just assume he's going to hit.
Yeah, and
And,
then when he misses, you've gone, well, I should have just done that, and I would be all over it, but...
Yeah, but you don't want to fall into that trap, do you?
No, but I guess I saw him he maybe started a little bit slow in the first match, but the second and third one, he was pretty decent, I think.
Yes.
It could be a long match if they go all the way to 5.
It could be.
It could be
Kyle
here till-
has fought back. He's been a cool customer
Sure.
in this game. I didn't see the previous games.
I think Kyle had a lead in the last game, maybe. I think he might have been 6-4 up or something.
Okay.
I can't remember
Oh,
exactly,
wow.
but I think he had a little lead. Certainly, Robert was second to play to 13.
Yeah, I know a little bit about having a multiple point lead going into the end. Robert in the third, I really felt good our second game. I was up 5-2. Well, I lost the game because Robert scored 5 straight points.
Yeah, I was just playing Tamer then, and I was 6-1 up, and we went to hoop 13, and he had the first shot at hoop 13, so it's never over.
That's
I
true.
won the game in the end, but yeah, it's never over. And now Kyle's hit a nice one from the side. Robert's got to do something here.
It's not devastating to go down 4-2, but you definitely, you have a chance of tying this thing up and you want to.
Have you played today?
No, I have not.
So-
I was going to play in the Shield. I work at the beach club. We had a lot of activity this morning that I needed to attend to, and I'll be going back to the beach club this afternoon.
Okay.
So
Well, interesting.
instead of spending money, I'm trying to make a few dollars.
So obviously, as we look at the camera here, the lawns generally have a slight slope from left to right as we look
They
at it
do.
on the camera.
They
but
do.
today, with that wind, the lawn's actually moving right to left.
Oh, wow.
I've never yesterday, if you were playing from hoop 1 to hoop 2, it would move a foot to
Right.
the left.
At
today,
least.
but today it's moving
Yes.
a foot to the right, if not a little bit more. So I've never seen a lawn do that. It's just
And
due
I've
to the speed of the
noticed
wind and the lawn speed.
that the speed on Monday compared to today, totally different courts on the speed. And when these courts get dried out from the wind and not watering, they are a lot of fun to play if you like character on your courts. And the small, subtle breaks, like the hills around the hoops, they exaggerate.
Yeah, they're kind of, and to mix in with the ball going the other way today with the hill, the hoops
Yes.
are a little bit firmer as well. The ground's
Yes.
just dried up a tiny bit, and the hoops are a bit firmer.
Yes. I hadn't had a chance to see some good jump shots because, as Ewan can contest, when those courts dry out and they get firm, he extends his jump shots probably 30%.
Yeah,
But these guys they're just playing good fundamental croquet, and
well,
they haven't been forced into jumping.
I've been sitting here for nearly 10 minutes now, and they haven't had a hoop shot. They just keep clearing each other out of the way.
That's right.
But
Yes.
Kyle does need to hit this one. That black's not something that Robert's going to fail. If he misses this one, it will be hoop over. But likewise, if he hits it, he's likely to win the hoop. So
Yes.
this is a big shot in the scope of this game. Really, really important for him to hit this if he wants to win.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I've been watching a lot of Kyle this week, and what he's been best at is this.
Kyle has been very smooth.
This might be the commentator's curse, but
Yes.
he's been great.
Yes.
He's been great at this all week. That looked very smooth as well. Oh, he just clipped it. I don't think that's going to be enough. The one good thing for Kyle is that red ball has come onside over at hoop 7.
Yes.
He's got a ball. Obviously, you want to win the hoop, really, but
Yep.
if you're going to take anything from it, that's not too bad.
So, Robert, he doesn't have to shoot the hoop. If he shoots the hoop, he's basically saying,
I think he probably should shoot the hoop.
yeah,
Because
if I'm playing against either one of these guys, because I know they're better than me, when I get a chance to score, I score.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I'm a better shot than he is, and so I'm going to shoot.
Well,
I'm just saying it's my best chance.
for me, if he doesn't take this on, it means that he thinks there's a chance he's not going to run it. And if there's a chance he's not going to run this from a yard and a half on these hoops,
Yeah.
then he's probably not going to win the match.
Yes, in
If
that
you want to win,
game-
if you want to win a match, you need to be running these on these hoops.
I totally agree.
When we were playing in the Worlds, the tougher hoops, fine, but
Yes,
you know these hoops are a different style, and they are
Yeah.
just so much easier.
because those guys, both of them, especially Robert, from the sideline, it's a very high percentage shot.
And that wasn't even
That's-
that wasn't one that hit the middle of the hoop and didn't go through.
No,
That hit the
no.
inside of the left-hand wire and just bounced back. That
Yeah,
was just,
so
that was
he,
just a poor
he
shot.
missed his actual target by at least 1.5 inches.
Yeah, and from 2 yards.
And Robert
That's out of
doesn't
character
miss
for
more than
Robert, yeah.
1/18 of an inch.
So now Kyle's got a chance to run 6 to make it 3-all with that ball over onside
Yes.
at hoop 7. I don't think it's the best ball, but it's probably level with the hoop on the side boundary.
Right.
But it's a clearing ball, and it should be
Yes.
it should get a nice angle to be able to get off the north boundary at the same time.
Yes. And
Just
what
got
that
through.
does mentally to both players. Robert is probably one of the better people at dealing with a little adversity in your head. But
Oh, this is long.
they just compared
This is long.
shooting at the hoop from the same distance, and Kyle came out on top.
Yeah.
And that does something positive for Kyle. And for Robert's sake, you hope it just doesn't matter.
This
Because
is
if it
interesting.
affects him negatively, you could see a big
Yeah.
turnaround in the.
This is interesting from Kyle, this shot, because that blue will go through that hoop. If Robert hits a good shot, that blue will go through, but he's chosen
Yes,
to leave it there.
but I think he's decided that Robert is not going to shoot that hoop,
Okay.
no matter what.
I think now that Kyle's gone there, there's a good chance Robert will shoot the hoop, but we'll see. It looks like Robbie's
he wants
having a
to-
look to
maybe
see.
he wants to mano and say, okay, I don't back down from anything.
Yeah.
But I really do believe it'll be interesting to see what blue does.
I'm pretty sure this black coming deep here off the boundary suggests that blue is going to have a go at the hoop.
Yep.
Because if black, I'm pretty sure that means blue's having a go at this
Yeah.
hoop.
He's going to do one of two things. He's going to try to block really close to the hoop, or he's going to have a go at it.
I guess another option there for a line of play would have been to take position a yard back and then try and roll onto the red, stop red from being able to do anything.
Right.
But given he's just taken it off the boundary, I think blue's going to have a go at the hoop, and Robert's almost throwing it on his head and saying, even if I fail that hoop, Kyle, I don't think you're going to run it either.
Okay.
He could play for the jaws here as well.
It's going to be interesting to see which way he plays this.
Yeah, if he gets in the jaws, then the black going off the boundary would be a good position.
If he does a medium pace at this, he went for the block.
Okay. So I can't tell from this angle, but if red's blocked from blue, I don't think red is blocked from blue, but it's at that area where if Kyle does hit blue, he might peel it.
Yes.
So the other option is Kyle can just leave red where it is.
Right.
Because red's, I don't know if he needs to leave it exactly. He might need to move it an inch or two.
Yeah, because
but
it
black
looks
can't
like
do anything. at
if
the moment.
yes, yellow can definitely see the hoop.
Yeah, he's just going to move this ball an inch. Black's going to have to... You see, this is an interesting one because Robbie can probably play a jump shot here and get it so that it bounces somewhere around the yellow. So if he hits it
Right.
slightly offline,
Yes.
then it's going to clear the yellow. But if he hits it well, it's going to run the hoop, right?
Yes.
We'll see how he plays it, but that's how I'd be playing this.
One thing I've noticed Ewan and I actually think a lot alike. We don't mind the big shots. We don't mind a jump shot, things like that. And but Robbie, he seems like he only does that when he absolutely has
Yeah.
to.
Especially when you're winning the match.
Yes.
You know, when you've got a 2-1 lead and it's 3-all, you don't want to be playing the big shots. You just want to.
Right.
Look, I don't want to have to hit a shot further than 4 yards if I'm leading
Yes.
the match. When you get 2-1 down and the opponent's got 6 for the
Yes.
6, then you need to start playing difficult
Well,
shots. But
he's jumping.
exactly what I said. I think he probably did try and clear the yellow, but he has that added bonus. If he hits it just
Right.
to the left, it would have gone through the
Right.
hoop. And now we're looking at 4-3.
So
in
I
the
don't
fourth
think
game.
he was jumping to score. He was
No,
jumping to hit
I
yellow.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, he really did need to move yellow.
That was a really good shot.
It
I don't
was
think
so
we
good.
can't underestimate for everyone at home how difficult that was.
Yes.
These lawns are they're not your traditional lawns in terms of the fact lots of sand underneath them, so they're quite soft. Getting the actual jump is so
Yes.
much more difficult than say in England where it almost does
absolutely.
it for you.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day that
Mm-hmm.
a good, firm, hard ground, you can just jump so much further.
Yeah.
And these are not that.
No,
They're firmer than they were Monday.
It's going to be completely different to what Roberts played on back home as well, really.
Yes.
So he's going to have to have adapted how hard he hits that to get the right amount of bounce. But he's done it perfectly. This doesn't look like a bad shot for Kyle, but I don't think you can see it. I think he had to go through the back of the hoop there.
He came within a half inch of hitting that ball. Okay, and Robbie is definitely playing for position.
Yeah, he should run this
at
down
the next
within
hoop.
3 yards of the next hoop. And have you noticed Black's
Yeah.
already halfway down there as well?
Right.
Black's by the peg.
And I've also noticed one of the difference in the Fletcher boys, they all have their strengths and stuff. I very rarely see Robert run a hoop under control, get to the next hoop, but not go 10 feet past the hoop. It's always, like beside the hoop or short of the hoop. He's just so precise on that.
Yeah, lots of people have differing opinions on that, but for me, the worst place, once I've run a hoop, apart from being through it by 1 or 2 inches, which is obviously the worst place to be,
Yes.
being on the far boundary behind the hoop is, I hate it.
I agree. I totally
But
agree with
lots
that.
of people like it because they can turn around and clear back up the lawn, but
What if they
the
set
wire-
up where you
exactly.
can't?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'd rather go halfway to the hoop
I
than to
agree.
go to the boundary behind the hoop.
Completely agree.
Okay, so this is very much a very good match, very tight fourth game.
What do you think Robert's going to do here?
Let's
A few
see.
options. He's going to middle the yellow. but
Well, it looks like, yeah, it's just too easy to hold position.
I guess. It's hard from here to see how far away they are, but I'm going to guess they're
And-
like 3 or 4 yards. So if he hits it in the middle, it should stay fairly close.
Yes, and you already know
Yeah, exactly.
what Red's going to do.
Yeah, Red's got to clear the black.
Yes.
In the middle, the exact same shot.
Yes,
And Kyle.
and you
is
know
too-
that yellow's going to take a shot at blue.
Yeah, it's too far away for Kyle to be able to stop the red blocking the blue.
Yes.
In an ideal world, he'd play this shot and the red would block the blue's hoop shot, but
Yeah, I don't
I
think he
think that's
can
just
do
a bit
that.
too difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know what the angle is. He could potentially have it in off, but I think he'll just be trying to hit it into the
Yeah,
hit it
I
in the-
think
hit it in the
black
middle.
is far enough back that
so.
that's protected.
Okay, he didn't get it.
He just,
So now is another interesting one where, well, all the pressure's off Robert now.
yes. And when I'm playing, if I'm in Kyle's shoes right now, Blue's got the hoop shot.
Yellow's going to have a go at the hoop first, maybe. Yellow can always have a go here. It's completely your personal preference whether you want to clear the blue or...
That's a little bit wide.
I think I'd consider going for the hoop here. You're not in a great spot. Red's halfway towards hoop 9. Yellow, blue. There's no guarantee blue runs that hoop.
That's true.
So I think you go for the hoop here.
I think Ewan's right.
Yeah, he's taking position. That's okay.
And
Although
Kyle's style of
no,
play-
he can't take position that close to the blue.
ooh.
You've got to be. If you're going to take
Yes.
position, it needs to be a foot out from the hoop. It can't.
Yes.
This is just. Yeah, that can't have been what he was attempting.
no.
He's got to be trying to get it
And
closer,
so
further
he's-
away from blue.
So Robbie's going to be in better position for the hoop
with
than he
Ky-
was
with-
before this shot took place.
And Kyle's not going to have any
And
balls
Kyle's
in
going
front.
to be far
Because
away.
he had one in front before and he turned it down. He may never get another shot at this hoop. He had a go.
That's right.
He had a go and he didn't take it. And now,
And I believe red has to hit blue because it's too easy for black to block yellow from hitting blue.
yeah, I don't know what black's hoop shot's like, but there's got to be a chance that black's just going to run that hoop if he hits blue, though. I think Kyle might hit, I think he's going to hit clear black and then, because if he hits yellow at blue in the middle, then yellow's going to stick around. He only needs to hit 2 more good shots to get back.
That keeps
exactly. And if
Robert from
if he does the same
blocking.
shot, if he does the same shot with yellow,
Yeah.
then he's going to have a hoop shot next time.
Yeah.
If he hits it in the middle, it's going to be from 6-7 yards.
And he's going to go 6 or 7 yards.
Exactly. So, okay, Robert's shooting at
getting rid
the
of
red
red.
here. I like this, but it's a shot that you have to play well. If
Yeah,
if you don't play it
you
well,
can't
it's
go off
complete-
the side.
Yeah, it's completely pointless if you don't play well. And I'm not sure that
It's decent.
I'd be.
But it wasn't a great shot.
I'm unhappy with that.
Yes. Yes.
Purely because if he just took position, the black would be a lot closer to the hoop. Kyle's got to shoot at this. Though. I don't.
Yeah, I think blue will end up in this transaction.
Do you know why?
Big advantage.
Do you know why Kyle's not shooting at the hoop? Because red's straight in front of the next hoop.
Oh,
onside.
Right.
Red's already.
That's right.
Robert's
That's a
just
good
hit red
point.
onside at the next hoop.
Very
so now
good.
Robert's running this hoop with a jump.
Yeah,
but
he's jumping.
But if he fails it, Kyle's going to have a.
Yeah,
Well,
that's an easy jump for him.
He's
Well,
cleared it. And where's the
That's
blue
more
finish?
conservative than I expected. Not saying it's right or wrong.
Where's that blue finish? Depending on how
I
far
would have
past
liked
the
to
hoop.
put the hammer down on that shot.
Yeah, depending on how far past the hoop blue's gone, this could be a fairly easy wire for Kyle. And
Yeah.
if he gets it, then he goes straight to being big favourite to win the hoop. But
Yeah,
it's hard to see from our angle.
I was definitely surprised in not doing a very small jump on that last shot that Robert took.
You know, there's even a chance that he could have played it on the floor and run the hoop. I've seen stranger
Yes.
things. That didn't look difficult.
Yeah, it didn't. And it's not a real jump. I mean, he just had to
Just
go
has to
off
move-
the clips
yeah.
of the ball.
Exactly. Just needs to hit it an inch off the ground.
Yes.
Now, is he shooting at this? Has he got a double? No, maybe not. He's just taking position. Okay. Where's this? Okay, Kyle needs to clear the blue. Ideally,
Yeah, blue definitely has to go.
ideally sort of towards the halfway line. So when Robert's going to clear the red,
blocked
the,
it.
the black's in play as well. He
Yes.
can clear both by
Yes.
accident. Let's see. I think he had a look up the lawn to see where was the best
Yeah.
place for it. And I
Yeah,
would say it's
he
somewhere
wants
near
black
that-
to be a backboard.
It's somewhere near that offside marker, but it's
Yeah.
it's not an easy shot to get it there. Oh, that's good. That's really good. That's better than he could have dreamed of.
That
The only thing
really is.
The only thing I would say is if he hit it 2 yards shorter, then if Robert missed the red, he'd hit the black and clear the black, and then it would be complete
Right.
control. But now even if he misses, the black's still going to be there putting pressure
Yeah.
on. So I would say 2 yards shorter or 2 yards longer would have been better, but he's going to be happy with that anyway.
Yes.
Robert's got what, 15 yarder to stay in the hoop here.
Yeah, and absolutely red is almost required to shoot the hoop if he gets that shot.
Yeah. Oh,
That's so good.
red's not required to shoot the hoop anymore.
No, he's not shooting the hoop anymore. If he had that, if he had the
might.
shot,
He might.
he would have taken it.
If it's open and the black's not blocking, then he can take it
Yeah.
on, but I think it's blocking.
I think I'm driving black away, and I'm going to have a straighter on hoop shot.
Yeah, but if it's not blocked, then I'd be tempted just to take my go now, because
Right.
with the way Robert shoots sometimes, you never know when you're going to get another go.
Yeah, but I don't think Kyle
He probably
quite
doesn't think
thinks
like
that way.
I agree. Yeah. And he is doing what you said, which is to be expected, but it's hard to say.
Yes.
We don't know whether the red was blocked from the hoop or not.
Right.
It's pretty important. Okay, so
Well, the fact that black was going to have an easier shot than red would have had if they
Yeah.
were both shooting for the hoop.
the thing is now, though, black takes position, blue has an opportunity to clear red back up to corner
Yes.
2. And all of a sudden it's 5-3, and you think, I just had a go, I could have shot for the hoop a minute ago. and I didn't take
That's
it.
right. Well, Kyle's not out of this hoop by any means.
If I'm Kyle here, I'm going to shoot at the black. And I think he is going
Oh,
to.
where he's at?
Yeah,
Well,
he needs to shoot at the black, because if Robert hits that, it's,
Yes.
Kyle's in big trouble in
yeah,
the game.
this is playing to win the game.
Exactly. Okay, he's done enough. And you know what he's done there? That yellow's back on side at hoop 9, but that would require Robert to miss
I don't
this.
know if there's
I
a
don't think
part.
he's going to, but
There's probably not a partial block
no.
with the hoop.
No, but if he misses this, then it's 4-all with
Advantage
Kyle has
Kyle.
a ball over there. We could
Yes.
be here for a few more hours, yeah?
That's right.
He's got it, though. Now's interesting. With the fact that Kyle could take the hoop on here.
How much are you committed to getting in the hoop or shooting for the hoop?
Well, depending on where the yellow is. If yellow's in front of hoop 9, then all day take the hoop on. But
Yes,
I
and I think it is
yeah.
over there.
But I don't know. I think
He's
he's just taking position.
yeah.
If yellow was in front of hoop 9, then I'd be taking the hoop on. But as it is, I don't like that.
I don't like that either.
There's a few places you can go, but that just looks like an in-lawn clearance for the blue. I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not always critical to have your ball in front of the hoop.
True.
There's better positions to have your ball so you can clear
Most
and
of the
build
time.
and maintain.
Yeah.
Rather than just put it there and it's going to get cleared in 2 rotations time. But
I know when I'm working with somebody who has not been playing very long and we're working out the strategy,
right.
When you have a ball that you can shoot, your opponent has a ball that you don't want them to have that shot.
Mm-hmm.
They got a famous saying, knock or block. You do one of the two. And then sometimes it's best to set up. There's always a better place. There's not always.
Oh, this is good. This is really good. This
90% of the time.
That was close.
90% of the time, there's a better place to set up besides straight on the hoop.
Yeah, exactly. You see here, I think
He can,
you know what
he
can
can really
do?
cut this.
If he hits this on the left side, he gets red wired from black and blue over towards hoop 9.
Oh, that was bad
that's
luck
really
for
unlucky.
Robbie.
Well,
Really good luck for Kyle.
that was exactly what I thought it was going to do, but I didn't think the black was going to get in the way.
I liked really cutting that ball on the side.
But at the same time,
Yes,
I don't think he hit that hard enough that the blue would have gone over to hoop 9 anyway. So
right. Well, Ewing, I am going to check out for now.
have a good
And
evening.
good luck with it. And maybe I can turn the streaming on and hear your wonderful radio voice.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Have you ever been told you have a face for radio?
I haven't. You just
Well,
told me
that's
that
good.
now, though.
No, I didn't say that. Your mother said never talk about my boy that way. Bye-bye.
See you later. Thanks, Danny. Okay, so now yellow to play. A couple of options. Looks to me like, well, Kyle can almost shoot with that black, get rid of it, and run the hoop by, I don't know what he's going to do. He's got an option just to take the hoop on himself. I think he's looking at that black. The other option is yellow, putting it in between yellow and red, blue and red, which is what he's done, but that was quite a risky shot. I guess they've been playing on this lawn all day now, though, so they should have the pace of the lawn. What's Robert going to do here? A few options. Depending on, I assume he can't see the red. He could just clear the yellow and give the red the go at the hoop. It's not trivial. Could clear the black past the red, then give himself an in-long clearance and potentially leave the blue in front of the hoop. That would be a reasonable shot to play, but again, that would concede red's go. I think he's probably going to clear that yellow and just give red what it's got. Let's see. Looks like he's setting up to hit a fairly firm shot. Oh, he's gone for the double clearance and he's nailed it. That is fantastic. I don't think you can quite understand how difficult that is to play. Those balls were not close together, and he wasn't close to the balls. That's a really good shot. Now Kyle's shooting from 12 yards just to save the hoop, because that black is 100% guaranteed to run.
You can see it from down here.
Here he goes. I missed. It's a shame, really. Kyle made some good decisions there to get himself in and around the hoop, but as I said a minute ago, when he took that clearance on with the red at the black, he had a chance to go for the hoop there. He turned it down, and he's not had another go at it. He's not even had another look. So, yeah, would it have been the right decision to go for it? In hindsight, maybe, but at the time, he probably made the right decision. Not sure whether that red ball went offside. They're definitely having a look to see if it did. But I thought it was just the right side of the marker. 5-3. 2 more hoops needed for Robbie to advance and play his brother, I believe, in the final tomorrow. And I saw a little bit of that. I know it was on stream here and there. Malcom looked to be playing really, really well. So no matter what, whoever gets through, it's going to be a really good final tomorrow. Great shot by Kyle. That's 2.5 yards. Probably virtually dead straight. It looks like Robert, well, he could take a shot. I think he is taking a shot at this. If he gets it on the right edge, then blue goes into a running position. No, just missed it to the right. That's gone halfway to the corner. Advantage Kyle at hoop 9, but not advantage Kyle in the match. Interesting what he does here with red, whether he tries to put a really close ball in. Only issue with that is that there's a chance he blocks yellow's hoop shot, and then you obviously let Robbie back into it. So at this stage of the game for Kyle, obviously he's 2-1 down, 5-3 down, hoop 9. You don't want to be running hoop 9 from a difficult place. He wants to either be running it from a foot straight or ideally even in the jaws, because he needs to guarantee himself that when he runs that hoop, his ball is going to be somewhere down within 3 yards of hoop 10. So I think I would have preferred red closer to the hoop there, just so that, because now he's almost going to be forced to go for the hoop with yellow, which is a little bit longer than you want to be running hoop 9 from if you're 5-3 down, especially when you're down in the match, but we'll see. Okay, so Roberts hit the red there, which wasn't the right ball. I don't know whether the red was slightly impeding the yellow, so it could actually be a positive for Kyle that ball's out of the way now. But as I said, 5-3 down, I don't want to be running hoop 9 from 2 yards. I want to be running it from a yard or shorter and fairly straight. With that said, if he runs it probably with a tiny little bit of wire, gets it past halfway, he'll be relatively happy. Okay. It's hard to tell where exactly that ball is. Given the fact that Robert's not just lining up to have a crack at yellow in the hoop, that would suggest to me, 1, yellow can't run the hoop, and 2, there is an in-off available for Robbie. So now Kyle actually, it's not the end of the world because he gets an opportunity to build his way back into this hoop now and potentially be able to run it from somewhere closer. Roberts just moved his mallet to have a look at that line, but no, he's gone back to his taking position 4 yards back, making sure Kyle can't clear him anywhere other than straight off the boundary. And that red ball is in the corner. We'll probably see him just come into position here. There's not really much else he can do. He could clear blue, but I'm not convinced that's going to gain him a whole lot. Yeah, this is just position. So, as I was saying with Danny earlier, yesterday, the day before, that shot there would have been really tough. It would have been absolutely rapid, but as you can see with the Egyptian and the Canadian flag behind, the wind's actually sort of into on that shot. So today, that's kind of nice. You've got the backstop of the wind, and with the lawns being so short and so quick, the wind actually plays a huge impact. And it's probably the first place I've played in the world really where consistently the wind makes an impact on every shot. This black just comes in. Okay. I think that's probably pretty good. Kyle can either clear this just off the lawn or he can snuggle up to it. I'd almost be tempted with the snuggle up to it here because it just depends how much he can rely on the lawn. I think with the fact that the slope generally goes left to right and the wind's bringing it right to left, he can play this fairly straight and it should just stay true. You see that's moving to the left. That, yesterday, that just wasn't possible. That ball would have been moving right all day. Now Robert, once again, looking at the wired line behind that hoop. If this ends up somewhere on the north boundary, you've got to be thinking Carl's in real trouble here. Okay. I'm not convinced that's going to be wired. Maybe, but it doesn't look perfect. Kyle emerges from the plants, and he's having a shot at this. He hasn't really taken a long time to line it up, so I imagine it's just open. He did try it, I think, was it hoop 13 in the last game to go through the back of the hoop? No, he had an opportunity, but he just took position with his last shot of the match. He just hit that perfectly. That's kept him in the game. That's fantastic. So it definitely wasn't blocked because he hit that on the right, but we actually had some applause there, which generally means it's a decent shot. There are quite a few people watching the game. There's probably around 25, 30 people under the veranda below me here. And then I would say another 30, 40 people knocking around the club. Not too sure where that red went, but it should be in a pretty good shot space. Okay, black's hit an okay shot, but it's not maintained position, so it's almost advantage Kyle here. He's gonna get a ball that's likely to be able to run the hoop in a minute if he wants to. But of the 15, 20 minutes of this game I've been watching, I don't think either of them are going to be taking a hoop on from more than 3 yards. Okay, that looks like it's about a yard, pretty much dead straight, so he'll be happy enough with that. Roberts opted to clear it straight away, so I assume that means the red's pretty close to that black. Yeah, it was just off the lawn there. Probably see Kyle come a little bit deeper this time, maybe 3 or 4 yards back, and likely to be slightly right as we look at it of the hoop, just so Robert doesn't have an angle to clear it and get off the boundary dead straight. There was an interesting option here. Because the yellow and the red are so close, Kyle's pretty good at AC. He could have just knocked that yellow a foot. Then Robert wouldn't have been able to clear it, and he could have rushed yellow into position with the red, leaving Robbie to have to place clearance from sort of 18 yards. As it is, Robert's actually hit that on the wrong side, so Kyle's in control again. But I thought there was a small chance he might take that on. Trying to watch the game over there, see what the score is.
You can watch quarter one from here, but that's it. Quarter one and quarter two.
Okay, so Kyle takes position sort of 2 yards again. I'm not convinced this blue's getting there, It has just. In fact, that's pretty good. Now Kyle's going to have to be tempted to clear that. No. Just taking position, probably trying to get a block on black at red, I would say. It's too far. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, Robert's clapped on his thigh, so I think he's probably got this block. Robert needs to hit something here, otherwise Carl's going to be completely out of control of this hoop. He's going to obviously attempt the double clearance, but he'll probably be happy enough if he just clears yellow. Oh, he hasn't got anything, so now I'm expecting Kyle to clear this blue ball off to the offside spot, get red onside at hoop 10. No, he's not doing that. I just think that looks like an easy angle to get onside at 10 and sort of get a foothold in this game. As it is, he's taking on this hoop again. It's a little bit closer than when he took it on earlier. There's nothing wrong with just hitting the blue there and getting over to 10. He's ran it, and he's ran it at a nice speed. It's going to come off the boundary, but you see, yeah, I just wonder if he might have benefited from trying to get a ball sort of over towards hoop 10. What are they talking about? The wrong ball. They're out of sequence. But the wrong ball's been going for a while. Obviously, those of us that know, that will just be replace and replay or ball swap. I would have thought Robert's going to take on replace and replay, because if he chooses ball swap, then red's hoop counts. Yeah, obviously you guys can have a rewind back, have a look when they went wrong. You've probably been shouting in the comments about the wrong ball, but we shall see. Yep, I'm having a look at the comments now. Everyone's saying out of sequence. I didn't spot that either. So, now the pressure's on, just what Kyle didn't want, having to run this again. And it's crazy, most wrong balls that get spotted are almost always after the hoop. Opponent runs the hoop, they put it on the lawn, you go over to play the ball you think it is, and you go, oh, that's not the right one. And obviously that means the ball has to come back. And they've got to run it again, which may be a little bit unfair, but hopefully for Kyle's sake he just goes through. He's got a chance to play a better shot now. He's hitting it same power. He's hit it too hard. Yeah. See, I want to try and he's in a good position there. I wanted to try and hit that a bit softer and get something up by hoop 10, but chose not to. Now Robert's got an opportunity to get the wire. Okay, so this ball should move left to right, which is kind of the opposite way that Robert would like it to move. Here, obviously, you're more likely to get the block if it was moving the other way. Just look, I've got absolutely no idea where that yellow is, but that blue looks like it's in the sort of position that would always be blocked from a ball on the north boundary. And yeah, Kyle's immediately shooting, so I think that's a perfect block. This may be a double though. No, he's not shot, so it's not blocked. This is a tiny bit deep, but it's fine. 3 yards. So Kyle's ball must have come out quite fairly well to the right-hand side of that hoop when he went through it. This black. Again, pretty good. Interestingly, it's not going to make any difference at all, but the black is hampering the blue if Kyle were to miss this. But I think if he did miss it, Robert would just turn around and nail the red into corner 4. Once again, Kyle playing from the plants. This will be a nice time for Kyle to get a double clearance. A really nice time. Oh, I reckon it was close, you know. I reckon that was close. As it is, he's cleared the ball that he needed to clear. Robert's over by the west offside marker, I think. My bearings are off, but I think that's right. And he doesn't have to shoot at this. He probably will, and it looks like he is, but by no means did he have to shoot at that. Because now Kyle's got the option just to middle the black and get a bit of control. Especially at 5-4, you don't really want to have to run this hoop from 3 yards straight. I just don't understand this, because the whole of the last half an hour I've been watching, they've been playing fairly conservatively, and now Kyle's taking on a 3 yard straight hoop with Robert's ball 2 yards in. Hoop 8, he would have just middled the black, and tried to gain an advantage over time. As it happened, he went for a slightly more aggressive line, which I'm not too clear on why, and Robert's got a 1.5 yard slightly angled hoop that he's easily ran. 6-4, that red might be offside. We'll have a look. Yeah, it looks like that red ball is offside. Again, yeah, I just can't understand why Kyle's gone for that hoop. If he fancied his hoop shot, then fair enough. It's never a terrible option to take on more hoops, but yellow was in corner 4. It's not a good ball to be taking position to 11-2. It's not a good ball to be clearing to 11-2. I'm surprised he didn't just try and keep the hoop going a little bit longer and get himself a nice advantage. But here we are, it's 6-4, and this looks like a fairly decent shot. This is going to be 1.5 yards, virtually dead straight, maybe 2 yards. So we'll probably see Robert take position inside of that and then take on his sort of 10-yard clearance with the black. That would be a standard play, which he has done. And as Kyle was offside, ooh, that's too long. That takes so much pressure off Kyle. He can try and put this a foot in front now, and if he does so, he can clear the blue and potentially either get a wire or get that yellow ball down towards hoop 12 and keep it going a little bit longer. This is a better shot. Ooh, that is looking really close to blocking yellow at blue. It's not a huge problem, but he probably would have liked to leave that open. Robert might take on his hoop here. 6-4 up, shot to win the match. No, oh. Wow, that was close. That hit the inside wire on the in-off. Kyle's going to take position here. I can't really remember how far away Robert's ball went after it touched the wire, but wow, that was close to going through. What a way that would have been to end the game as well, by the way. He's shooting. I think the last 5 things I've said they're going to do, they've done something else, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh no, he's taking position. I just can't tell what he's doing. Yeah, that's a nice place. I would have probably gone a yard further back because that's a little bit close to the black, just to nail it in the middle. But all in all, it's in the right area. So I'm being told that when they played that wrong ball earlier on, it was 3 rotations worth of wrong balls. So 12 shots where nobody in the venue or in the game or a referee or anything spotted. Kyle, now this is an interesting one because I think he's going to take position. I can't see why he wouldn't take position, because yellow's clearance when he gets cleared is going to be shorter than what red has right now, and he'd also be able to get red closer. But again, he's shooting. It's fine, but you see, when black clears the yellow, black's going to be in a worse position. I don't really know what to say about that. If he just did it in 2 shots time, the clearance, then the clearance would have been 3 yards shorter, and he potentially would have had a better ball in front of the hoop anyway. He's got to go for the hoop here. He needs to go for the hoop. He can try and middle the blue, but I just don't see when he's going to get another hoop shot. we could be coming to the closing stages of this match now. I think he's aiming at the hoop. Big shot, could be his last one. Gone for it? No. So there's got to be a chance. All that yellow's gone really bad. It's just hit that hoop. There's got to be a chance Robert just takes position here. I think he should just run the hoop, but he could just take 1 foot position and make Kyle do all the hard work. If he goes for this, hits the inside of a wire and goes 5 yards away, then no, but he's just ran it, and that's the match. So that confirms Robert Fletcher will play Malcom Fletcher tomorrow morning at around 9 a.m. Eastern time. So yeah, we'll be back live from 8:45, and who knows, maybe I'll be back on commentary. I don't know whether I've qualified for another stint. We'll see. We'll see if I get approached tomorrow. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed that. Yeah, that's going to be the end of the coverage today. So we'll be back for more tomorrow. Thanks very much.